Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre,
They all look like cheese and quavers, don't they?
Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
England needs 7 wickets. Australia 174 runs. The rain has just added to the intrigue on day 5 at Edgbaston. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk. Belatedly welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. We've had to wait till 2:15 BST for action. We have 67 overs, I believe, in which Australia will try and score those runs. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and I'm joined this afternoon by 2 heavyweights of the Guerrilla fraternity out there in the weather cave, constantly getting it wrong this morning, telling us that we were going to get action before lunch. And thank goodness we didn't, because I was able to have a nice, lovely kip on this wonderful...
You were snoring away on a couch.
Oh, it was glorious. And I may take a bit of time to get up to speed. But out there in the weather cave, he's been exposed as a complete weather charlatan. It's Messy Jez.
Hello. I was just over optimistic, and they did have half an inch of rain almost exactly in Edgbaston, so I got that right. I'm excited but not optimistic for Australia. Put it like that.
Well, I would say exactly the same. I'm excited, but inserting England for Australia. The bear, as ever, of course, will be Mr. Optimist. What are you saying, Bear?
Well, I'm scared we'll lose, but I'm optimistic we can win.
What's that like? What's it like for a bear to feel fear? I don't think you ever do feel fear, do you?
Well, you know, losing to Australia is painful.
It is painful.
I don't like feeling that pain.
No, me neither, but I feel it all the time. But you seem to sort of manage to push it away deep into the hinterland of your being.
It would have been a good performance by England. It would be a good performance by both teams. It'll be one team has to lose, and I'm hoping it's Australia, obviously. But it's been a cracking Test match. It's been backwards and forwards. Lots of complaints. People swinging on our WhatsApp group about how Bazball is, this, that, and the other. And you just got to let these things play out. It's no good going, well, if we hadn't done this, it would have been this, because experience tells you it certainly wouldn't have been that. And unless you play the game simultaneously in two different universes, you'll never know.
Oh, the multi-universe is out there, so it could be happening
so
somewhere.
In one universe,
England are winning.
We'd have played the way we were playing under Root 2 years ago.
Yeah, but
in that universe, I bet we're fucking losing. Is what I'm saying.
In my, as you know, as I said to you out in the green room, that I think that how bad we were under Root for those few Test matches is being used as a sort of lever to up the ante on Bazball, because we haven't always been terrible.
No.
I do remember 2010-11, England going to Australia winning 3-1. The way that Bazball has been greeted in some quarters is as if England have always been terrible. And there have been long periods when England have been terrible, but it's not entirely true, is it? Messi. What do you think? What's crucial? There is cloud cover. Do you think? Oh, England's swingers. England's king of the swingers can get it going.
Yeah, I think they will. I think Australia will fall in a heap and be out for about 150 themselves.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I want to live in your world.
Owen and Root can bowl a few balls, because I think Australia's rubbish against spin on the whole.
Oh,
good
God,
spin.
no. I was going to say no, but fuck
I'm disappearing into my dream universe, courtesy of Bear. I've still got Gilchrist batting at number 7. Actually.
Well, Carey has batted well. Header's got to come. I mean, the thing is that England getting out both Labuschagne and Smith yesterday night. I mean, I was watching at home. It was my day off, but of course I was sat on the couch just watching, and in between gardening. And when they were 61 before Warner got out, you thought, how the fuck are we going to take a wicket? And then Warner suddenly got out, and you thought, okay, right, so if we can get one more, if we can get Labuschagne out, then maybe we're in a shout. To get both of those two out last night, you kind of think, ooh, Khawaja's been the mainstay of Australia in their first innings. If they can be, you having that? That's for me.
No, that's for you. I've got the rosé for today. But can you just pass me the bottle and then I can?
Yes, today's bottle of wine is the close of play.
It's the close of play. It's from Langon Creek. It's a Cabernet Sauvignon from 2021.
Smells good.
Ponting wine. I'm not much of a red fan, so I've got the rosé from yesterday, the Rihanna. What do you think of it? What are you thinking of it, Bear? How's it going down?
Oh, that's good.
That's good. It's good. We welcome people along on YouTube. Who we got on the Twitter sphere, Messi?
We have, the first was Warren, who heard Bear talking. He said, morning all. Did someone say quavers? Yeah, because Bear was talking to you about quavers.
Well, no, I mean, the problem is with this bucket hat, they all stand there looking like sort of dad ravers.
Oh, right.
Like something out of Stone. Basically, it's the Stone Roses. They all look like they should be in the Stone Roses.
They'd be much better off in the Guerrilla Cricket bucket hats.
Oh yeah,
frankly.
Yes, of course,
way better.
And Johnny should be wearing the one with Ben Folkes missing in action on it.
Absolutely. Mike Taylor says, putting my Ponting wine order in today. Good on you, Mike.
Good stuff.
Good,
Going
well
for the Mowbray Boy Pinot on the Bears' recommendation, and the 127 Shiraz, which looks scrummy. Any other suggestions? Well, they're all good.
Today's good. Close of play is good, actually, and I've just had a little taste of it, but it's very, very Moorish.
Well, close of play won't come for a little while, we imagine. Moeen is out there, or will he have a role to play? I get the feeling that the cloud is lifting a little bit, and I don't like the look of that.
Well, we've got to get 3 wickets while the crowd's down, and then I think we're good. I think we've got to get Khawaja out. If we can get Head out for reasonably short, a Carey can be sticky, but if we can get 2 of those 3 out, I think we're on our way to winning, and for not too many.
I've got 2 important stats for you.
Go on.
In 2005, Australia were also 107 for 3 and lost the wicket and became 107 for 4. Ooh. And there's every chance Boland will get out now, and that could happen. Secondly, Khawaja is now only the second Australian ever to bat on all 5 days of a 5-day Test match.
Did see that. Now, curiously, you're talking about Boland and he could get out at any time, but he's got 13 very important runs And I heard Alistair Cook talking last night. No, it wasn't Alistair Cook. Sorry, it was Stephen Finn saying, well, they've got a weak tail, 9, 10, 11. Well, number 11's out there, and he's got 13 runs. So I don't know what universe he's living in. Khawaja has been absolutely brilliant in this Test match, and he's going to face the first ball of the afternoon, not the morning, from Jimmy Anderson. Shall we jingle them up?
Yes.
Born overseas now plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. Born overseas now plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. St. Jimmy's coming down across the
First ball of the day is defended towards mid-wicket. And England not going for an over-attacking field as they had late last night.
Do you think the clown cars come to a standstill?
The jingle is finished. Khawaja has 34. Boland has 13. Sorry, we heard you muttering away. We couldn't hear what you were saying.
That's all right.
That is one of the problems. The long distance abilities of the jingle don't seem to be very good. Anderson in bowls a little bit of wobble, but ultimately it pitches and goes straight on, left alone by Khawaja through to Bairstow. And I think England, the longer Boland stays out there, the more aggravated England will get.
Yes, that's very true.
And me, absolutely. You could tell it in the way I said aggravated. The cloud is high. It is cloudy, but it's not that gloomy, dark stuff that we saw on Sunday. Anderson in bowls to Khawaja, who is forward as ever, pushing to extra cover. Well, you can't say that Usman Khawaja has not got value for his match fee, can you?
Well, yes.
Batting on all
Certainly
5
not.
days. All 5 days. In fact, I'd be inclined to charge him a bit more. Maybe £15 instead of 10.
Are we GPLing it today, by the way?
I think I opened the GPL.
I don't think we should. Shall we?
Well, I think it's probably shut now. Actually, opened and then shut.
Yeah, opened and shut. Nobody noticed.
Did anyone enter?
Sneaky.
Did anyone enter? Someone was saying, I have 174. They're going to get a run now, maybe 2, in fact, as Robinson gives up the chase behind square leg. It was thick-edged in that direction by Khawaja. Wasn't completely in control. Moeen Ali comes around from long leg to do the fielding. 109 for 3. The target now just 172 more. Khawaja moves on to 36. Surely, if he gets Australia anywhere near the line, he is man of the match.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I've got to say, I'm saying to you out in the green room, I don't think Jimmy's been very effective this Test match.
No, but and in fact,
Everyone has a bad day, I suppose. A bad test.
Well, he hasn't bowled terribly.
No.
He's in again. He bowls a floaty full one, which is pushed firmly up to mid-off. And again, there is no run. Stokes is in that position now. Has the long vest on one arm, and he has the exposed tattoos on the other, which is a curious matchup. But there you go. 109 for 3. I was hearing as I came in that this is a sellout this afternoon. How much were they charging for today? I mean, did they sell these in advance? I don't think so.
Don't think so, no.
Anderson in bowls to Khawaja, who walks a little bit across his crease and plays with the angle of the ball up to mid-on, where Broad fields. The England fans are trying to lift their team with lots of applause for Jimmy. Just the 2 runs from the first over. Australia 109 for 3. Messi.
Ross McD says, evening from Korea, Gorillas.
Hello.
Regardless of the result, this has been a superb test, as you guys say. That being said, conditions will lead to England getting the job done for under 220. I think you might be right. Mog says, nah, this is dull. I'm going to sleep.
Ever the contrarian.
Leo says, imagine Khawaja carrying his bat and Oz winning by 1 wicket. That'd be absolute scenes.
Oh yeah, no, it'd be interesting to see what Khawaja would walk up to Ollie Robinson and say at that point.
Yes.
I don't think he'd say anything.
No, he wouldn't. He'd just
Just
smile.
making the runs is saying it, isn't it?
He'd just
He
smile.
might put his bat in his face.
He might just smile and give him a look. I think that's what he'll do. He'll give him a little.
Or maybe
bit
he'll
of a look.
throw his bat this time and it'll accidentally land on Robinson. Dave Wood says, I miss the 90s where England were consistently shit. I'm not comfortable with the notion of optimism.
No, me neither.
Opening the
Opening
England supporters aren't.
the bowling also with Jimmy is the man that you would expect. England favourites on WinViz.
Only slightly.
Oh, dear. Quite substantial.
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around.
Something has gotta keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thinning now.
First job is Nighthawk to Nighthawk. Can Brody remove his opposite number? Scott Boland, 2 slips, a man at silly mid-off. And they're going to get runs, and they're going to get runs that are painful through third man on the outside edge. Ben Duckett slides, pulls it back. They're going to get 3. And that's very annoying for England. I was just about to give you the field placings. 2 slips, a man at silly mid-off, and a leg slip for Scott Boland, is now outrageously moved on to 16.
He's got a lot of runs down there. Should I play his jingle?
Boland, Boland, Boland. Here
Give
comes
him sliding.
Scotty Boland.
Sliding.
Boland,
Or damaging your knee.
Boland, Boland.
So Boland moves to 16. It brings Khawaja down to face Broad for the first time today.
I should point out that I'm very well medicated for the start of play. I've got a can of Punk IPA, glass of wine, and I've just had my
Well,
start.
don't say it live on the radio. 2 slips for
Medication.
Khawaja, a ring of 3 on the offside. What can Broad produce? He was in great fettle last night. He bowls to Khawaja. He's going to get a single. Is he? No. Anderson runs round quite nippily to his left at mid-on.
That's the one thing that there's been so little movement off the pitch, hasn't there? Really.
Yeah.
It's been as flat. I mean, the odd one has. I mean, I thought Pat Cummins bowled extraordinarily well yesterday. He got the sun to dart quite
Yeah, but
significantly.
mostly that was in the air, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a couple that really went off the pitch, and very occasionally it goes, but it's just not enough of it really to.
Well, I suppose Broad as much as anyone last night when he got rid of Labuschagne and Smith.
I think is the
That
ball,
was a great spell.
If the ball gets wet, it won't swing. There's a certainty.
Here is Broad into Khawaja. Now there is a little bit of swing there, but nothing too generous. And Khawaja leaves it alone outside the off stump. England's shining it and hoping for all eternity that it doesn't actually get wet.
No,
Root is a designated shiner at the moment. And
well, if it gets wet, it'll swell up and they'll change it, presumably.
well, yeah. Oh well, hopefully yes. It would, and it won't go through the handcuffs. Yeah, that's what we can hope for. Broad strides in again, bowls to Khawaja. Khawaja is a colossus, and he presents the full face of the bat to that one. Stokes has to run across from extra cover to field. The timing of the man is so good when he's on song, Khawaja, and now he must be a very confident man, having got that 141 was it? Now 36 so far in the second innings, playing proper cricket shots. 36 off 90. There's a man at long leg, deep square leg. Those are 2 men out. Mid on as well. In comes Broad, looking for the fuller ball, looking for some swing, looking to draw him into the drive. Won't be tempted. Ball didn't do much anyway. Went through to Bairstow.
He was trying to get that one to nip in, wasn't he?
Yeah, nip in and then move away, I think. As the right arm round the wicket to the left hander does so often. 112 for 3.
And also like Jimmy to just go over the wicket to him rather than around.
And he's not got a very good. We're just looking at his record against right arm pace in England over the wicket and around the wicket. He's averaging 72 from around the wicket and 17 from over the wicket. Someone get the stats out there quickly to England. This one swings a little bit, left alone again, too wide, and it's the end of the over. 112 for 3.
Not a good over. Umbreno Over says, afternoon, wonderful GC. Exciting afternoon ahead. Looks like the outfield is sodden, much harder for Australia to score along the ground, but also much higher risk of slip injuries for England. Please cue the Benny Hill stroke clown jingles.
Oh yes, that one.
Yes. Mog says, if the jingles aren't carrying, I can always make them louder.
I'm not sure you can actually, Mog, to be honest. I think you've reached your limit.
Supun Ambepitia says, Usman Khawaja for man of the match. Muttley's with us, says, Woof, afternoon primates. Today's addition to the collection is this album by the metal band Obsession. I stumbled across them when looking to see if there were any musicians called Scott Boland. Don't ask, there is. Their current guitarist shares the same name.
Scott Boland, you would think would be a sort of country and western singer, wouldn't you?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Anderson.
Yeah,
We'll continue. He's got what's he got? 2 slips and a leg slip and a gully. A mid-on. That's all he's got on the leg side. A gully and a mid-on. So he's going to be pitching outside off. He gets a bit of swing, and Boland meets it crisply, but it slides away off a thick outside edge towards Duckett at backward point. Boland 16 from 21. Very effective Nighthawk so far from Australia's point of view. And, at the moment, it just sounds very quiet at Edgbaston, doesn't it? But that's probably because we can't hear the real crowd.
That's possibly true.
I'm imagining that it's just that sort of hum of expectation,
The Hollis is
rather than the Hollis going...
Yeah, well, I'm sure it'll get there. They'll be speedily knacking them down now, won't they?
If they haven't already. Anderson bowls looking for the full swinging delivery, and it's parried only by Robinson at mid-on, which allows them to slip through for the single. And Boland dug that out quite well, I think. He goes to 17, Australia to 113 for 3. Jimmy doesn't look entirely enamoured of Robinson's fielding there. Should have done better.
Renovova is playing a virtual GPL. He says, I would have been 167 for the GPL.
Oh, so you think England will win by 6 runs?
Ooh.
There you go.
Ooh, that's brave. Talking round the wicket to Khawaja. And Khawaja presents the full face of the bat. And the ball comes off it and up to Broad at mid-on.
I think someone should say to them, one of them bowl over the wicket. Jimmy generally bowls very well over the wicket to left-handers as well.
Yes, I think often they make too much of this round the wicket line, don't they?
Well, I mean, some people do it well, you know, obviously. But clearly, if he's a batsman who lines it up, but a lot of left-handers don't because they get so used to having it
going
over
across
the
them.
wicket, across them.
Yeah. Anderson in again, 2 slips waiting for a little edge. Oh, he's played at that one. And it's irritation again on the face of Jimmy Anderson. As you say, he's not had the best test match. Maybe hasn't had the little bit of luck that he requires to get him really going. That was as close as he's come this afternoon.
Bit of wobble scene.
Oh, he didn't really move his feet at all there, did he?
No.
And then he's not a great mover of the feet, but he is a beautiful player through the line with his hands, Khawaja. I for one would be pleased if England do lose that Khawaja has had such a role in this victory for Australia, because I like him a lot and I enjoy watching him.
I like him, but I don't like seeing any Aussies getting on top, another one getting on top, you know.
Yeah, well, that's always the case, isn't it, with an opposition player? But you've got to admire him.
Yeah.
Outside the off stump, left alone, back of a length from Jimmy. But he is so fluent, and you've got to admire a guy who's coming in with all sorts of pressure on him. 19 average in England. He's failed twice in the World Test Championship. And he comes out, England having smashed it around the park most of the day, and responds with 141. One bit of luck when he was bowled, but he'd already got 100 odd at that point. He's bowled off the no ball by Broad, but Anderson into him again, and he clips this one as it spears in towards his leg stump. It's fielded by Stokes. End of the over, 113 for 3. Messi.
Sapun says Khawaja to win the game with a 6 off Robinson. Spangled Side says, what a chaps, we can only balls it up from here. Hashtag doomed. Pirate Badshah says English. The sommelier is with us again.
Oh, good.
English cricket, a multiverse of flavours, sometimes aggressive, often dull, like a Cabernet Sauvignon with hints of red berry fruitiness and silky texture. Who knows what taste will prevail? The answer lies in the game's unpredictable tale. Armchair Cricket Podcast says that maximum 60 overs to be bowled on day 5.
I thought it was 67. I thought it was 67.
sorry, that's what he says, 67. He says even if 60 overs are, it's still under 3 runs on over for a win for Australia.
Oh, yeah, totally. There's no problem with that. Broad coming into Boland. Boland again finds a thick outside edge. He's got flipping good thick edges. This one flies towards the gully. It's Pope does the fielding.
You've got to think one of them eventually has got to be thin enough to actually go aerial to a slip, you'd have thought.
Well, they've got big edges these days, haven't they? Big edges on bats. 3 slips in a gully, backward point, mid-wicket, mid-on, long leg, mid-off. Let's see how far around the mid-off. Oh, there's a leg slip as well. That's Harry Brook. And Boland waits again for Stuart Broad. And he looks for the in-swinger. It doesn't really go. Quite full, but Boland is batting very sensibly at the moment. Just lets that one go. Doing a very good job for his side. He may not have been the bowler that ran through England, as we feared he might be after what he did in Australia. But he's showing evidence of all-round skills at the moment. Bat in hand as the sun breaks through, and England will curse that sun. Say, go away. We don't need you now. Of all the times to come along. Broad bowls, he's onto the back foot. That one keeps a little bit low. That might have been his undoing, but he jabs down on it, and the ball runs to mid-wicket.
That's always also got to think. It is a 5th day pitch, might have some variability in it.
Yep, there is that, I suppose. I mean, we were saying, really, they were talking on the television about Moeen bowling, and we were saying, well, hopefully it'll do enough for the seamers that he doesn't need to bowl. There is some dark cloud hovering on the periphery of the ground, but at the moment the sun is just poking through, and Broad is coming in again. Bowls to Boland, and Boland throws his front pad out at that, leaving it alone. Sort of hint of movement coming back in towards him, but not significant to do anything apart from make the bear go ooh. That's a good ball. But again, well played.
Yeah.
Are you getting less optimistic, Bear?
Well, I think this pitch is difficult to get wickets on. It's going to be a struggle. Yeah. I mean, this is it. This is why I still think it's evens. You've got to think you might get 1 or 2 cheap. That's what the others do, and who the cheap ones are, really. Indeed,
there's still a fair bit of batting to come. Broad into Boland again. Boland has a drive at that, drives it into the ground. It's not a bad shot at all on the up. Pope takes it at about chest height and immediately gets to work on the ball to try and keep elements of shine upon it. It's a pretty good shot, isn't it? He looks a pretty handy number 11. Or is he a number 10?
I bet he spent a long time in the nets this morning.
Is he a number 10? Do you think he's a number 10? Do you think he gets the nod over Hazelwood?
He did.
Yes, he did in the first innings. Yeah, okay.
It doesn't really sound much.
No, true. Broad again. 2 slips in the gully, looking for the in-swinger. There is a certain amount of swing, but still worryingly comfortably played by Boland on the front foot towards extra cover. That is the end of the over. I think it was a maiden. In Australia are 113 for 3. Messers.
Yeah, Hazelwood's very much a Watership Down resident. Matt Searle says, I suspect they had pre-sold today's tickets. I've got a 5th day ticket for Headingley for 25 quid.
Oh, okay.
Friday in the same area is 140 quid. What?
I know. I tell you what, buying a 5th day ticket in the current England cricket climate, it seems to me grounds for incredible optimism. Now, I saw Stokes take off his sweater. Does that mean he's going to come on for Anderson? Is he thinking he might need to go? Anderson's only bowled, 1 over, 2 overs so far?
3, I think.
No, he's not. He was just taking off his sweater. Yeah. Nothing to do with actually coming on to bowl. Matthew Potts has come out there, so right. I don't know who it is who's gone back into the dressing room. Anderson round the wicket to Khawaja, bowls, and he clips this one to mid-wicket. There is Matthew Potts. It may be Stokes himself who's gone off, because he was fielding at mid-wicket in this last over.
Maybe he's gone to get his knee brace on. They've definitely got a field here to bowl out the stumps, haven't they? They've got the mid-wicket for the clip. Just got to make sure it's correct. And the 2 slips waiting. If it does do anything, he managed to catch an edge.
No, Stokes is out there.
Okay, Stokes is out
there, but he's just taken off the sweater.
And you don't want your skipper leaving the field at this point, do you?
No, you don't. Mid-off, cover in front, cover point really, mid wicket. Anderson in, Boland looking for the Yorker, but comfortably dug out by Khawaja, and there is no run. Khawaja's just added 2 runs, I think, to his overnight 34, 36 not out. Boland has 17, Australia 113 for 3. They need another 168, so they've added 6 runs so far in a cagey opening, but not an uncomfortable one from their point of view. And Khawaja, the left-hander, settles down and waits for Anderson again, charging in, bowls him a swinging delivery which he clips once more and finds Potts again in that mid-wicket position.
Right, bookies, England are 6-5. Bookies have Australia as favourites, evens. Marginal.
Really?
Yeah, marginal.
Well, more so than Winviz. Well, Winviz had England at 53 to Australia's 36,
No.
I think it was, wasn't it?
Well, Winviz is currently England 59, Australia 41.
Well, we had
Terry Fuckwit says, is Crickviz now predicting who's going to win? They didn't ask me, probably because I'm a Fuckwit.
Well,
Maybe they
Crickviz-
asked Stan and Trav.
Crickviz did have the draw at 7%. Anderson in, bowls, nice in-swinger, but it's all a bit slow, isn't it? It's not jagging in at the last moment. It's maybe going a little bit more from the hand, and Khawaja deals with that as he's dealt with so much in this test match with excellence, and defends it to extra cover.
We just had a new patron, £4.50.
Yay!
Thank you very much.
Hey,
Let me just get his name.
Do we name them?
Yeah, I'm going to find out there. I've got to go into my Gmail to find out. Dev. It's Dev. He was getting in touch earlier, actually.
Oh, brilliant. Thanks, Dev.
Because he wanted access to the archive, which, of course, you get.
Anderson bowls a quicker ball, it seems to me, back of a length, outside the off stump, left alone by Khawaja.
Dev Preston.
Dev Preston, thank you much, Dev Preston. And I would say, why not follow the example of Dev Preston if you would like to help guerrilla cricket thrive and even continue to exist in some circumstances? Why not become a patron? Patreon.com/guerrilla cricket. Pledge us a monthly amount. That means that we know that there is a bit of money coming in. Anything that you like, really. Anderson in, bowls, a little bit of swing, a little bit quicker. And Anderson felt he deserved something for that delivery, but Khawaja has left it with good judgment. It's gone through to the keeper, and it's another maiden. Just 1 run from the last 3 overs. So, although they're not getting wickets at the moment, the runs are not really coming for Australia. So we're in a sort of stalemate at the moment.
Phil Schofield says, do you have to ship beer to Bear's house to become a patron? No, you just have to patron us. Patreon.com/guerrilla cricket. You can ship beer to me as well. That's always a good thing. You get my good books, but you know.
Yeah.
You get in the Bears' good books. You don't necessarily get in our good books because we don't see it.
Well, you do. It always comes here. The thing is, it
Generally
always
speaking.
comes to the studio.
Generally speaking.
I just have to drink it all.
Broad,
Rich
11 overs, 2 for 31. What were you going to say, Messi?
Rich Turner says, please play the fuck off jingle for the guy with the drill outside my living room window. Cheers.
The drill?
The light roller says, Jesus, it's just so awesome. There you go.
Broad in, bowls a bouncer, Boland ducks underneath it. And there is no... Right, we missed that last little bit of the tweet because the jingle was playing. Messi, can you repeat?
The light roller says, Jesus is so after my bedtime. Can we please get on with it?
Well, I'm feeling
by the
it was
way,
after my bedtime.
Winviz has now got the draw at 0%, so that's a good sign weather-wise.
Yeah. Now we're looking at how England got Boland in the first innings, and they basically put a silly mid-off and a silly mid-on in, and bowled him a bouncer, and he just popped it up to Ollie Pope. But there's no one there at all at the moment. Broad is in, bowls him a bouncer, he turns it away, past the man at leg slip. Into picture comes Moeen Ali at long leg, and Boland will add another run to the score. Every run that Boland scores is a little knife prick in the side of England.
Was that a newish ball that they bounced in with him in the first innings? I can't remember.
Ooh.
Don't think so. Because they batted for about 130, 35 overs or something.
That's right. 116, I think it was. Yeah.
So it wasn't that
So it
new.
wouldn't
It's
have been.
probably
About as old as it is now.
Yeah, 28, 29, 30 overs old.
Oh, hang on, a ring of 3, a sort of mini umbrella on the offside for Khawaja. 2 slips, no one else close to the wicket. Bowls him a bouncer. Thinks about the pull shot, but pulls out of it at the last moment. and it passes harmlessly through to Johnny Bairstow. England
I think
looking
there's-
for some inspiration.
There's
Gotta be
even less
patient.
in this wicket now than there was during Australia's first innings, I think.
Well,
So
I mean,
bat-
this is the thing. I think the wicket is very difficult to get wickets. That's why I'm a bit scared. I think, fortunately, these two aren't going to rattle along and take. I mean, if I was, being Bazball about it, I would be trying to be aggressive and get the runs off as quick as possible and put the oppo on the back foot, but they're not really.
Broad in again. Well, that's too far down the leg side, and he does clip this on its way. Is there a man at long leg? Yes, it's Ben Duckett, who gets the ball into the air quickly, so they can't think of coming back for a second. Khawaja moves to 37, Australia to 115 for 3. And it doesn't look like the place is erupting at the moment. They need to get the crowd on their side, don't they?
A wicket would get it going.
would do that. A lot of empty seats in one stand, in particular.
That's not open because it's a corporate stand where they don't think they'll make enough money by having it open, and they're not going to let people in cheap. There was a lot of discussion on Twitter about it yesterday.
For God's sake, what is wrong with this country? Well, I could start with many things. Now, just for a moment, Boland was almost tempted into flirting with that one outside the off stump. Then he remembered what his job was and held the bat inside the line, I think. Just had a little bit of a... well, he's trying to convince. It's one of those where he draws the bat back after he's played at it to make it look as if he was in control. But that will have given Broad a bit of encouragement. Stands there with his hands on his head.
How
But then he has histrionics, doesn't he, Broad? Every time ball goes past the bat. He's in again to Boland, who goes back and clips this neatly away.
Right in front of middle stump
Deep
there.
square he was, but he got bat on it. And he's got himself another single. Australia another single. 116 for 3 at the end of that over. Messi.
Martley tells us he's bought a piano from... It sends us a picture of it with a cat sitting on it.
Oh.
He's going to turn it into an aquarium. Go figure. Mike Taylor says, wine ashes. Bothan's wine website is shit. It's like a pawn shop bargain bucket bonanza with cases of insufferable plonk for low prices at surprisingly poor value. He's one expensive bottle personally signed. You're clearly paying for him to get his pen out. Oh, dear God. Matt Sells says, has anyone ever asked that useless crap Alexa for the cricket score? Apparently, England are 606 and Australia 493. Useless American junk.
What? Craziness. Anderson into Boland. Boland leaves while pushing a big front pad out at the ball. And it goes through.
The other thing about Jimmy this test is he's tried an awful lot of in swing, not his usual away swing. Not the ones that sort of come in and go.
Well,
There hasn't
I
been
don't
a
know,
lot of
I don't know
swing,
quite what
to
you
be
mean,
fair.
because he's bowling to left-handers and right-handers, and obviously those are different things to different batsmen.
Mainly, but I suppose lefties.
Well, you would imagine that you would do sort of 3 away swingers to a left-hander and then bring one back, that sort of thing, or 2 and 1. And as you say, the sun is coming through, and he angles this one slightly down the leg side. Boland might feel that he missed out, although there is a leg slip there, so there is an element of peril to that shot from Boland. You've got to be a bit unlucky as a batsman to pick out leg slip, who is a very difficult place to field if you ever have done. You see the ball quite late, and it's probably past you on many occasions before you have seen it. 2 slips of gully, ring of 3 on the off, a leg slip, a mid-on, a deep backward square and a long leg, I think, for Jimmy. There's a leg, more of a leg gully now, and they're going to get cheap runs there as it's angled into the legs, hits him on the pad, runs away past the diving Johnny Bairstow. 4 cheap runs for Australia.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And that is just
Annoying.
unforgivable when you're defending a relatively small target. Although people say that's not a small target for the 4th innings, 280,
No, not really.
281. It seems small now that Australia have moved on to 120 for 3.
Still quite a long way off. 160 is quite a way to
But
go.
they get in, batsmen get in.
Yeah, but it only takes one wicket to change everything around, doesn't it? You know.
Some good batsmen to come.
If we've got them 6 down when they need 50, I said that's pretty even.
Lovely clip shot. He's looking for the Yorker there, but Boland is looking a pretty good performer with the bat. He's gone on to 19 from 36. England were full of hope when they got rid of Smith and Labuschagne so quickly. As I said, surely they can't fail twice, both of them, and they did. But now England are finding Boland, of all people, standing in their way. Is there no justice? Is there no end to this? Here comes Jimmy again, poking out his tongue, bowls down the leg side again. Oh, now Johnny Bairstow is appealing for a catch. I think more in hope than expectation. I think it may have just brushed the pad on the way through. 120 for 3, the score remains. Anderson is wicketless at the moment, 10.5 overs, none for 35. Looking for some genuine in-swing there. He's got the shiny side of the ball to the off side. And did bring it back, but just wasn't the right line, was it? Started too straight.
No, exactly. Always angling down.
Good ball to a left-hander, unfortunately.
Well, from over the wicket,
yes. Anderson again into Boland. Boland goes back and crunches this. Great shot from Boland. There's Moeen Ali, though, at deep backward point. So it won't be more than one. Feared that for a moment it might go away for 4. That is the end of the over. Australia are 121 for 3. And I'm going to have to escape for briefly and get my phone if I'm going to do socials.
Okay, well, I'll read a few tweets while we're doing that. Brown Barry says, "G'day nerds, what's the English version of Negadelphian? I didn't even know what a Negadelphian was until the Urban Dictionary tells me it's a fan or follower of Philadelphia-based professional sports teams who refuse to celebrate the 2 Stanley Cup championships." I don't know. You can work that out up there. Barry Goodman says, "Don't forget that if Khawaja's test class, then so's Hendo." Leah says those tiny binoculars the dude in the crowd had are pretty pathetic. If you bring binoculars to the cricket, at least have the decency to bring some really big ones. Adam Collins size at least. Brown says, "Watership Down, you mean what a cute animated movie about bunny rabbits? Oh dear God, what the hell is this?" Farong says, "Hey, we're on. Advice to the ECB, relocate here in Thailand. No rain. Iceland cricket will open the world's northernmost cricket field this month at Hanafjora. At latitude 64 degrees north, the field will break the current record held in Sweden." Brown Barry says, "To be fair, I feel like that might be a more overall accurate idea as to how each team's bowling and batting attacks are doing. But I'm an American." That's replying to someone about Alexa giving useless information. Muttley says all the furnishings are going to be musically themed. I converted mics on stands into lamp stands and sends us a picture. And we're still not on. Chris Acquire says Muttley will need 2 pianos for the aquarium. Sanson's Carnival of the Animals.
What a marathon message. You're still going. This is fantastic. Where have we...
Pushkar Singh says, "I'm listening to TMS and they do sound civil. Don't know about the players." Listen to us, Pushkar. He's obviously replying to somebody else. And does Bessa's mum buys underwear? Certainly looks like it, says Leah. And we're up to date on tweets. That's amazing.
What a fabulous effort. Thank you so much, Messrs. Hi, Russ. How you doing? Hold that thought.
Thank you.
Brought in, ducked under by Boland, who's becoming an irritant under England's skin. He does have a first-class 50, though, doesn't he, Boland? From recollection, for Victoria, I would imagine.
It would be for Victoria if it exists. I'll have to look that up.
The Boland Mystery 50.
I'm pretty sure he does have a 50, yep.
He's got 2, in fact.
He's got 2 first-class 50s, has he? By Jove. I know he's not got many test runs to
his high score is 51.
Yeah, so if he's got 2, then the other one obviously had to be either 50 or 51. It's 121 for 3. England haven't broken through yet. Broad is over the wicket. That's swung and taken, surely. Yes, it is. Boland has gone. England have that night watchman. We've got another one, Hendo, chatting away about his first-class 50. And it fucked him.
Done the job.
Simple as. There it was.
Well, that was quite interesting, I think, because Broad had bowled in the first innings with I think it was Broad who got him in the first innings with a silly mid off and a silly mid on,
Yeah,
and
it
we were
was.
saying in the last over that he had neither of those people in position. He's brought both of them in, and then bluffed Boland by bowling him a big half volley, which he's aimed a drive at, got a clear thick edge through to Bairstow, and that's the first bit of the jigsaw puzzle as far as England are
it's
concerned.
a very small piece that you could argue. Also of interest, worth pointing out before I say play the farewell jingle, is that all 4 catches to Johnny Bairstow so far. There we go. However, I still don't think that puts him in credit from earlier misdemeanours behind the stumps. I'm not having a go at his batting. Perfect ball to him though, Russ, wasn't it? Just enough away swing, little nibble off the pitch. He couldn't resist it, and Johnny Bairstow did the rest.
Yeah, the surprise was it took almost 10 overs.
10 overs and 20
Australia-
runs. That's the niggle for England.
Well, that's right. I mean, if you'd been marking the scorecard beforehand saying how many will we get from Boland, you wouldn't have said 20. You may not have said more than 0. So they're all bonuses for Australia. And if Khawaja could get one off the square, this would have been a very successful start to the day.
Well, the key thing for Khawaja for a little while is just making sure he stays there, because this is going to be interesting. It's the man with the tash, this fellow.
He's just a sweet Travis head. A sweet Travis head. From transdimensional Travis head.
Fantastic World Test Series final, of course. Did Travis Head have, from memory? I'm just looking. What did he get in the World Test?
He got 150 in the first innings, didn't he?
Yeah, 163.
163.
And burned 80, only 18 in the second. But he was certainly in fine touch in that first innings. 37, just over 37 overs gone. We're in the 38th. It's 121 for 4. Boland went for 20 off 40 balls. It wasn't rapid pace. It didn't need to be. He came in as night watchman. I reckon, Russ, if you get 20 and plenty of time out of a night watchman, you've probably got your money's worth. Although, how often have night watchmen proven stubborn in the past, particularly in situations like this?
Jason Gillespie comes to mind.
200 against
He was a very, very capable defender.
He will mention it occasionally whenever you meet him or interview him, by the way, that 200. Occasionally it does slip into his conversation, like every time.
I think it was his last test.
Yeah,
as
I
well.
think it was. I've got a feeling it was as well.
So, thanks for that. Nearly dropped.
Well, Broad it is, who's going to be bowling to the new man Head, who's onto the back foot, and he flicks it towards the man at Silly Point, which I'm assuming is Ollie Pope, most likely, isn't it? That seems to be where he tends to be the man under the lid.
I know there's not a lot of swing out there, or movement off the pitch, but Travis Head has come in, hasn't faced a ball, and there are no slips. They're thinking they're going to get him with the short ball, but even if you're going to try and get him with the short ball, I mean, the ball could lob up into the slip area, couldn't it? And I don't quite follow not having someone in that area. He's got a gully and a silly mid-off.
He does have a silly mid-off onto the back foot. Goes Head, plays this down into the ground, and it's something of an eternity before anyone appears from generally towards mid-wicket to pick the ball up, but there was no hint that he wanted to take a run. 107 for 3 is where Australia started this morning.
It also means he
Khawaja's
can be a
still there.
little safer on the back foot, Head, because he doesn't have to worry so much about edging one to slip if the full ball comes through. He just has to protect his stumps.
Yeah, I think I'd have a slip or two in there. I really do. Certainly for the first sort of over at him, or so.
I would go along with that, but there isn't one. Although there's a gully, and onto the back foot goes Head, forward dashes Ollie Pope, who's under the lid to field, and again there is no run. So he added 7, Boland, to his overnight score of 13, which really wasn't too bad. Khawaja on 34, he's only added 3.
It's all appetizer to this passage of play though with Head though, isn't it? Because he's the one who can take the game away from England, or if he gets out, then you're very deep into the Australian lineup.
Well, the
very quickly.
next three you feel are going to be crucial because you've got Head, Green, and
Carey.
Carey, of course. That's swung at by Khawaja. It was up in the air for a long time, down towards backward square. He will get a single.
No, he didn't.
Didn't he? Didn't take
No,
a single? Oh.
he didn't.
He
It
chose
was
not
head.
to.
It was head, and he pulled it, and he pulled it into the ground, and it bounced, and there was the square leg sort of dived over it. They probably could have had a single, but in the end, as the man came in, they decided against
The way
it.
I saw that, it had gone up in the air. That's what fooled me.
No, it went down into the ground, then up into the air.
3 for 34 for Broad.
Grant Hawkins says, was Bairstow claiming a catch against Boland, or just throwing his arm in the air because he didn't drop the ball? Harsh, he's taken 4 catches, don't you
He
know?
has in this.
Barry Goodman says, Hendo needs to practice. Surely Smith and Labuschagne can't both fail 10 times. Well, you need more than 10 times. They need to fail 20 times cumulatively in this series for England to win it, in my opinion. Leah says, here's something for anyone interested in Philadelphia sports fans.
All right.
They had a courtroom and a jail at the stadium, as you do. Done his job, scored more runs in the second innings than both English openers, says Leah also about Boland.
That is true.
Muttley says, that's what I was hoping for. Was beginning to worry it's going to meander into a draw. Let's capitalise on this. Clovis, the apostate, says, at least looks like we're going to get a whole afternoon's play.
Yeah, I
And
think we're in good shape now. Fingers crossed. Let's just... shall we jingle the new man? Or have
Yeah,
we
go
got
ahead,
more
go
messages?
ahead, go
Here
ahead.
is the new bowler, at least. Well, 1 for 22 for him so far. He did rather steal Broad's property by having the temerity to get Warner. That was his 1 wicket. Onto his toes goes Khawaja, nudges to square leg, they take a single.
Yeah, too short to start with. Okay, first ball, fair enough, I suppose. Pirate Bradshaw has more Somalia-based cricketing verse. Scott Boland, Knight's doomed sentinel, sacrificed to keep the darkness at bay, paired with Cabernet Sauvignon, fruity and silky, a bittersweet pairing for the final day.
Oh, it's a Langhorne Creek Cabernet Sauvignon that I'm drinking today. It's the close of play. It's extremely pleasant. I'll have a sip and see if I'm getting hints of berries. I could well be.
Which was the one which had hints of chocolate? Because that's one that interests me, being a bit of a chocolate fan.
Boom, boom, boom. Oh, now you're asking me.
Was it the Shiraz?
It was the Shiraz from memory, yes. I don't think it was the Pinot Noir, so it would have been the Shiraz. Robinson round the wicket. He does have 2 slips to the left-handed head. Got a little bit of a way shape as Hendo gestured with his wine glass holding hand. That there was just a little bit of movement away. There's a long conversation, a ginger thinking, if you will, between Bairstow and Stokes. What do you reckon is being discussed there, Russ?
I think Bairstow's saying, what do you reckon if I just keep catching them?
What? Well, and Ben Stokes is going, I'd rather you would.
Yeah.
There is that conversation.
If you could just manage that. Would take the pressure off me about Ben Folkes, wouldn't it, for a start?
Yes. Robinson, full driven, but driven straight to mid-on, where Stuart Broad does the fielding, and then lets rip an absolutely awful throw. Shocking throw, which was nowhere near Johnny Bairstow or the stumps. I'm certainly not going to hold that against Johnny Bairstow.
Rohit
He
Singh
almost
says,
hit Travis Head, so that was...
oh, maybe he was aiming for him, but it was a poor performance from Broad on that occasion. Get ready for head ball. Go Travis, says Rohit Singh.
Actually, it was lively backing up by Crawley, and quite an interesting pirouette that Head had to do to stay out of the way. Robinson, in, played again off the back foot, punched really out towards point, no run.
Yeah, it's too short, I'm afraid. Gave him plenty of time. It's coming off the pitch
Harry
so
Brooks, the
slowly
fielder.
that he's in, you've got to get the ball up to a certain degree. Otherwise, it's just easy to play off this pitch.
Well, that has always been the problem. Wouldn't it be great to have a spinner you knew could drop the ball on the spot and rip it with, regularly?
Well, yes.
Yes. Robinson, in he comes. That's wide of the off stump. Head doesn't time that, and he's looking to carve it really out through extra. But he's looking at the bottom of his bat, which of course is always to blame, not the delivery, or indeed the batsman. It's always about the toe end of the bat. And it's
If only they made
120
the edges thicker.
or indeed in this case the toe.
Yeah, surely they need to just put a middle in the toe, and then we'll get even more runs.
Crawley is a big looming presence at silly mid-off. Oh no, he's at slip, isn't he? That one's guided away towards cover, no run.
No, he's at short cover. Roots
Oh,
at
he
slip.
is at short cover.
Short
Yeah,
cover.
no, I thought so, because it was the funny angle we were seeing it.
Armchair
122 for 4.
Armchair Cricket Podcast, who joined us during the World Test Championship, says surely it's a decisive result still. If Oz can get the target under 80 with Khawaja and head, then it's theirs. Otherwise, England are going to be in with a chance. So it hangs in the balance. You're not wrong.
Certainly does.
The record for most dismissals by a wicket-keeper in a single innings is 7. So far, Johnny has 4 from 4. That's from Raffles, the gentleman thug.
Ooh, that's good, interesting to know. He's got, well, if he gets those 3, England are in the game, unless the last one comes sort of when Australia are
5 runs away.
5 runs away. Oh, that's...
No, this is not live.
It's a replay, of course it is. That's definitely not live, because that's... Well, I guess we're looking back to...
Well, we're looking at what Stokes can do with a short ball. This there was against South Africa, and also... I'm not sure who that last one was against.
Well, he's keeping himself out the attack so far, is Ben Stokes. Broad it is, and it's left by Khawaja. It did shape away just a little bit.
Well, he switched to over the wicket, hasn't he, Broady, as well, just for a moment, to see if he can just change the angle against Khawaja. I heard Nasser saying it's a game of angles. It is really. It's a game of angles, but then a lot of games are.
Well, yes. Something angles instead.
Indeed.
Oh, that was what's his name? Robbie Williams. I didn't know one thing. Interesting stat I saw was about how Stokes uses his bowlers compared to Cummins. I'll hold that thought for a second as we wait for Broad, defended by Khawaja, fielded at short cover, no run. Stokes really manipulated his bowlers, and no one really had, I think, more than 6 or 7 overs, whereas 63% of Australia's bowling was done by Lyon and Cummins together. So maybe they don't quite trust Hazelwood, or he wasn't quite finding his line. Boland, perhaps they think they want to use in short, sharp bursts. There's definitely a different approach. This one is left alone outside of the off stump again by Khawaja.
I think
it goes to Johnny B.
Russ was quite critical of Hazelwood when he came on yesterday, and especially sort of against the lower order. But the thing is, Cummins and Lyon were the ones bowling well.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Like, typically, Cummins bowls in 4 over bursts because they're trying to, keep them fresh. But I felt yesterday Cummins was taking it upon himself to get them out.
Yeah, he stepped up as captain, didn't he? Really,
Stuart
yesterday.
Broad it is again, over the wicket again, bit leg sidey, and easy enough for Khawaja to nudge to backward square and take another comfortable single. It'll bring head back onto strike.
I don't think he's got any bat on that. I think it's a leg by.
Do you think it's a leg by?
Yeah.
Hard to
Broad
see because we're
gave
looking
the
at something else here.
impression there that he thought that was... He had his hands on his head on the pitch. I wasn't sure if he was upset with himself for drifting into legs, or whether he thought that he almost actually got him, almost bowled him around his legs or something. But
I think that's just the Broad way, isn't it? I mean, it's the Broad way to make it look like every ball could have got your wicket. I think it's kidology with Broad as much as anything.
He should have been disappointed with that ball. I mean, he can't be perfect every delivery, but that wasn't up there with his finest. In he comes again. That one is short, and head he really bobs rather than ducks, because he doesn't need to duck that far. It was pretty short. It was actually 3 miles an hour, lively enough. But when you're at that speed on a wicket like this, you're going to have to dig it in pretty short to get it to rise that high, aren't you?
The question is, I mean, looking at Stokes' those little clips of Stokes bowling, Russ. I mean, is it odd that England hasn't already given himself a spell? And is it fair enough that he's brought Robinson on? I mean, if I want to bowl a short length against Head, surely he's the man.
Well, Head it is who is facing Stuart Broad. That again is on his hip, but guided straight to Anderson at square leg, and there is no run. 17 times a team has had to chase 250 plus at Edgbaston. Successful chases of that score or more only twice. England, of course, last time a test was played here, that was 378 for 3 they made versus India last year. Before that, it was 2008, South Africa hunting down 281. They got 283 for 5. It won't surprise you. Well, who do you think made all the runs in that one? Either Russ or Hendo.
Johnny.
What year did you say it was?
Who? No.
Oh, sorry.
For South Africa in 2008. Who do you think made all the runs?
I think that was that the series in which he scored very, very heavily.
No, I think that was the series in 2011, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it was Graham Smith.
Oh, Graham Smith.
154 for Smith. Ollie Robinson, in he comes, wide of off stump left. Carefully and watchfully by Usman Khawaja. Mark Boucher got 45. No one else really got anything. Whereas if you look at that England chase of India, easy to forget because so much of it was dominated by Root and Bairstow, but Lees made 56, Crawley 46. Pope failed, I think he got a 4-ball duck, before Root 142 off 173 and Bairstow 114 off 145 just went hunting it down in comparatively limited time, didn't they? Extraordinary afternoon's cricket. This one is dead. It dies horribly. Khawaja can leave it, but it bounced and just seemed to almost grub. It barely got up from the bounce, did it, Russ?
No, it was. I mean, everything is slow at the moment, isn't it? The pitch is dead and dying. The outfield's, everything's dying. The ball is probably in a horrible state because it's run across the wet ground a million times. It's kind of just everything's in slow motion.
Well, none of which is great for the bowling side. I'm not saying it particularly helps the batting side, having what is probably a slower outfield. Robinson he does get that to move a little bit in the air, but Khawaja's seeing it like a football at the moment, and is able to tuck in behind it. And there is no run, and would you believe it, it's a no ball. We can't really, England certainly can't afford to give away free runs, and they have just given away a free run there, which is a real shame.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Oh, that is
the interesting thing is, we're 10 overs in, and Australia scored 17. They're kind of falling
Robinson
behind the run rate.
Swinging in, played into the onside by Khawaja. Safe enough. Halfway through the 41st over. I mean, that's the other consideration. This ball's halfway through its life. You always tend to think 50 overs onwards, unless there's some real reverse about. That ball's got softer and less likely to do things off the pitch, and it wasn't doing a whole lot off the pitch anyway. So England do have their work cut out. We wait for Robinson. The slip goes down and defended in front of his off stump by Khawaja. He's got 2 left-handers to target.
Australia won't want to be in a situation where they've got to score quickly against the new ball, even if it starts to come on a bit better. You don't want to be in 4 wickets in hand and needing 80 off 10 overs or something, or 15 overs when the new ball comes. So
certainly make it interesting.
It would make it interesting. I'm not sure it's in Australia's favour.
Well,
I'll be surprised if Australia continue to score at this
124
meagre
for
rate.
Robinson in left. That did bounce, but was comfortably wide of the off stump of Khawaja, and he's happy enough to leave it. Not such a great World Test Championship final for him. A duck and 13 there, but he had gone very well in the series against India. He made 180 in Ahmedabad, mind you. So did most people on that pudding of a road of a pitch. 60 and 0 in Indore, 81 and 6 in Delhi, 1 and only 5 in Nagpur though. So he got better as the tour went on, rather than the other way round, though. At least
I can't help feeling that I mean, if Head's out there for any time, he will get runs.
Yes.
If he may of course get
agree,
out.
But England's kind of forcing Australia to play in a way they maybe don't want to right now.
Slightly squares up Khawaja, but it's away towards point, and there is no run. Ben Stokes is looking thoughtful.
Oh, hang on, there's another ball to go, isn't there?
Yeah, there is,
because
of the no ball. Yes.
I was just getting ready to reel off some
I
exciting tweets.
I'm ready to cue you, don't you worry. 125 for 4, 38 not out for Usman Khawaja. He's only made 4 this morning, made 34 yesterday. Head yet to get off the mark. In comes Robinson. That's wide of his off stump again. Definitely more lift there though.
Yeah,
but it is the end of the over. It is 125 for 4.
A bit of movement, and I think Khawaja, he's leaving extremely well at the moment. Cloversley Postate says, too early to call. I think this is talking about Usman Khawaja being man of the match. If Australia win or he gets a big 50, then he should. If Broad gets a 5 for an England win, it's his. Yeah, that's probably true. Farong says, so what is the demolished bottle by type of wine at GT Towers? Who has sampled the most? Who do you think sampled the most? I mean,
I think
just have a little think. Just have a little think who you think it might be.
It's almost like, I know if that's Farong, he's very familiar with his football. Think of it a bit like Scottish League, where one side is so far ahead you almost ignore that side and then just worry about who comes second and third. Using which analogy, the Bear would be Celtic and Hendo and I would be sort of St Mirren and probably
Greenock Morton.
Wraith Rovers.
Greenock Morton or Greenock, should it be said?
Eh?
Greenock. A friend of mine used to play for their youth team.
Oh, right.
Old friend of mine, long time ago.
Broad. Again, back into the attack. Elbows pumping. He's in. Oh, and he's so ahead and stepped away towards leg. He sees the funny side of it. Broad followed him and still managed to bowl it at his body, even though he was, Russ? About 3-4 feet outside a leg stump by the time the ball got to him. Look how he backs away here.
It's all quite bizarre, isn't it?
It's the strangest piece of cricket. I suspect he was thinking of looking to play the cut shot. Broad was too canny for him. And all rather nicely, it all ends up in chuckles and smiles, as it should. In comes Broad again. That one is down leg and is pulled this time, but there is a man at long leg. It's Zach Crawley. He's been banished to graze down there, and it still means did he finally take that single yet?
Yeah,
he did take the single.
He did, yes. He's off the mark.
He is at least
12
away.
balls. And a statement of intent, I think, with that one stepping back. So I'm guessing that Head's decided that he's not going to stick around the block for over after over.
Well,
it was very Bazball in its conception, really, wasn't it? Yeah.
Well, you put pressure on yourself, don't you? You put pressure on yourself if you do let that run rate start to creep. And they've been fairly slow going this morning. It's been frustrating for England. Allowing Boland to stay as long as he did will have niggled them for sure. Obviously getting him gives you a little bit of a lift as the bowling side. This one's full and driven straight to short extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah,
fascinating to see that field setting to Head, though. There was 3 players out on deep on the leg side, as well as 3 players kind of in a square leg, short leg kind of position as well. So really just 6 players for the pull shot.
Yeah, which is I guess is why he was going outside leg, thinking that the offside is far less populated, and he might be able to manufacture something through there.
And expecting a short ball because they're basically just peppering him.
In comes Broad again. Oh, that's driven, but that ring of 3 who are very tightly grouped at sort of short backward point and shortish cover, aren't they? They're in that little umbrella there. And would you believe it? It's another no ball. Now, Russ, do you think this might be slightly wet run-ups? It shouldn't be. It's all been undercover. No, you can't blame that on a run-up. It was just a massive overstep. We're looking at the replay.
I think it's
when
just
you're running that far, you only have to be a little bit stretched out compared to what you are. Sometimes as a fast bowler, you can, as you start to warm up, your strides get slightly longer. So it might be that Broad needs to just adjust.
Well, in comes Broad. That's full and swinging a tiny bit, but defended well enough by Khawaja out towards mid-on. No run, 127 for 4. 3 wickets for Broad.
The field to Khawaja is almost the opposite to Head, isn't it? It's all packed on the offside and full balls and trying to force him to try and drive square of the wicket.
Which may be why Head was stepping back and thinking, well, if you're going to do that to me, I'm going to try and make myself room outside a leg to try and play the cut shot.
I think also to get it in the air, actually, because it's not running across this outfield at all quickly. They've got time. The ball is soft. It's coming. It's not springing off the bat, even when it's well timed. So I think it's a bit of a struggle just to score.
Round the wicket comes Broad. Khawaja defends right in front of his off stump. good probing ball. Probing but not penetrative, I think we could say, Russ. That's the concern for England and probably the comfort for Australia.
Perhaps, but I don't think Australia. I don't think you could say Australia's on top. It's almost a stalemate right now between the ball not doing anything, but the Australians not able to get the ball through the field.
Yeah, it's just who's going to be blink first, isn't it? To a certain extent, whether England get another wicket or whether they do just find their way through the
Comes
field.
Broad again. Oh, that was full. Looking to York Khawaja, and he digs a toe end of a bat down. Broad going down on one knee, maybe rehearsing for when the inevitable knighthood comes his way. But on this occasion, it's cost him a run, and it didn't work. What is it? Oh, Bear wants his glass. We were just talking about you being the Celtic of drinkers. With Hendo and I as Wraith Rovers and Dumbarton.
Given the difference in batting styles between Johnny and Ben Folkes, would it be appropriate to suggest different strokes for different folks, says Dave Wood. Okay. You've forgotten to say, what's that Australian saying? Are we saying, oh, look, mate, at the end of each of your tweets. I'm disappointed you haven't kept it up for the whole test.
Oh, yes.
Josie Oak says, has Stokes even bowled in this match? Yes, he has. I'm not sure what that's about, Leah. Yeah, baby, bring it on, Heady, says Rohit Singh. It's basically what his tweets are about, just bigging up Travis Head.
Am I doing one more over, or are we swapping now, Hendo?
So, Shashri, I'm off.
The Bear's going to be in. I'm going to stay manning the controls, so Lord help us all. Russ, I think let me see. Who's supposed to be in there? Krish. We should be seeing Krish. Is Krish there, Russ? He is. Fantastic.
He's in the Moody Ponds Field of Dreams as that's defended out to the covers and there's no run. How are you feeling? Oh, I'll let you get on the seat. Whew, it's all quite tense, isn't it, really?
It is pretty tense. Do you
think both sides will be reasonably happy with the first hour? I mean, England, they've not got away. They've scored, 21 runs in the entire... 21 runs in the entire first hour.
I've counted about, I think, 4 or 5 half volleys on off stump and leg stump that haven't been put away. It's been very cagey.
It has been very cagey. That one's driven up to mid-off and there's no run.
And scoreboard pressure is not really a factor right now. 150 runs in about another 50 overs almost. But
no, there's plenty of time, isn't there? I mean, they can accelerate.
Plenty of time. Khawaja's basically played half of the Australian innings and scored 39.
Yes. And yeah, I mean, the thing is, as a batsman, you can really get into that thing where I don't really look for runs. Is that one? Ooh, nips back a bit from Robertson outside off stump, but good lead by Khawaja, taken by Bairstow. No run. And that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, you've got to switch your mindset. And the problem is when you're like this and you switch your mindset, that's when you make a mistake. At this level, you get coaxed into that mistake. And I think Khawaja's got to be there for quite a while, really. I mean, he's having a golden comeback, really, to England. Last time he was here, he was hopeless.
Well, he's
and he's really stuck it to us in this test. And you kind of think he looks difficult to budge, which he never looked before in England, let's be fair. Khawaja defends it back to the bowler, and there is no run.
I'm just going to find.
I think from an Australian perspective, he has to be there at the end, basically. He's like dropped anchor, and he's.
I don't know if he has to be there at the end, but he has to be there for a long way. I mean, the thing is, you've still got Green and you've still got Carey to come after this. Those four have got to get the majority of the runs. A bit biffing by Pat. And then you're stuffed.
I was just looking. I'll wait till after this ball.
Khawaja faces up. Good ball by Robinson. Squares him up a little bit, but gets right behind it and defends it out into the covers. There's no run.
I'm not sure if this is before. Yeah, before the start of this test. If you were looking at... let me see. Well,
his average in England was about 17.
Yeah, 47. He was averaging 47... and in England he was averaging just under 20.
Yeah, he had trouble over here.
Whereas, and you can compare that to 2011, he was averaging 40 But since 2022, he's now averaging 69, nearly 70.
Yeah, well, exactly. Leaves that lone outside the off stump. There's no run. I do think they're missing a trick bowling over the wicket to him, though, and they're continuing to bowl around the wicket. And the stats just up there. You know, his average against around the wicket is 70, and his average against over the wicket is 19. Now that could be skewed by the few innings he's played here and the amount of times he's gone out, but clearly he doesn't mind that angle. A lot of lefties don't like it, but he seems to not mind it.
Luke Davis, I love that Hendo still can't wrap his head around Stokes ball fields. Just follow the vibes, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Around Thailand says something about snooker, which I don't quite understand. Brian in Brisbane, who we do know very well, of course. Fuck. I may have to go out into the pissing rain and head to the pub to watch this ending. My bloody internet keeps dropping out.
Oh no.
Oh no, that's not great. Hi to our friends Phil Schofield, no, not that one, who says I love Hendo. And who else? Steve Kelk was with us, Don Diego de Silly Pants. Hi to Gareth Mackinson. A whole gang of you there on YouTube, which is fabulous.
I want to watch that Marvel Studios Invasion, whatever it is.
Let's see where we are. Stan the Statistician, who says, I'm Stan the Statistician from Stadbrook. I'm an expert on statistics, facts and figures. Oh, I get the joke. I'm an expert on statistics, facts and figures. I thought you'd like to know that Ben Stokes is the first English captain ever to have a ginger beard.
Really?
Apparently.
Don't believe that.
Well, how many other very ginger captains of England can you think of?
Well, actually, in the class system, I doubt there's many gingers.
Okay.
Well, no, just because, you know.
Jay Grover's saying, Russ is sounding happy and contented. This bodes ill for England. Well, yes, it may do. Warren, how much more of this nerve-wracking tension do we have to endure? Well, until it's over, Warren.
And potentially
one way or
4 hours or so. Well, no, what can they go until 7? The last hour starts at what, 6?
Yes, I would imagine.
Or is it back to 6:30? It might be 6:30 because of the lost time. So in which case they can go to 7:30.
I know I've extended our rota till about midnight.
Yeah.
Expectation that anything could happen. Well, Hendo, says Leah, some rich Bradman decided to dive the wreck of the Titanic in something that was never tested or certified by any government organisation.
Yes.
It went about as well as you would expect.
I mean, that's horrifying. But exactly that. You know, if you're going down to the depths of the ocean in some little fucking tub, there's a chance occasionally that something might go wrong. And if it goes wrong, the chances are you're going to die. And if you want to take 250 grand for the privilege, good luck to you. Because it won't be me. Much why I won't jump out of a plane and do skydiving. You know, why take the risk? That's what I say.
I think I would do that.
I fear falling. Why would I want to fall out of a plane?
Because you've got at least a parachute too.
Well, yes, and if it doesn't open, you're dead.
Well, you might have a second parachute.
Well, if that doesn't open too.
Well, you see, you've got a bit Hendo there. I always look at you for relentless optimism, and now you're getting all a bit.
Well, I'm optimistic, but I don't believe in doing things that humans weren't built really to do. And jumping out of trains and jumping out of planes from great height and going to the bottom of oceans. Neither of those things were we designed to do. We can't fly, and we don't have gills.
I'm a very keen diver.
Not with that attitude.
Well, no, exactly. Thank you, Krish.
No, I don't mind snorkeling because I'm on the surface. You know, and I can hold my breath and I can go down wherever I like. That's cool.
I'm just thinking of a fish's eye view of the bear.
It's probably not very pleasant.
Looming over them in his budgie
causing
smugglers.
A big shadow. In his big shadow.
Budgie smugglers and snorkel.
And some pink blubbery shit that looks like a whale. Yeah, all right.
That was your own word. That was you, not me.
Oh God!
I stopped. You just carried on, mate.
I presume we just had drinks because that was interminably 5-minute break. 128 for 4 Australia. Khawaja is on 1, facing up to Broadhead. Oh! He pulled it down the leg side. They were playing for that, but he got just enough of it.
If you're playing for that, have a leg slip there, for goodness sake.
Well, they should have a leg slip, possibly. I was just about to say that myself, but Head pulls it and gets a top edge that goes just past Bairstow. Very fine. 4 runs.
I'm just watching at the replay.
Yeah, it's shorts down the legs. It's 2 legs side, really. It's not really at him enough. He did get to free his arms. He still didn't get it perfectly. But as you say, there should be quite a fine leg slip if that's what you're playing for. You can have him quite deep as well because it's not going to go down quick, you wouldn't have thought. Broad in again, short once more and through to Bairstow, no run. It's all very tense. But England will be happy to haven't scored many runs and Australia will be happy to have only lost 1 wicket, and he was a night watchman after all. And he scored, what, 19?
He got 20.
20.
Yeah. Comfortably his highest test score. To that point, we reckoned he'd had 2. Well, I only thought he'd made 1. No, maybe I didn't count the 50s. His highest first-class score was 51, suggesting that his other 50 was either 51 or 50 exactly.
Yeah.
If he's got 2 of them. But he has got 2 first-class 50s.
Broad in again. Bowl short. Smashed by Head. But he can't do anything but hit the man at cover, and there's no one. You see, this is... I don't know if you'll... Krish, I don't know if you'll agree with this, but do you think that Australia were just too defensive because they kind of got scared and just put everyone out and offered England singles all the time, whereas England aren't scared? I mean, they think they're going to bowl this way and they might get hit for the odd 4, but they're still prepared to keep the people up. They're looking for the wicket.
I think that's a good point you raised. But there's been so many mistimed shots over the last 10 overs or so. Get back to after this ball.
Oh, big attempted drive again by Travis Head. Gets a thick inside edge. Just goes between his legs and out to short leg, and there's no run.
I think it's a very good point you raised. I think Australia have been put in this mindset of being ultra defensive at the start, and since then you've seen a bunch of mistimed shots. They've missed out on a bunch of half volleys, but England, to their credit, have plugged away. They've set good fields. They stopped the singles, and most of the boundaries, if any, they've been streaky.
Yeah, they have, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what England have got to hold on to, you know. The boundaries are streaky. There's a lot of mishits. That's pulled hard. Can't beat the man at square leg. They've got a funky field, actually, on the leg side. Short leg is quite close, and Stokes himself is at square leg, just in front. Well, probably dead square, roughly, just in front. Basically, behind, just over Ollie Pope's right shoulder. He's at short leg, and Travis Head just can't get it away.
And this is attritional. This is Test match cricket right here.
Absolutely cracking. Broad in, pretty shit wicket though, has to be said. That's clipped. He'll get away with that down to long leg for a single. And that'll be the end of it over, and we'll go over to the chuckling, Tony.
Well, I'm chuckling because you're copping a bit of flack, mate. It has to be. Yeah.
Why am I copping flack?
You're copping some flack from Warren, who's going, is the bear calling gingers second-class citizens? Jersey Oak, who's saying if the bear fears falling, he should drink less. as he polishes off a little more of this fine Langhorne Creek Cabernet Sauvignon, the close of play, which is our Ponting wine of the day. And I will tell you, actually, where you can go to get your incredible 15% discount off the whole range of Ponting wines that we have. It's pontingwines.com.au/Guerrilla Cricket, and you use the code when you get there, GC Ashes 2023. That's all in lowercase. pontingwines.com.au/Guerrilla Cricket, and we have an interesting bowling change.
Yeah, so I don't know how this will work. We have got a bowling change. You're going to find his jingle. Should be somewhere around.
It should be somewhere. That's super. It's this chap.
Our beard shouldn't touch. Move over, Amla. I like it too much. Move over, Amla. You're one hairy dish I love unconditionally. It's Moeen Ali.
I mean, you see the wicket still should be turning. It's day 5. It's been turning reasonably well for the spinner for the last couple of days. Question is, can he land his first ball? I'll just bowl flat darts. First ball is slammed out to Cow for 4 runs. I thought that was going to be to mid wicket. Actually, it can't have been that far from him. Didn't time it that well. If I had Stokes, I'd have gone to myself before I went to Moeen, to be honest.
Yeah, proper loosener, that one.
Yeah, it was.
Or is
Too
it just
short.
he's not controlling the ball, which has been his...
Well, I mean, that is a problem, isn't it? That one is on the back foot, punched out to deep cover. Good bit of fielding out there by Duckett. They should go back for 2 there. And they do. And this is it. Don't give them what they want. Travis Head likes this, clearly. And he looks like he'll enjoy it. I mean, going...
It's slow turn, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's like a bit of turn. It's very slow.
It is. Oh, I haven't said that. That was edged. But it's gone out through point. And it's not going to be hauled in by Broad. He's acted like he has fielded it, but I'm pretty certain that when he fielded that, he was touching the boundary sponge, and that's 4 runs.
Has he signalled it yet?
No.
No, they're going to check it.
They're going to check it. They're looking from behind.
No,
it's close, isn't it?
Maybe it is close, actually. He got rid of it? Nah.
No, I think look at the way his elbows
that's
pushing
4.
that back. That's 4 to me.
Yeah, that's 4. See, I wouldn't have done this.
Well, then you're basically writing Moeen Ali out the game.
True.
Yes, it's 4.
You ask where I live, here's the address
I suppose you've got to stick with him.
The phone.
He shaved his head today. That's tossed up. Oh, and again, it's edged though. I mean, it's aerial for a little while. It's poked at by Head, but it goes to backward point.
Well, a second slip might be useful if he's bowling to left-handers.
Well, a gully.
Any turn.
I say a gully more than a slip.
Yeah. Well, for that particular shot, yeah.
Slip and a gully.
Puff of dust. I noticed a puff of dust.
Oh, that's it! I've said that, and fuck me, he's gone and got him. Travis Head has gone back, poked at one, it's turned, it's got off the edge. Moeen has come back into my good books, as that is edged and a very easy catch for Joe Root at first slip, funnily enough. And England are ecstatic, and that was good. I mean, it was worth it to buy the wicket, really. I mean, he's got, what, 2 4s in that over, plus a couple. So he's got 10, and then he's got himself out. It's come off the glove. I think it's bounced and turned, and he can't believe it, Travis Head. And
to Krish's point, that really did turn, didn't it?
Yeah. So I take that all back. I love Moeen. I've always loved Moeen anyway, but I was just a bit scared.
I've got to be honest. I was writing his cricketing obituary, not for the first time.
Well,
but there he's found one. Can he maintain it though, Krish?
The problem
dodgy fingers.
Yeah, see, the problem is this wicket isn't. Although there's a bit of turn, it's just so fucking slow. It's not even that helpful to a spinner when it's this slow. You want a bit of, pace off the wicket, a bit of bounce, and then those sorts of balls are more dangerous. But hey,
What happened there is that Head got a couple of boundaries in that, and he thought, it's here for the taking. And then, cricket being the great leveler it is, went, nah, mate, not going to happen.
So you think they sort of bought the wicket, but I mean, you've got to say that
sort of. It was a good ball.
Terrific ball.
It was a terrific ball. I mean, the wicket is offering. I mean, the wicket is offering spin, and he's gone back maybe to a ball that he probably maybe should have gone forward to. But he's decided to go back, and it's turned, and it's actually jumped a little bit higher because it's caught him off the glove.
Will that
and gone through
encourage
the keeper.
them to give Joe Root a turn or two, because he can rip it, Joe Root?
Well, he can. Well,
and he's has he got? Is Cameron Green another left-hander? Yes, no,
he's a right.
He's a right-hander.
Yeah, of course he is.
And of course, he should have been stumped second ball in the first innings.
We know. I still don't think Johnny B's in credit, even after those 4 catches in this innings.
I'm not sure he is. Well,
no, I don't think he is. Not when you look at what the miss-stumping, and actually 4 miscatches, because you can put 3 that went down and 1 that he didn't go for.
Well, I think the ones that cost lots of runs. I think Carey cost runs, and Green cost 38 runs, and Carey cost about 20 runs. So there's about 70. He got 78 in the first innings, and he got 20 in the second innings. So he got about 100 runs, and he lost. I think the other ones didn't really cost that much. So he's probably 80 runs in debit for lost catches, and so he's probably only about 19 runs in credit, really. Moeen Ali is tossing that one up. Turns. He's bowling it straight at Cameron Green's pads. Now, before play, when you're listening to the TV, a lot of people were suggesting, a lot of Australians and even English guys suggesting, with Cameron Green's IPL 100 and being able to biff it out of the ground with long leaves and hits it bloody hard.
A key player.
He should come out and actually try and counter-attack England, put them off their stride. What do you think, Krish?
Well, that was what Travis Head was trying. And the thing is, like, after this, we've got, well, Cummins can bat.
You still
We've
got Carey.
Batsmen. You got Carey. Yeah, that's the thing. Is that you got Carey and then Cummins who can bat. 140 runs to get in the 4th innings of a test match. Nah, this is classic test match time. You dig in.
I think I want to bet.
dig in.
Moeen Ali's getting a fantastic round of applause. Crowd on their feet as he headed back to his fielding position down by the boundary there. Local boy and all that. And they are loving it. Jersey Oak said, if the Bears fizz falling, we did that one. Jay Grover, given the Bears' driving record, I think his views on skydiving are a wee bit inconsistent.
Yeah, but that's on the ground.
Brian Barish, you'll be happy to know that I have no desire to see the Titanic up close other than on the other side of a TV or a phone, and only then give me Kate Winslet or give me death.
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with you there. Right, well, is that Jimmy? Back into the attack. Back into the attack comes Jimmy Anderson, bowling at Khawaja, who has been at snail's pace this morning, it has to be said. First ball is a dot.
Here's Jimmy.
Jimmy, 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 oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, oh, little Jimmy, let go.
That turned sharply, didn't it? It did turn and it bounced, and that was a really comfortable catch for the slip.
I'm not going to say it went through Bairstow, but I do think
that was the first.
It brushed Bairstow on the way through.
Well, no, but it diverted a lot off the bat. It diverted a lot off the pitch. It's definitely a first slips catch. I mean, it went straight into his palms. He hardly had to move. Jimmy is around the wicket, driven at by Khawaja, but it only gets a single out to Brooke, who's at backward point, and there's no run. I got a bet in. I got under the last wicket, and it's now 169.5. What, 145? So that 25.5 runs. I'm going under again, being the optimistic England person. England are now favourites with the bookies. Australia were favourites until Head was out. I wonder what Winver says now, but the bookies have England at 5-4 on, and the Aussies at 6-4. So it's still quite marginal.
Yeah, well, I still think it is because they are chipping away and chipping
but
away.
They're chipping away extraordinarily slowly. They've scored what? Not even 38 in an hour and 20 minutes.
Well, they're going a shade over in the innings so far.
And the problem here is actually they're going to bring the new ball into play, which they really didn't need to, because we only bowled 28 overs when we came out this morning. We bowled 17 overs, the equivalent of around about 2 and a bit and over. Oh, now that's beating the outside edge of Green's bat, who prods down the line, and Jimmy doesn't really move off the straight, but it's prodded out by Green. And
the 38 runs aren't the issue here. It's the 2 wickets. 38 for 1, even if it was, we'd taken this long, I'd still back Australia. The second wicket, Moeen Ali has made the difference there. That ball, did it turn as much as it bounced?
Yeah, there was a bit of bounce as well, and I think that's probably what did it, really. It means it got up on him and got the gloves. That one is arrowed in straight at stumps. There's no bloody movement. Absolutely none, and Jimmy's a king of movement, but he just can't get anything to happen. His pitch is flat, I'll give it that, but it's slow, which gives the batsman a chance.
Well, they still need best part of 45 overs.
But that's what I mean. Look, if England had been out there for 17 overs and lost 2 wickets this morning, I guarantee you they'd have scored at 4 or 5 and over, even with the tail enders, and they'd have scored 70, 80 runs by now. Oh, now again, well, there's an appeal by Bairstow, and Stokes is sticking his hands up, but everyone is going looking at each other. No, he's thinking about a review, Stokesy, but no one else is with him, so he thinks fuck it. You're the skipper, you can do what you like, Ben. But again, there's a bit of wobble scene. Doesn't really move off the seam. Maybe a fraction, and maybe a fraction is all you need. Appeal by Bairstow, but Jimmy really wasn't that interested, and Stokes is kind of half interested. Keeps playing down the wrong line here, Green. And you kind of think if Green goes, it's a long way off. I mean, Carey and Khawaja could take it there. Oh, edged! But fucking hell, there's no second slip. It's going to be 4 runs. I just heard Hendo shout next door.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
When I said I wanted 2 wickets with Australia still needing 100, they still need what? What are they on? 144, and they need 281.
Yeah, 130.
So they still need 130. If England get another one before they get to 100 needed, I think England are right in the box seat. And then it really will be down to Khawaja to take it home.
Dave Wood says, humans weren't designed to travel at 60 miles an hour, so I suspect the bear will give up driving.
No.
Neymar Butlin says, I love the rain delay, perfect for the Pacific coast. Can we please start cricket at 2:15 every day? Messi Jez says, you guys probably didn't see it because of Sky having an ad during the drinks break, but Robinson went up to Usman to talk to him, and someone, Root, had to pull him away. What is it between those two?
I don't know.
It's not pleasant. And
Okay.
It's certainly not that necessary either.
Oh.
Wait, was that during the drinks break?
Yeah, it must have been. Khawaja cut that out to point and there's no run. I don't know why Ollie is feeling the need to do that, really. I mean, I can understand the... I mean, I'd hope that that was a visceral feeling that came out when he got him out, because he got 140, and actually you go and go to him and go, sorry mate, you know, that's what goes on a pitch. But anyway, Moeen bowls the second ball of that over. It's just defended by Cameron Green, and there ain't no run. I had something important to say, but I can't remember what it was. Moeen tosses that up. Decent delivery, and the thing is, you don't really want to let Moeen settle, actually, do you? Which was what Head was trying to play at.
He does look solid, Cam Green, doesn't he?
Yes, well,
good forward defence.
Exactly, but then you got to learn out. You got to score as well. Because eventually you may well get a ball that has your name on it. That one is just turned into the leg side, mid-wicket fields, and there's no run. And this will do Moeen the world of good, actually, just to be able to sit on a batsman and put it on a spot, have him prodding forward, defending. That's what you love as a spinner. Cam Green facing up, tossed up, comes back into the pads again, and he just turns it on the leg side, and that's the end of the over.
Jay Grover says,
there's one ball left, but you can carry on. Do a tweet.
Jay Grover says, I'm not sure whether Prince Harry's gingerlude proves or disproves the Bears' theory. Warren says, what are the chances of Moeen getting robotic fingers in time for the next test?
Well, let's face it, you know, I think the rumours are true when it comes to Prince Harry. That's defended up the track, there's no run. I think it's down as James Hewitt. I will say that. Can't prove it, but I said that's the case. And on that fact, you know, ginger people, well, we look down. I've got ginger in my beard, and well, before it went grey anyway, I used to have ginger in my beard.
Supan says, new prediction, Khawaja will carry his bat, but Australia will lose. It's funny, isn't it? You guys are sitting there in Mooney Ponds, and all our Australian listeners going, oh, I'm worried about Australia. We're just as worried about England. Everyone seems to see more the negative side.
Well, of course, because everyone hates losing, but I don't expect that of Australians. I thought Australians are always eternally optimistic, and they're the greatest things since sliced bread, and they're always going to win.
Clovis the Apostate says, beware the wounded Moeen. Muttley says, had to mute the phone call. Nice to return to another wicket. Or had to mute for a phone call.
Mute.
Nice to return for another wicket. Yep.
Well, Minimo's remaining 50. Go on, Chris.
I'd say cautiously optimistic. I would have been more optimistic if Travis Head was still batting.
Yeah. Clipped into the leg side.
Is that in the air?
Mid-wicket. No, I don't think so. I might have been in the air a bit, but I don't think it was anywhere near the fielder in the air. And there's no run. Yeah, I mean, the three batsmen I feared were Head, Smith and Labuschagne. And all have actually gone cheaply in this second innings, which is an absolute bonus for England. 13 for Labuschagne, 6 for Smith. Travis Head out for 16. As an England supporter and as an England fan, and you know, you've got to think, Christ, you know, Khawaja you thought was going to be the cheap wicket, and he's been the expensive one. Jimmy around the wicket and defended by Khawaja, who's looked serene, to be fair, throughout this game. A little bit troubled actually in the first dig on the first innings, but after that he's looked pretty good. Defended out to cover, and there's no run. He's on 41. What were you going to say?
Who had Scott Boland outscoring Smith and Labuschagne in the lottery?
Exactly. And probably who had Khawaja's top scorer in the first innings. You'd have got good odds at a bookie for that one.
He's been in good form, to be fair.
Yeah, he has, but it's just his form in England, Chris. It's just, it's non-existent, really. Clips that one nicely off his pads out towards deep mid-wicket. It'll just be an easy single. And he's thrown back into keeper. But if he just gets a single and then Green just blocks out, they're going nowhere fast. They still don't need 3 and over, however. If the full 50 overs get bowled, and I very much doubt 50 overs gets bowled. What time's tea?
Tea will be at 4:30.
We're due a change now, aren't
we are due a change at
3:45,
which is pretty much now.
At the end of this over. Who's on next?
Hendo is on with Messers and Russ.
Okay. Gonna have to sit in a control seat, Hendo.
I'll rattle off some tweets while we change around.
Okie dokie. Green steps back. And Jimmy is in. Gets that one to swing in. It's driven nicely by Green, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run. Jimmy's had a quiet test. I guess if England win and Jimmy has a quiet test, I'll be reasonably happy because he doesn't often have quiet tests.
Actually, I'll move now and make it easier for Hendo.
Okay. So it'll be quite nice. Don't tread on that. That's Strauss diving. Quality picture. I don't know where we got that from. Didn't Katie bring it in once? And it's remained here ever since. I would love to tell you what happened there, but Tony was walking in front of the telly. But I think it was left alone by Green through to the keeper, and there's no run. 1 ball left in this little stint. Are you getting involved in the ladies' ashes, Krish?
Not in the first test, but I will be back for the second one.
Okay.
There is only one test.
There's only one test, but there's
there's only one.
Yeah, there's only one test.
That's disappointing. Yeah, I've got like a lot of work to do in that week, which is why I won't be back for the next Ashes, the men's Ashes one as well. I will be back for number 3 though.
Jimmy, oh, that hit the bat. I thought it hit the pad.
Kept low, didn't it?
It did keep low. If it hit the pad, it would have been absolutely plumb LBW, which is why they were all so excited. However, there is no
in the back.
Yeah, there is no wicket, no run. End of my spell. 40 overs done. Australia 155. England will be feeling good. The target's still 281, obviously. Hendo is going to take you through the next half an hour.
I suppose the thing for England is that they...
Before you go, Bear, put us both on screen, please. Sorry.
The thing for England is just not to let any batsman get away, isn't it? And I mean, although Khawaja has looked relatively serene, as the Bear said, he's scored incredibly slowly so far. What did he start on? 34? Because he added 8 in an hour and a half. And that's your batsman who got 141 in the first innings. He's thinking there's a lot of responsibility upon his shoulders, and actually maybe that's slightly inhibiting him. KP is getting very excited in the skybox, saying that Cameron Green should absolutely hammer Moeen Ali. Well, he won't, but Usman Khawaja will, as he's given a high full toss, which he swings away, takes him to 46. This is what you're getting from Moeen Ali. We've had 14 runs. It's really about the ratio of unplayable balls to absolute tripe with Moeen.
Yeah.
And if he can get it onto the sort of in favour of unplayable balls, then he's got a chance. But I mean, he's got a crucial wicket. Maybe if it doesn't come good in this over, you give him a rest again. Maybe Stokes has got to be looked at. He's got to look at himself. This is turned away by Khawaja, having said that he's hardly scored any runs today. Suddenly he's picked up 6 in 2 balls. Root has chased it down towards long leg, and Khawaja moves on to 48, looking for a second half century of the match. Australia 156 for 5 now, need 125 to win. And this is what I mean. I was going to say KP was really having a go at Green, saying that he ought to be whacking Moeen Ali. Although Moeen Ali bowled to him quite well in the first innings. It's very easy to sit in the commentary box and say that when... And Cameron Green's not that experienced as a test player. Moeen in short. Oh, he's flicked that up in the air! Oh, my word! Would you believe it? It was a terrible ball, but it's stuck in the pitch. Khawaja had gone to whip it away, and all he did was whip it up into the air towards mid-on. Fortunately for him, it dropped short of Jimmy Anderson, but for a moment England were thinking, oh my god, there's a gift here. But unfortunately, Anderson was too far back. Moeen again, short, and it's poor once more, but they have got a man on the 45 now, so he won't get a run.
This is the challenge for Australia now, that they've got such a small margin for error that the favour is in Moeen Ali bowling one or two unplayable balls, or there being one or two mistakes, and then that's it. The innings is over.
It is. Oh, it's dreadful. He's edged it. Oh, he dropped that. Did he edge that? Maybe he didn't. No one's getting too excited about it. But if that's... Please tell me that is not another drop chance from Johnny Bairstow. Well, they're focusing on him.
He didn't take it cleanly, so that would indicate that it definitely deviated somehow. Unless it bounced way more than expected.
I think he's got an edge on that.
Oh, that's...
Well, at what point do you say, Johnny Bairstow, you've cost us more than you've created? Whipped away again. It was a poor over. This is fielded at on the 45. It was a poor over. 6 runs came from it, but also the wicket of Khawaja could have come. We're going to see a replay of this. Is there an ultra edge on this? No. All right. Well, that's good news as far as Johnny Bairstow is concerned.
It was still shit keeping.
It was, yeah.
It was actually worse keeping because it didn't deviate. If it had deviated, you don't have time to move your gloves.
No.
You just got to hope that they stick. But you really should take them if it's not hit the bat.
Yes. Yes.
Clovis the Apostate says, beware the wounded Moeen. The cricket slouch says, well, there goes head. Australia 5 down, and England can now claim the upper hand in this battle. He was looking rather uncomfortable out there, not middling many of those. Yeah, I have a view that apart from Usman, all of the Australians are very poor against good spin balls.
Anderson bowls.
Ali doesn't bowl that many of them.
And Cameron Green leans into this. We'll get a couple of runs through the covers. 158 for 5. Just runs flowing a little bit more easily in the last couple of overs. Cameron Green's got such long reach that he can turn almost anything into a half volley.
England's bowled really well, and they bowled the fields that have prevented runs, and it's stopped Australia from scoring unless they were taking more risks.
It's got a second slip in there where a ball went in the previous over. Horses, bolting, stable doors and all that. This is defended on the back foot by Green.
That's the downside to trying to prevent runs, that you can't put players in field catching positions, right?
Yeah, well, partly yes, and partly, I mean, I guess they feel the ball's not really doing enough to merit having too many in those slip positions. But every now and again you will get one to move. When you've got someone as skillful as Jimmy, he will eventually produce a corker. That's what England need now. 6th wicket now, and you would have to say England were favourites. Anderson in again, gripping stuff outside the off stump, just played late by Cameron Green, leaning on it, allowing it to run away to backward point. Again, there is no run. Now, I just got the feeling that KP has based everything about Cameron Green on the way he's played in the IPL. And this isn't the IPL, and you don't just whack players necessarily. You might whack Moeen because he's bowling, because of his injury, he's not bowling very well at all, but he can just, if he gets it right, produce a cracking delivery.
And not on a 5th day pitch with players in catching positions, instead of just ringing the boundary trying to stop you from hitting them.
Yeah, true. Wide of the off stump, left alone this time. Not a particularly good ball from Jimmy. 158 for 5. Khawaja 48. Green has a 6. We're in the 50th over of the innings.
The broadcaster says it's Mel Jones and KP in the box at the moment. Is it possible to mute half of a commentary team?
Yeah.
Which one of us would we mute? Which would it be? Well, there's 3 of us. I don't know who we'd mute. Anyway. Anderson, none for 44. He's got to come to the party, as they say. Surely it's time for Jimmy. to have his moment. So he just trots on the spot then, runs in as he's done so many times before, and he offers it up outside the off stump to Green, and Green declines the invitation to go after it.
Surely, in the interests of good, cricket, we want this partnership to blossom for a little bit too. Give us something interesting to watch in the last session.
You two might. I'm not one of those people who loves the fact that sport is so unpredictable. I like my sport predictable and my team winning. I'm sorry. No, I don't. I do like unpredictable sport, but as I say, ultimately, you kind of end up choosing one side, don't you? Anderson into Green. Green chops this time. Backward square. Ben Duckett runs around at backward point. And they take a single. That's the end of Anderson's 14th over. He has got figures of none for 45, much to his chagrin. Khawaja has 48. Green has 7. Messi.
Rhodes thing says, it too, Travis. Tom M says it would be a lovely time for Mo to cross 200 test wickets. He only needs 2 more. Leah says, oh God, my Latin lessons were long ago, but I think it should be something like et tu treve, as the original is et tu brute. When I mentioned that Robinson had to be pulled away by someone, I said I thought it was rude. It was actually Jimmy Anderson. Jamie Cook didn't like me mentioning that. He said, give it a rest, absolutely soft as shite, you like. Well, I wasn't commenting on it, I was just saying it happened. Whereas Clovis the Apostate says, if he was sledging, I hope he's docked. I hated it when Ponting's Aussies carried on like that. Don't be an Aussie wanker, Ollie.
I think Aussies will probably love him on the basis that he is a bit Aussie. He's a little bit Aussie, a little bit Aussie cricketer anyway, maybe not Aussie in general.
Well, the sort of tables turned, haven't they? And they've just stayed mum about it, haven't they? They said, well, big deal. Neymar Butland says, how many head gags have we had? England gives you Willie, Australia gives us head. Anyone? Is this Twitter thing on?
No. Well, he's long gone.
We've done those to death, I think, over the last couple of years.
Yeah, certainly so. Moeen Ali's going to continue 1 for 41. He's got the wicket of the aforementioned Travis Head. He's going to be bowling to Green. He did have Green in trouble in the first innings. Bowled well to him. Can he find a little spot outside off stump, or will that blister impede him? Let's see what he does with this over. Short leg and a slip. He's in. He bowls outside off stump. Doesn't turn. Green goes back. You felt as Green played that he was waiting for the turn, and so therefore didn't really put the leverage into the shot that it required. It wasn't that great a delivery. They won't get a run.
Funny little hop after he hit it, wasn't there?
Yeah.
I think Ali's finger might be an advantage because it hurts so much. He's only trying to turn 1 or 2 and over.
This is defended back to him, and there is no run. Have we got any odds on this now? Are England slightly ahead?
England are very much favourites, I think.
Short ball, clipped away. Mid-wicket is Ben Stokes, and he does the fielding. Bounces comfortably into his hands, around about waist height. Better over this than the last one from Moeen Ali so far, but 3 balls to go. Cameron Green awaits. He throws that up outside off stump, and he's aware that it might turn back, so he pushes a long leg out, and the ball comes off a thick outside edge, doesn't turn, and they go through for 2.
Green has a habit of just thrusting the pad and bat together and stabbing at it, and it got him into trouble in the first innings a couple of times, both when he was almost stumped and when he was out.
Yeah.
And it got him into trouble there as well.
He's very aware of the ball from Ali that will turn back. He's in again, bowls, and he just clips this back with a little bit more aggression to Moeen, who's busily chewing away on some gum.
Cricketers has England at 54% and Australia at 39%. The bookies are about the same.
Ooh,
strangely, they're saying the draw is 7%, which I think is crazy.
This one does turn a little bit and keeps a bit low, but it wasn't really particularly threatening. Came off the pitch very slowly indeed. Defended by Cameron Green, and there is no run. Messi.
Tom M says, I was told recently that the ginger hairs of non-ginger people are the first ones to go grey. I have no sources to back my claim. Jay Grover says, Robinson giving a universally liked man shit, given their respective track records, is not the best PR move. Also, I have ginger in my beard, and I'm common as all fuck, but I submit Henry VIII and Elizabeth I as a counter-argument. Josie Oak says we're doomed. Tom M says, thanks to Joe Root getting greedy, we've been robbed of Court Bairstow by 10. Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know that, he did do the first 4, but I don't really think it proves much. KP treating Green in much the same way as he did Jimmy Taylor, says Dave Wood.
Really? Although there was a slightly difference in height. He didn't seem to like Jimmy Taylor on the basis that he was he kind of seemed to think he was too small to play cricket. Anderson in, bowls, onto the front foot comes Khawaja. Defends up to Ben Stokes at mid-off. And whatever else you say about Khawaja in this innings and the fact that he hasn't really got going in this on this particular day, I think he scored 14 runs today in best part of an hour and 40 minutes. His concentration levels have been something else. Because as we said, he's batted on all days of this test.
Yeah, and he's batted almost an entire day of balls. In fact, given how many overs we get through, he's basically, I think he's about 80 overs in. So it's basically one of the days of this test was just watching the Khawaja nurdle and the ball around.
Yeah. Jimmy around the wicket to Khawaja. Oh, he throws up. I think that was the knuckleball that he occasionally bowls now. Floaty knuckleball, but it didn't fool Khawaja. It was too wide, really, as well. And rather died on its way through to Johnny Bairstow. Sort of close up of Alex Carey a few minutes ago. Looked as if he was about to drift off to sleep. So I don't know, maybe he was just meditating or something, and trying to get more focused in case he's needed very soon.
Someone was accused of that the other day. I think it's useful for not to concentrate too hard for batters before they come to the crease because they tire themselves out watching. But they
can also worry themselves by watching as well, I think. Anderson bowls a short one, gets a glove on that. The leg slip would have been extremely handy, but there's no one to stop it apart from Brook eventually running round to his left, and they get back for 2. On the basis that we've had a leg slip for so many overs in this match, that's a disappointment that there wasn't someone there for that. However, the glove does bring another 50 to Usman Khawaja, who's played brilliantly in this game, and we should honour him in this way.
Don't stop just 'cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
Short ball after that one is left alone by Khawaja.
22 50s and 1500s in 62 matches is actually a pretty good conversion rate.
Yep. I think he's a classy batsman. I've always have felt that way. I mean, yeah, he'll get out when the ball's moving around, but he's done a tremendous job, having taken quite a lot of criticism coming into this series about his record in England. Jimmy again.
Everybody gets out when the ball's moving around, don't they?
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Defended into the offside. Popefield in the covers, and there is no run. Khawaja has 50 off 145 balls. Green has 9. Australia just edging closer to this target of 281. Just signs that they've come through the worst of it, maybe. I don't know. I'm just getting that feeling.
Don't you start that, Hendo.
Just getting that feeling. I'm getting that feeling very strongly indeed.
They're a third of the way through the target. They've lost a third of the wickets, a bit more than a third of the wickets they had in hand.
Anderson bowls to Khawaja. He went a little bit wider on the crease, and he just directs the defensive shot up to mid-on. And that is the end of the over. 163 for 5. Messi.
I'm bloody well on to you, Hender. Joshua Letford says, everyone's calculating Bairstow's runs minus his drops, but we've got to add on Folkes' runs into the equation as well. In short, keeping Folkes out of keeping is out and out stupid. Farang says, new GC stat, wine strike rate. Strike rate is determined by millimetres per hour. So from what the Bish and the Hendo mentioned earlier, the Bear would have a strike rate of 250 plus.
Oh, easily. He's IPL quality when it comes to wine. Is the Bear.
Jay Grover says, I think Russ's default setting is mute. I think Russ is one of those unusual people on Gorilla who doesn't say something unless he's got something to say. None of the rest of us are like that.
It does seem strange that the noisiest people tend to be us English, and the Australians are very restrained. Moeen into Cameron Green, and he whips the ball up to mid-on. And
it's not always easy to tell where the gaps in the Zoom call. It's not as simple as it is in the studio.
No, and you can't on Zoom. It's very hard to hear the jingles for some strange reason. This one comes off a thick inside edge as he presses forward, and once again Stokes is into the action at mid-wicket. Again, there is no run.
Sometimes when I watch Green, I feel like he's trying so hard to be technically correct, he forgets that he's supposed to hit the ball.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a sort of over-focused element about him, isn't there? Moeen, it's dreadful. It does turn, but it was short, and he had plenty of time to go back and force that. And so often when you bowl a bad ball like that, there's just no pace on it, so you have to create it as a batsman, and he didn't manage to create enough and hit it straight to mid-off. Moeen in again. Oh, it's awful again, and forced straight this time. Oh, we need the dive from Jimmy Anderson. Well, he couldn't get there, but there is the man. I don't understand this field position. Harry Brook, who's basically behind the bowler's arm, and I don't understand why that's allowed. If you're going to stand
I read today that what happened yesterday is that Stokes was told he could stand there as long as he stood stock still. Right?
Really? Is that? Oh, well, I don't know whether it's in the laws. Maybe it isn't in there. Maybe there's nothing that covers it in the laws. Moeen into Khawaja, into the leg stump, and he just tickles it away. Bairstow's quick off the mark to go and do the fielding. 164 for 5, 117. And there's a Gareth Southgate lookalike, who is leading the Hollies stand in a rather aggressive war cry by the looks of things. And he's got the Gareth Southgate. What do you call it? Waistcoat, that's the one. Well wide of the off stump this time by Moeen, left alone by the batsman Khawaja. End of the 53rd over. Australia 164 for 5. Mess.
Brian Barish brings us up today. Said, meanwhile, the USA lost to Nepal by 6 wickets in their second Cricket World Cup qualifier, an effort that was categorised by Peter De La Pena as the USA looking just happy to be there, and that the Nepalese drowned a mentally unprepared American side. Clowned, he says. I beg your pardon.
Mentally unprepared. I mean, the USA have been talking about nothing. The USA cricket. We've heard nothing but about the USA cricket squad for the last few months. How can they be unprepared?
Well, one of them scored 100 in their first game, which was something.
One scored 100 in this game, Messi. It's just he was the only one that scored anything, because they only made 207 or something.
Yeah, Stan the statistician, who goes by a number of aliases, including Trent Bridge and Terry the Fuckwit, says, I thought you might like to know that with a dickhead coefficient of 1.38, KP is the biggest dickhead offering cricket commentary at the moment. Yeah, it's only because war isn't on at the moment, but between them they'd have a coefficient of about 3.
First ball of the over is defended on the front foot by Green, and Stokes has come over to have a little chat with his vice captain, who is now Ollie Pope. And where is Ollie going? It's more about where Ollie Pope himself is going. And he said, yes, Skip, that sounds like a good idea. I'll go to mid-wicket. We've got 2 men, short extra and a short mid-off. And Anderson is in. Cameron Green over the top of that in defence. And it rolls to one of those 2 men in a catching position. We have 7 minutes to go until tea. Don Diego Silly Pants says, keep bigging up the Aussies, Hendo. So he's with me on that one, Messi. So Cameron Green has looked absolutely $1 million today. His 7 not out has been absolutely immaculate.
What I used to look $1 million too until he got out LBW. Down the pitch.
Trying my best. Outside the off stump, thrown up, enticing the drive, but the drive is not enticed. And it's allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper. Win predictor still has England at 53, Australia 39. The draw at 8%.
I don't know where they get that from.
It's not going to be drawn.
Loath as I am to correct you, Hendo, we've actually got 22 minutes to go to tea.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Sorry. Yes. No, we haven't. Quarter past, isn't it? It's quarter past.
No, half past.
In that case, Tony's buggered up the rotors.
Radar on WhatsApp's right.
Bowles defended on the front foot. Well, the one I looked at had me on from 3:45 to 4:15, so I don't understand. That was the one. Mind you, there may have been some updates in my email queue, so maybe I didn't look at the right one.
The WhatsApp run is right.
How are you supposed to know which one's right? Cameron Green has 10 off 33. Khawaja 50 off 148. Still got Alex Carey, Pat Cummins, Nathan Lyon, and Josh Hazlewood to come. Clouds have lifted a bit for Australia's batsmen. They'll be quite happy about that. I'd like to see 2 or 3 overs from Stokes, or even 1 or 2 from Root. Get a bit of turn. Can't he bowl to Khawaja, the left-hander? Anderson in again. Onto the back foot goes Cameron Green, and he plays a lovely shot, which is missed by 2 fielders, and Ben Duckett then has to haul himself up and chase it towards the cover boundary. They should get through for... Well, in fact, they only get through for 2.
That was funny watching them run, though. Green was about 3/4 of a run ahead of Khawaja. His legs are so long.
Well, it evaded Crawley in the position at shortish cover. Then Ben Duckett kind of dived over it. So they ended up getting 2 runs where they might have got nothing. He was miles ahead of Khawaja, wasn't he? That's why he didn't come back for a third, because it would have been Khawaja probably going to the danger end. Anderson in again, bowls, dabbed, I tell you, through gully. Easy single. Cameron Green beginning to look dangerous, moves on to 13 from 35. It's the end of the over. Anderson still looking for that elusive wicket. None for 50 from 16. Australia 167 for 5.
With no comment, Dave Wood says, has Head ever played with Hardick or de Kock? Leah says, if I could afford a T20 franchise, I'd call it Lahore Hookers and would hire Ponting as coach. The hairiest hooker millions of people paid good money to see. Allow me to rephrase, says Rohit Singh. Screw you, Trav. How can you score runs on crumbling pitches and let Bolo outscore you when it matters? Brown Barris says Google has it Australia 46, England 45 and draw 9%. What does Google know about cricket? And Jolly Ollie says, morning gorillas, England are doing a pretty good job of keeping Australia under control. Think it'll be close to final at the death. Thoughts? Yeah, I'm just going to have no fingernails left.
I think Aussies has got this. I really do. Thrown up by Moeen Ali. There's going to be more runs for Green. An appalling piece of fielding by Jimmy, who, well, it wasn't Jimmy, no. Anderson has now helped out. Who was it? I'm not 100% sure, but they've got 3 runs again they probably shouldn't have got. Green has moved on to 16, and it's getting closer to under 100. It's 111 now required. Was it Jimmy who made the mistake there? It was, and then he had to get up and chase after it again. Just needed to be a bit quicker and get down a bit quicker. Harsh because he's been bowling a longish spell, perhaps. It's just this feeling that it's slipping away, slipping through England's fingers here. Maybe slipping through the spinning fingers of Moeen Ali, who bowls an absolute piece of filth, which is pulled by Khawaja. And as we've seen on this really slow pitch, the filth often gets away with it because you're just waiting and waiting for the ball, and then trying to hit the cover off it and mistiming it. So it's just a single to Khawaja. I want to see a bit of Root. I want to see a bit of Stokes. The very fact that Stokes isn't bowling suggests to me that he's not fit, and he knows he's not fit, so England are a bowler down. Mr. P agrees. He says, why has Mr. Stokes or Root not had a pop as yet? Somebody explain. He also goes on to say another thing I agree with, which is KP is nuts. That's on YouTube. Got lots of people watching on YouTube. Onto the back foot goes Cameron Green again. I keep wanting to call him Cameron Green rather than just Green. Tucked away to deep square leg. The runs coming too comfortably at the moment for Australia. 172 for for 5. Still got Alex Carey, who very much can bat. Still got Pat Cummins, who can bat to come. Moeen bowls to Khawaja, who clears his his right foot out of the way and allows it to come right close to him in front of the stumps, defends it. Moeen is trying to stitch up his wounds by rubbing his hand in the earth of the pitch.
Khawaja played that one like he was facing his daughter. It was just...
I know.
Thanks.
Thrown up better from Moeen, and he comes forward and gives that one a little bit more respect, defends it back to him. He's just it's when the footholds that he seems to be, or the follow-throughs that he seems to be brushing his hand to try and get better grip, I suppose. So he squeezes the ball between index finger and third finger. Bowls again to Khawaja. Will take a single as he just drops this into the onside. Johnny Bester goes to do the fielding. 173 for 5. Australia need 108 with 5 wickets in hand. It's yet another turn, and there may be more turns before this game is done. Messi.
Sorry, I've just lost it for a second. Somebody pointed out that Ravi Nair probably has the the best alcohol strike rate, but I think that doesn't qualify because it was only one innings. Peter Ward pointed out, a bit like Curtis Patterson's got a test average of, I think, of 144, is it? It just doesn't qualify from one effort. It's got to be sustained effort like the Bears. Pirate Badger
go on.
Says Johnny Bairstow's wicket-keeping skills leave a bitter aftertaste akin to over-extracted tannins, while his rival Folkes possesses the smooth, silky texture of a well-crafted Cabernet Sauvignon with luscious red berry fruit flavours.
Luscious red berry fruit flavours. Now, Jimmy Anderson is having a chat with Stuart Broad, the Brains Trust, the wicket-taking duo that has kept England's seam bowling stocks well filled for many a year. Anderson in, bowls to Khawaja. Khawaja meets that with a full face of the bat. Nice stride, defended it up to Ollie Robinson, who is now using the sweat on the back of his neck to try and impart some shine into this ball. You're absolutely right, Messi. It does look like I am going through to 4:30. I've just seen a new rotor on the Zoom screen. Anderson, this seems to have been a long spell from Anderson. Doesn't seem to be really threatening too much. He's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja. He bowls to him, and Khawaja again onto the front foot, forcing up to Robinson again at mid-off.
The only bowlers really look threatening is Broad, which is probably not surprising because it's kind of his type of scenario, but...
Yep, and I would like to see a few overs, maybe, or 2 or 3 overs just from Stokes. I think I saw Joe Root was warming up, so perhaps he's going to take over from Moeen Ali and have it, what would probably be 1 or 2 overs before tea. As Anderson, again, just the one slip, bowls to Khawaja. Khawaja opens the face, runs it down to third man, easy single. 174 for 5. Khawaja, a thorn in England's side in this test match. 53 not out from 155 deliveries. The antithesis of Bazball. But
yes, 19 runs in the session from Khawaja. 19
runs in the session, and none the worse for it though. I mean, it's a good test match winning knock potentially. I mean, he's just... he's
except the new ball's during 25 overs. I predict Australia will need 35 runs, have 2 wickets standing when the new ball's taken, and we'll lose by 3. There you go.
No, I don't think so. Onto the pads of Green again, and they get a leg by to leg gully. And Root again, just going through his bowling motion. Everything suggestive that the former England captain is going to be given a little spell. Taking over from Moeen Ali. 51% now to Australia. What does Google know? That's O'Sheehan on YouTube. Samantha G says, I'm from Southwest Ontario. Glad to have more Canadians here. That's to Kilito12. I only discovered your channel yesterday, but I'm really appreciating the commentary while I work here in Ontario, Canada. Great to have all of you along on YouTube or wherever you'll be listening to. He tries to bowl a slower ball there, Anderson, and it's just paddled away down to long leg by Khawaja. They'll take another single. 176 for 5. I think Anderson needs a blow. He was trying to bowl one out the back of the hand there. At least he's trying some variations. But, he's not a man who's used to doing these sort of things in T20 cricket. But he's trying to think of something different that he can do. Because he's just not having any sort of penetration at the moment.
He hates this pitch, doesn't he?
He doesn't seem to like it greatly. He's in again over the wicket to Green. He edged that one, as he know he's driven it in the air. There's no one at mid-off. For a moment, the way the ball came off the bat, I thought that was going into the slips, but it's actually gone straight. There's no one at mid-off, and that is a very valuable one of these.
So Jay Grover, fan mail for you, Russ, says, I hasten to add that this is not a criticism of Russ. He makes a blissful change from you gobshites. Yeah, I get that.
Gobshites?
Derek Wizard said...
I object.
Well, he's talking to me. It's fair enough in my case.
Yeah.
Derek Willis says, to be fair, mentally unprepared is pretty much our current motto in the USA. Rich... Turner replies to Pete Sinclair, get Guerrilla Cricket up on YouTube. It's the best way to follow the Ashes 2023. It is indeed. Warren says, to which gorilla should I submit my doctor's bill for my ulcer treatment? Well, you can submit as many bills as you write, Warren, as long as you don't get hopeful about them being paid.
Well, we just don't give out our address, basically. That's the thing. I mean, send them to the Bear. We'll give you his address, but we'll not give you the address of the... of Gorilla Towers, which is closely
unless there are
secret.
pastries with the bill.
Oh, there is that, I suppose. Now, Joe Root is going to come on. Let me jingle him.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Floats it up outside the off stump. Khawaja, immovable. Comes forward and defends. Scott Oren says, sitting in Baghdad, the only Australian surrounded by Englishmen and Indians. Needless to say, the Indians are supporting the Aussies. And Timothy Wolven says, thanks for the coverage, gents. I'm listening in Kefalonia on holiday. Only way to get coverage. Well, it is the only way to get coverage, even when you're back in the UK. Root bowls, and he drives. He drives deep into the offside, where Ben Duckett comes in off the fence. We take one, and now Australia need 100 exactly. It's definitely turning the Aussies' way. They're absolutely all over England at the moment. Come on, it's not working. It's not working now. It's not working now. I've lost my powers. I've lost my powers. Ollie Pope has gone to be the man standing behind the bowler's arm, deep. Which is very strange indeed. Root in bowls, looking for a bit of turn. Cameron Green leans forward, and his long reach turns it to mid wicket, and there is no run. If you are listening in any of those places, don't forget to get your Ricky Ponting wines. 15% discount for Gorilla Cricket listeners. Go to the website gorillacricket.com. Defended by Green, back to Root. There is no run. Well, is it going to be a little Stokesy spell after tea? Is that the only thing that England can hang on to? Beginning to feel it might be. Or another spell from Broad. Root throws it up. Gets that to turn, and at the last minute, Green, who'd gone right back on his stumps, was forced to jab down in terror that it was going to threaten his off stump. He doesn't like the ball turning out from outside off stump. Makes him very nervous. Crawley got excited.
He really wanted to leave that until he realised it was going to hit his bat.
Yeah.
Really wanting to.
Root again throws it up right forward. Bottom of the bat on the pitch itself as he defends that. Good over from Root. Australia 181 for 5. They need another 100 to win. Can they do it, Messi?
I don't think so. Mayank says Stokes isn't fit enough to bowl. Really? Who would have seen that coming?
Well, yes.
Farong is on to you. He says, Hendo, stop complimenting Australia. Which end should Duckett bowl from?
Stop suggesting Duckett bowls. I'm not sure what he does bowl. Is he just a little medium-paced dobber? I've got a feeling he might be. Or is he a tricky leggy It's normally what you find.
And Tom M has a good point. He said only one of those broad spells wins this for England. That may well be what the difference is, you know.
Now getting into wicket very quickly, I stayed. Ollie Robinson's going to come back into the attack. I think Anderson's going to take a break. He's going to go for an early tee just on his own. Robinson round the wicket to Khawaja. Khawaja guides it backward a square on the offside. Pope goes around a field, but there is another single. It's now down under 100. 99 to take a 1-0 lead in the Ashes. Scott Harrison is a man after my own heart. He says, I saw that TMS offered a kind of link to overseas folk today. I saw it and thought, no thanks. And that's what we want you all to say. I mean, really, would you rather have Simon Mann or Messi Jez? Would you rather have Daniel Norcross or Russ Denyon? Would you rather have... I put it to you. Would you rather have... I'll come back to that one. Robinson, just a one slip, bowls to Cameron Green. It's too short. He has loads of time to get on the back foot and just defend that to one of the ring of four now in the offside.
Short to Green still only comes up somewhere around his waist on this pitch too, which makes it a little bit easier for him.
Yes.
Oh, Winvis has put Australia ahead at 50% now.
The draw is coming down.
Very fickle.
The draw has come down to 4%. I've got a feeling.
One wicket will change that immediately, dramatically.
Yeah, but where's it coming from? In he comes. Bowls. Oh, has he edged that one? Oh, no. But he got inside the line of it and had a little prod at it.
Came very wide of the crease then, Robinson. Changed the angle and Green didn't adjust at all.
Let's have a look. What did he do with the seam? It's a scrambled seam as well. Just maybe held the line, didn't it? Just carried through to Johnny. Little feather would have been handy from an England perspective. It didn't come.
I think it actually bounced in front of Bairstow anyway.
Not much carry on that, sure. Robinson again into Green. Green goes back, defends it to backward point, and there is no run. John 071 says, you sound a bit like Simon Mann. Me or Messi?
I don't know what Simon Mann sounds like.
I don't really know what Simon Mann sounds like. So would you rather have... Oh, if I sound... that sort of rather knocks down that idea, doesn't it? If I sound like Simon Mann, then... I see where you're coming from. Robinson in, bowls onto the back foot again. But it's easy money for these batsmen, easy to defend anyway. The ball is very soft indeed. I don't think England have got enough overs to get to a new ball before Australia can win this, or before they're within sort of shouting distance. No. What, 20? There's still 23 overs to go before a new ball is due.
Yeah, well, we need 100.
You need 99.
We're going at 2 runs and over.
You'll get at least 60. You'll get at least 60 in those 23 overs. Robinson to complete the over. There'll be one more before tea, I think. He's in. Oh, he's gone for the Yorker, but it ends up being a full toss. It's driven up to mid-on. Hurled back to the non-striker's end. I thought he almost Yorked him. He tried the Yorker, didn't quite get it right. But Green keeps the strike with a single. He goes to 22. Australia need 98. They're 183 for 5. Messi.
Clovis is joining the game, adding to the GC Sommelier's comments about Bairstow. He says, however, Bairstow's batting is bold and full-bodied with gliding notes of wood and leather and the zesty aftertaste of ginger. That's very nicely done, Clovis. Dave Wood says, sad to report that having trawled through the entire catalogue of Ponting wines, not one contains a hint of pastries.
Damn it, I knew there was a flaw somewhere along the line. So Root will probably bowl what will be the last over before tea, and England will have to go back and regroup, as they say. And it's Cameron Green facing up to Root. Two men are in catching positions, a slip and short square leg, but Cameron Green pushes out to that one wide outside off stump. He's very nervous about the ball turning back sharply, because he got done by it a couple of times in the first innings from Moeen Ali, and Root is pushing it out there, suggesting it might just do that. He's in again, presents the full face of the bat, head well over the ball. pushes firmly up to mid-off. And there is no run. Sunshine at Edgbaston now. England would prefer it to get a bit more gloomy again. Maybe get a bit of reverse. Root in, bowls outside the off stump. He goes back, forces, but straight to Robinson at backward point, who's quick to sidearm the ball back into Bairstow. England
The
need
radar
the wicket.
hints at some rain over Wales, but I kind of suspect it's always over Wales.
Yeah, I went to Wales in March
Getting
and
this
it
far.
rained every day.
Well, the direction of the weather has changed a bit. It's coming from the west rather than the southwest now. So yeah, Wales is in play.
Cameron Green wants a run. The route is across quickly to prevent that. Lots of people watching YouTube. Don Diego de Silipants says it's the most I've ever seen. Yeah, it's great. It's great to have you all along. Tell all your friends. Come to YouTube. Watch us and listen to us in equal measure. Driven, but Potts, I think it is, at mid-off, is across to field that one. One ball to go. Or will they get... Hang on, it's only 16:29. There might be time for another Robinson over. Although if he stands there shining the ball for too long, Root will use up that time. He's coming in again to Cameron Green, and he throws it up. He does want to do... He wants another single here, and Potts is round quickly. And they may get another over in. We shall see.
My clock's just changed.
Yeah, just flicked.
No, and the man known as Erasmus has flicked the bails off, and that will be tea. Well, we can breathe just for 20 minutes anyway. It's beginning to look as if it's turned Australia's way, in my opinion, but the Australians are less sure. Where are you standing at the moment, Russ? What's in your gut? What's in your water?
I think things get very interesting when the new ball comes, because firstly the rain says that there's a very outside chance that we'll start to see some more clouds around 6. So I think we'll be in for a very entertaining last 15 overs, last hour, and Australia's probably going to need about 40 or 50. If these two can get to there, obviously that favours Australia, but it's a bit of a grind. It's been a very grinding session.
Mussy Juzz. What do you think?
I'm a bit like Russell. I'm not optimistic, but I'm not doomed. I still think that Australia can lose this really quickly. I suppose the best thing is that of those 5 wickets, actually only 4 of them are batters. So we do have a little more to come than we would normally have when we're 5 down. Yep. So that's something, with Carey and Cummins yet to come. But if England can get just one of these two, then I think we're in deep shit.
Well, I'm not entirely convinced, but I do think England need a wicket, and they need it sooner rather than later. On YouTube, Fred's in New Hampshire, USA. Come on, England. Elias Blum says, glad it's brightening up in Birmingham, pissing it down here, sun hat drenched. Where are you, Elias? Maybe you've said earlier. Andrew's Network says, Bairstow has to be dropped. Samantha G says, I feel it's a good time to mention Patreon. And I think you're absolutely right. And if you are enjoying our coverage on YouTube or wherever, through our website or any of the other platforms that you can get us on, why not consider, why not just actually bloody go and do it? Become a patron of Guerrilla Cricket. Keep us going, because we do this for nothing, I tell you. Nothing. Days, nights, whatever time of the day, whatever time of the night, we are usually here doing some sort of cricket. How do we do it? I don't know. We're all knackered. But become a Patreon and we will become immediately re-energized, because you can go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket and pledge us $10 a month or more, and you get your name on the YouTube feed. You know that thing that's on the YouTube feed going round and round all day long? You get your name on that, as well as access to the Smaximum Views letter and the Bishop and Bear podcast, which both come out each week. So please do that. Patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. If you're on holiday, well, if you can afford to be somewhere lovely and sunny, I think you should. Final stuff on YouTube. I think Australia...
Rote Singh says, I feel very disappointed that Australia now require less than 100 runs to win, and the only wines that Hender can think of are Ponting wines. Come on, Hender, someone give him some cheese. Jay says, not wishing to praise Norcross, but he certainly laps Russ in the gobshite race. Apparently Norcross is working for SEN rather than TMS at the moment. And Leah wants Duckett to bowl, if only because she likes the jingle.
Yeah, that's true. I like his jingle too. Shruti Shiva on YouTube says, hearing the commentary with a couple of Aussies here in London who are fairly optimistic. Seem to be the odd ones, don't they? Well, I don't know. Anyway, we shall see. We shall see what happens after tea. In the meantime, we're going to listen to a bit of a weirdo, bit of Who's That Weirdo? This is our little fun quiz that we've been doing. We haven't done it for a while, but we will be getting back to it. Which one is this? Which number? Number 4. I think this is the one with Bumble. So have a jolly little listen to this.
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott. Who's that weirdo? Daniel Tiddo, Neil Mackenzie. Who's that weirdo? Dwayne Leverock, Shane Freed. Who's that weirdo? Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien. Who's that weirdo?
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket and the 4th episode of our big fat pod quiz. Who's that weirdo? It's a test of skill, knowledge and overactive imaginations, separating the live cricketers from the dead cricketers and those who aren't cricketers at all but sound like they might be. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and today's edition could be our most competitive yet. We welcome back, after her dismantling of Grubby 78 in their meeting 2 weeks ago, everyone's favourite county cricket matterer and natterer, it's Annie Chave!
Yay!
Yay! Tell us that you've got a new edition out, haven't you?
I've got a new edition out, edition number 13, which is unlucky for some, and it's a new look magazine. I've got some youth to design it for me. A youth.
Have you seen it, Bumble? Oh, I've given it away. I was going to say, she's got it out today because she's up against cricket royalty. The man who's probably the most famous voice in the business, the man who's been player, coach, manager, umpire, eventually commentator. Ladies and gentlemen, it's only Bumble himself. Hello, Bumble. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket.
Yeah, I should never have done this in the first place. As soon as I knew it was Annie Chave that I'm up against, I know that I'm going to get the silver medal here. It's...
Now listen, Bumble. Surely, when you were manager and coach of the England team, you didn't go into the dressing room and say, "Look, we're going to come second here." I need more positivity from you.
No, I'm a realist. I know exactly where I stand here. I will be doing my best, as they always say.
Right.
You're setting me up for a fall, Bumble. I tell you.
Yeah, it's reverse psychology, isn't it?
Reverse psychology, is it? How can I compete? When I'll play the game.
She is remarkable. She is in so many ways. Anyway, what do you think, Bumble? What's your thoughts on the Test match and what's been going on in Pakistan? I did see that you've been a little bit under the weather, but did you manage to get to see much of the Test?
No, I don't have Sky now.
Oh, really? Why would that be?
Yeah, well, I've been obviously I follow it and I listen to Aggers a little bit and Simon Mann, and it's quite remarkable. And the latest stuff that's come out from our captain, he said he might even declare before they've had a bat.
He might. I'm a bit worried that the fog is going to be so bad that he'll declare and no one will know.
We were up there. I've been to Multan, and I know that it can get foggy, and so they will lose some time.
Yeah, in the mornings and the evenings, it looks like the first hour is going to be a bit tricky, doesn't it?
Oh well, that's good. Maybe I can stay in bed.
Yeah, stay in bed a little bit longer. That would that'd be fine, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What do you make, Bumble, of Joe Root batting left-handed? That's stealing your thunder a little bit, isn't it?
Well,
he's quite good at that.
This morning, I've seen Jimmy Anderson bowling left-handed.
Really?
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson has bowled very acceptable left-arm spin this morning.
Wow. Do you think he's been taught by Jofra Archer? Because I remember seeing Jofra Archer was doing a bit of left-arm spin a couple of years ago as well. He might be less injury-prone if he bowled that as well.
The way I think that Jimmy has sort of kicked it on to Jofra.
Ah, right. Oh, really? Okay. So Jimmy was he was the man who came up with the left-arm spin, and he's coaching Jofra in the subtle arts. You were a left-arm spinner, weren't you? So I mean, you might have some input there.
Yeah, and I perfected that. You know how they call them the shooter and the zooter and the this and the that. I had the gazoner.
Gazoner?
The gazoner, it's the one that goes on and doesn't spin.
Oh, yes, the gazoner with the arm, that one.
That's the one. That's the only ball. I didn't bowl anything else, just the gazoner.
Not the gazunder, which is something else entirely.
Goes underneath. Burrows under the pitch.
I don't think you can go under the stumps.
Anyway, moving on, I should sort of introduce the other member of the team that's here today, and that is, of course, Tony Bishop. Hello. He's alongside me. He's going to be giving us all sorts of info. He's the He's the Osmond to my Armstrong. He's the yin to my yang, and he's my driver to the studio.
Not as
and
rich.
here he is.
Or indeed as interesting.
Anyway, and he's not as interesting as any of them. Anyway, I will give everyone out there a quick read through of the rules because I forget them halfway through anyway. So don't worry about it. If you get things wrong, we'll just laugh about it, and no one will be any the better. We'll claim that it was meant. Basically, contestants toss to start with and can elect a battlefield. Then the host, that's me, gives contestant a name and a nationality, and contestant A has to decide whether they are a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or not a cricketer at all. In which case, they have to say, "Who's that weirdo?" They get it right, and it is a live or dead cricketer. Contestant A then has to guess their current age or age at death for a bonus point, which they get if they are within 3 years. If they get it on the nose, they get 4 bonus points. If contestant A is wrong, the question is passed over to their opponent, who goes through the same process. If it is a weirdo, i.e. not a cricketer, age is not required, but you can take a wild guess at the source of their notoriety. It could be a musician, a poet, a businessman, businesswoman, weird record breaker, comedian, politician, etc., etc. So I'm going to toss, and I'm going to let our guest, special guest of the day, Bumble, shout. I'm going to throw it up into the studio air. I'm going to drop it completely, and you can say your tails.
Heads.
It's tails, would you believe? Honestly. Love. So, Annie.
Always go tails, Bumble. Come on.
Yeah, I should have done, shouldn't he?
I always pick heads. I always called heads when I was captain. Yeah.
Well, there you go. It's tails. So, Annie, you can just choose whether to bat or bowl.
I'm going to go bowl. You're
going to bowl. So the first named person is going to go to you, Bumble. Are you ready? Are you steeled for it?
I'm ready. Yeah.
It's like Jeff Thompson just coming up and going wang. Terry Burrows, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Terry Burrows.
Terry Burrows. Who's that weirdo?
You know him, don't you? You're absolutely right. You've got points already. Oh, damn it.
Oh, no.
Clever for us. Is Bumble. And you can have another guess for a bonus point. What does he do, Terry Burrows?
Was he No, I'm going to say a crown green bowler.
Oh, it's a good guess. But I'm not going to give you an extra point because it's not. He's actually the fastest window cleaner at the National Championships in Blackpool in 2009. Tell us a little bit more, Tony, about Terry Burrows.
Well, yes, I've been at great pains to make a few notes about him. He is, as you rightly say, the fastest window cleaner that he won in Blackpool 2009. Held in Blackpool, of course, to commemorate the 80th anniversary of George Formby's When I'm Cleaning Windows. It takes Terry, known as Terry Turbo Burrows, less than 10 seconds to clean more than 6,000 square inches of glass.
Wow.
He's a martial arts specialist. He's in the Guinness Book of Records. He's also been a karate and a boxer, specialist and a boxer, which he attributes his speed to. He's been on a show with Usain Bolt, where he once said a couple of years ago on a television show, I met the fastest man and I'm the fastest hands. We could rob a bank together.
Hey.
Interesting thought. He's still going strong. He's 66 years old. He's from Romford. You can check out his website, which is www.fastestwindowcleaner.com. And he issues you a challenge. Can you beat me? Come and have a go if you're squeegee enough.
Does he do it well, though? I mean, I could clean a window that quickly.
Could you?
Well, surely anyone could.
I think we're
couldn't
going
they?
to
But just wipe across it.
Coordination, due to his martial arts skills, is what he attributes his speed to.
Well, there you go. Bumble is in the lead. He's 2-0 up. We move to Annie for the second name. Now, this is an interesting one. Oh, sorry. Go on, Bumble.
If he's from Blackpool, I know Blackpool, you need to be a boxer and a karate expert.
Yeah, well, I mean, they don't tell you that when they go there on Strictly, do they? They make out it's a really lovely place. But
well, it is marvellous for everybody that lives in Blackpool.
Absolutely. He says, yes, disappearing off the
good, but he ran it in Blackpool.
But there you go. So
he's an Essex lad.
He's obviously going to be a bit violent. Okay, Annie, moving on. Your first name today is Hendrik Witbooi of Namibia. Is he a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Hendrik Witbooi of Namibia.
It's a good name, isn't it?
It's a great name. It's a fabulous name.
I'm going to go for Who's That Weirdo?
Oh, you've done it again! I can't believe it. It's an amazing start to this week's competition. He is a weirdo. He's not really a weirdo. He's a very admirable character. Do you want to guess what he might do?
He works in social services.
Well, in a sense, I suppose that's right, isn't it, Tony? Going back a bit.
Oh, I'll let you make the decision on that one. It's on the very edges of acceptability.
Okay. Well, you tell us what
DRS Eden would be twitching and not too sure about that.
Tell us all about Hendrik.
You'd have to review that one, Joel. Right. He is, as you rightly say, Namibian. He was the first African political activist to take up arms against German imperialists. His face is on banknotes in Namibia. He was born in Pella, Northern Cape, and died near Belgrass in 1905, killed in battle indeed with the Germans. He was the chief of the Khoisan people, a sub-tribe of the Khohoi, and he led the people, the Nama people, during the revolts against German colonial rule. His diary and complete correspondence has survived and become known as the Hendrik Witbooi Papers, and it's stored in the National Archives of Namibia.
Yeah, I knew that.
You knew. I knew. I mean, I'm sorry. It was just the way it fell, wasn't it, Bumble? You would have got that without any problems.
Oh, nailed it.
Nailed it completely. Well, we're going to come back to you for number 3. It's all going incredibly smoothly this week, which is unusual. Anyway, how about this one? Gogumal Kissenchand, India. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
Say it again.
Gogumal Kissenchand. I mean, I hope I've got the pronunciation right, but I could be mistaken. Gogumal Kissenchand, India. Dead cricketer, live cricketer. Who's that weirdo?
He's a dead cricketer.
You're absolutely right. You're storming away with this, Bumble. What on earth is going on? I can only imagine you've actually played against him. Do you want to tell how old he was when he died? Have another guess for a bonus point.
He was 58.
No, I'm afraid you're well off the mark there. He was 72 when he died in 1997. Tell us all about Gogumal Kissenchand, Tony.
Well, he was a diminutive right-hand bat from Karachi in Sindh, and he died in Baroda in Gujarat. His chief claim to fame, however, he had a very modest record in just 5 test matches for India, 4 of them against Australia, and he only averaged 9. However, despite that modest record, his chief claim to fame in international cricket is that he is the bowler off whom Don Bradman got the all-important single to reach his 100th first-class 100 in 1947. Wow. 28.
That's a great claim to fame. Are you sure, Bumble, that you perhaps didn't play against him in a warm-up game in India? I think you probably did.
I just had the name somewhere, and I thought, well, he's not recent, so I think he's dead, sadly.
Sadly, he's dead, yeah. He's 25 years dead this year, I'm afraid to say. Any more about Gogumal, or is that more or less?
That's pretty much it. He averaged 9 in his 5 tests, 4 against Australia. He got 44 in Sydney. That did help India on their way to the draw. It's the only draw they got in that series. They lost all the rest.
Okay, so we move back to Annie. Now, Emma Slater, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Emma Slater, England.
Emma Slater, that's a really nondescript name. You know, it could be anything, anywhere. I'm going to say, who's that weirdo?
You're absolutely right. Oh my goodness me, this is incredible stuff from you two. Absolutely brilliant. Emma Slater is indeed.
You haven't given me a chance.
Well, I'm going to ask you who you think Emma Slater might be. What did she do? What is her claim to fame?
I think she's a piano teacher.
Piano teacher? Well, that's plucked out of obscurity. I think that's a pretty good guess. No, she's not actually a piano teacher. She is the 2-time world gravy wrestling champion. Sure,
of course.
Knew that. I'd find that hard to believe. Tony, tell us a little bit more about Emma Slater.
Well, yeah, it didn't quite strike the wrong chord with that one, Annie, I'm afraid. The competition, she's won it since 2007. The World Gravy Wrestling Championships have been held in the village of Stacksteads at the Rose and Bowl Carvery. She has indeed won it twice in a series of knockout rounds. Men take on men, women take on women. wrestling for 2 grueling minutes in a thickly padded pool filled with cold gravy.
I want to see
The
it.
judges pick a winner. Judges pick a winner for each bout. Their decision is based, of course, on wrestling ability, but more importantly, the quality of their fancy dress and the outrageousness of their antics. Winners are anointed, of course, by having a bucket of gravy poured over their heads. Now, our Emma is from Oldham.
Yeah.
Ice Station Zebra. 36 now she is. She won the competition last against Roxy Afzal, who competes under the name of the Oxo Fox.
I'm surprised, Bumble, you haven't been asked to do the judging for that, seeing as it's in that neck of the woods. Have you never been asked to do the World Gravy Wrestling Championships?
I've been in the pub. I know the.
Oh, you know the
Well,
pub? There you go.
It must be. I'll tell you what. It must be serious stuff, because in the most recent event, Sky Penty, aka Wanda Gravy, she won it despite having dislocated her arm in a fierce bout against the Oxo Fox. And the referee, who I think is also the landlord of the pub, a chap called Stephen Claxton, had to put her arm back in place, and she carried on and went on to win.
Oh my god! I prefer to eat gravy personally, although probably not after someone's been wrestling in it.
I'll give you a quiz question.
Go on then. Yeah, go on. Quiz within a quiz.
This is Stacksteads. Okay.
Yeah.
Stacksteads. Which Lancashire?
Yeah, which Lancashire? You'll have to wait to find out. Although you've probably heard it before.
Maybe. I can't remember what he asked there, I've got to be honest.
No, can I? And I've heard it a lot. We are joined by, who's supposed to be with us? It's supposed to be Rusty, isn't it?
Should be Russ.
Russ.
Has he fallen asleep on
He
us?
might have fallen asleep.
We might.
Can't fall asleep. It's 2 tenths, Russ. It's 2 tenths.
Might have to. Well, he's either that or he's so supremely confident as an Australian that he just thinks he doesn't need to show up for the
I'm
last bit.
surprised how unconfident they are, actually. I thought.
Oh, there he is. He's there. He's there. He knows.
Oh, right,
His
okay.
ears are burning. He knows we were talking about him.
I thought Australians are always supremely confident and always thought they were going to win. In sports, they're good at.
We win a lot, but we also have lost a whole bunch of really close ones, and this was one of those really close ones, so you never quite think you're going to make it.
True, plus it's away from home, and you haven't won here for a very long time, it must be said, eh? So, here we go. After tea, I'll give you some jingles in a minute. Ollie Robinson is in to Khawaja. First ball's played up to mid-on. There's no run. The protagonists are...
One overseas now plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. One overseas now plays for Australia. We fell in love with Usman Khawaja. Oi, oi, oi. 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 Robinson.
Whilst I quaff at my close of play, which hopefully isn't... Well, is a few hours away. Robinson is in again. Played up to mid-off by Khawaja, and there's no run. What is it? It's Shiraz, isn't it?
No, it's a Cabernet Sauvignon beer.
Cabernet Sauvignon. It's very, I'll tell
I'm
you
sure
what,
you've been able to taste.
No.
It's from
what I do
Langhorne
know
Creek.
Is it's tasty.
It's from Langhorne Creek in South Australia. I think it's the 2000 that we're drinking.
2000?
Sorry, the 2020, not the 2000. Red
And
berries, mint and clove you should be getting. And a
Hit-
long sustained finish, you lucky boy.
Oh, yes. In comes Ollie Robinson, pulled by Khawaja, but there is deep mid-wicket, who is Ben Duckett. And it'll be a single. Who isn't going to bowl? Whoever that is who keeps wanting to bowl. It's Warren, isn't it? Or Rusty.
Who wants Ben Duckett to bowl?
Farong, he was going on about Duckett bowling.
They might try anything. What we all want to know is, will Ben Stokes bowl? And we don't think he will.
I think he will at some point. This man's at the other end.
We are the Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety. We are the Cameron Green Preservation Society. His injuries cause all of us excessive anxiety.
And he defends his first ball with relative ease up to mid-on, and there's no run. After the end of this over, there will be 20 overs to the new ball and 90 odd runs required. So they'd have to go at 5, nearly 5 and over to stop England having a new ball. At the current rate, they would still have around about 40 when it comes along. And that could be the difference. Can't imagine England allowing it to go 80 overs, can you?
Do England really try and stop the runs so they've got more to play with the new
No,
ball?
I don't think they will, but Australia really aren't trying to force the issue either. As that's clipped out to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Current rate is 3.08.
Yeah, well, that gives 40 runs left roughly, doesn't it? 38, 37, something like
that. Stokes is definitely giving the impression that he's, in case of emergency, break glass is the only time he comes on, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. When you need something to happen, he trusts himself to do it. Other than that, he trusts the bowlers. That is their job, you know. And if you can wheedle them around, it is only after this ball. Outside half of the bat. But well played with soft hands. There is only one slip, that's root, and it goes down towards third man.
But as the all-rounder in the side, he is a bowler.
Yeah, he is. No, I get that. But the other thing is, he thinks Jimmy, Broad and Ollie are more likely to get him wickets. I would have said maybe he should have bowled instead of Moeen at times. But Moeen did get a wicket, even though he's clearly uncomfortable.
Jonathan Cumberbatch said, unless I've missed it, I haven't heard the team say proper test cricket a la Sir Geoffrey Boycott.
Well, it is proper
test cricket. Well, it is proper test cricket, yes. No doubt about that.
Well, from the other
Oh, hello. Oh, no, it's Root.
It's going to be...
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
And how will this play out? Huh?
Does root bowling tell us that Moeen Ali's also struggling?
I think genuinely Moeen is struggling with his finger. I think that's an issue. That was outside off stump and the back foot punched by Green out towards the cover boundary. It's not going to go. It's chased down by... Who's that? Potts? No, it's Brooke.
Yeah, it's Harry Brooke.
No,
it's not. It is Matthew Potts.
Oh, it is Matthew Potts.
So he's going to be on for Ali or Anderson, both of whom were off at various stages.
I thought they'd have got for 3 there. That's interesting. It's a bit short. I'd have gone with Broad probably after tea. He's had a little spell off, hasn't he? He hasn't bowled for a while.
Yeah, I assume it's Ali who's off.
Tossed up, driven by Cameron Green up towards the long off. That'll just be the one.
Root just a bit full to work out whether he's getting enough turn. He's floating up nicely, but
yeah, it's one of those first overs after tea jobs, isn't it? I mean, he's only gone for 5 overs and he's in his third 5 runs. He's in his third over, so
yeah, it's just that if he's not turning off the pitch, they're just kind of bunting him to the field.
Well, exactly. Probably fancies that a bit better around a wicket to Khawaja. He jumps across his stumps and defends one. It keeps a little low, but it's well wide of his off stump. No need to worry, really. And there ain't no run.
That was better. That's, I think, the length he probably needs to find.
Yeah, he needs to bowl it straighter, though, and hope one kicks off the surface, really. That's too full, and it's defended by Khawaja, who, again, you see, probably could have made something with that. I mean, this will be their problem if they don't make an effort to score any bloody runs. Eventually someone might get out and it could cascade into something. That's what England will be hoping, is that's just knocked into the leg side. Oh yeah, by the way, this is all
run-out theory.
I've got a run-out theory. Yeah, that's tipped into the leg side and there's no run. As it gets a little bit more hectic, I've got 5 on a run-out. 33-1 they were offering me at the bookies. So if it all gets a bit tense at the end and there isn't a wicket, then there might be a run out. I'd be in the money. That one is straight and defended by Cameron Green up towards mid-on. Is that the end of the over? It is indeed. And there is no runner for last ball.
Hi to Kieran Roseblade. Hi to Shruti Shiva, who's saying, here in the commentary with a couple of Aussies here in London who are fairly optimistic. They seem to be the odd ones though, don't they? Glenn says, I know folks can't score as much as Bairstow, but his keeping saved us so many runs. Yeah, we've discussed that a lot, Glenn, as you could probably imagine. M, nice short succinct name, says, is that Bumble in the mix? Yes, it was indeed. Steve Kelk says he's the king of Who's That Weirdo. And who do we have here? Yarn 071. England could have won this game by now if they'd had a proper keeper.
Short. Oh, that's a decent ball. Round the wicket is Ollie Robinson and sways out the way. There's Khawaja. wickets taken by Bairstow. There's no run.
There is one interesting thing is because it's middle of June or just past, it's actually very close to the solstice, so we don't have to worry about light, presumably, unless it gets very, very cloudy late in the day.
Not even then. I mean, it is the longest day of the year tomorrow, and it'll be light till they could play till 9 o'clock. Down the leg side, and Bairstow thinks about appealing as Khawaja tries to clip it down the leg side, but gets nothing on it, and there's no run.
Do they turn the lights on at the ground in England? If it's
yes.
Dark?
Yeah, if it gets dark enough.
They will.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if the cloud stays high, it won't get that dark. By 7, even 8, it'll still be bright daylight.
I mean, they were playing with the when England lost those 2 wickets. When was that? The end of day 3, right?
Yeah, they had lights on.
The lights were bright. The sky was
dark,
black as
bruised,
death.
Bruised it was. Ollie Robinson into Khawaja. Bounces again, and this time he once more pulls out away, and there is no run. Couple of decent deliveries there from Robbo.
Jay Grover sent you a link to a website there. It's the myths and history of red hair. And it's about redheads, famous British redheads, going right back to Boadicea, apparently.
Well, I went to one day. Years ago. I was filming for Celtic TV, C4S or whatever it is, the Scottish one.
Yes.
We went to some town in Holland. That one's full and outside off stump, driven out by Khawaja. It doesn't time it to cover, and there's no run. And we were filming Red Hair Day, Ginger Day, basically. And there was lots and lots of ginger people.
There is one. There is a National Redheads Day, I think.
This is World Hair Day, and it was in... where was it? It was in one of the second cities in Holland.
Rotterdam?
No, it wasn't Rotterdam. It was inland.
Utrecht.
Utrecht. It might well have been Utrecht. That one is driven nicely by Khawaja, but Robinson picks it up and is followed through, and there's no run. We're up on a cherry pick. I've got a picture somewhere on my phone, looking down on about 1,000 redheads, all in a field.
1,000 redheads in a field. I hope they had plenty of sunscreen. Was it a hot day?
No, not particularly. It's Holland. Yeah.
Oh, sun shines in Holland. There's some
but
lovely weather in Holland.
I had to sneak off and get myself some weed from a fucking coffee shop late at night one day, and then I came back and met the producer, and I was really boxed. I think they twigged.
What, and you thought you were hallucinating when you saw a field full of redheads?
Not at all.
Oh, hello, it's time to... Well, that goes through the handcuffs. They're looking at the ball. Stuart Broad thinks it looks like a... What is he? Well, I don't know. He's holding it up with a look of disgust. But such is the way, isn't it, Russ, when nothing's working?
Well, England have a couple of times changed the ball and got some wickets out of it.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson around a wicket driven nicely by Khawaja, but again can't beat the field. Bit of an umbrella on the offside. There ain't no run. 189 for 592 required to win. England require 5 wickets and over the tone.
Joe Grover says, for some reason I find my encyclopedic recall of Who's That Weirdo less depressing than my encyclopedic recall of dice cricket. And then he'd sent you the myths and history of redheads in Britain. Mayank says, if 30 overs are bowled, Australia could still draw because 3 and over seems possibly too much considering how slow they've been today.
Well, I'm sure they'll speed up. If they don't lose wickets, they'll speed up at some point. England will get desperate.
Hello to Samantha G. Welcome. We're delighted to have you listening along with us.
Indeed. Root is going to continue.
Or viewing along with us, because that's on YouTube.
I wouldn't be continuing with Root. I don't know why he's continuing with Root.
Well, because he hasn't got another off spinner.
Well, yeah, but I wouldn't be straight off the tee. I wouldn't be using spin. I mean, the other thing is they've had a morning off. They'd only bowled 20 overs yesterday, having had the whole day off yesterday. You say to your main bowlers, you say, right, we've literally got 60 overs today, and then you get a week off. Driven hard by Cameron Green, out towards wide, long off. They think about 2, but it's not there. I wish they'd gone because it would have been an easy run out and big money for me, but no. And I'd be saying to my pace bowlers, listen, you've got to give it to me for just 60 overs today between you, with a break in between, and you'll get some nice breaks, and but I wouldn't be putting a spinner on straight. Oh, having said that, that one's gone straight past the edge of Khawaja's bat. It's actually turned off a decent length. He prodded forward That might make him think.
But that's those footmarks again. That's right where when he's bowling to left-handers, he's got that. Well, no, that didn't turn out of footmarks, but he does seem to have that little bit of extra.
The question is if that catches
turn against left-handers.
The question is if that catches an edge, does Bairstow catch it?
Well, he's.
No.
We already think he's. We already think he's in debit as far as the game's concerned, despite 4 catches in this innings.
Yeah,
that's the length for route, though, isn't it? That's the spot.
Yeah, that is
that
the
he's been
spot.
struggling to find.
That one is driven out to the deep. It'll just be the 1 run. Cagey stuff straight off the tee.
I think cagey stuff since the start of play
true.
the whole.
England desperately need a wicket. Right, out 48.
Samantha was telling us Breda is the city in the Netherlands that has the redhead gathering.
Maybe that's where I went.
But hi Tony anyway, she's saying. Well, hello.
Driven up to long off once more. They get through for a single. I need a mix-up. Where do I get a mix-up from? For a crazy run-out. They're good, but good way to kick stuff as well, because that would really discombobulate the Australians if they managed to get a stupid run-out or something. Bad mix-up. Root in. Ooh, right back on his stumps, in front of his stumps. Khawaja just clips it out to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Is it just me, Russ, or does he always... He seems to play those very late when he steps back onto his stumps and seems very good at getting away with it.
Well,
he does play very late. I mean, it's actually quite a full ball to be stepping back to.
Yeah, that one's defended back to the bowler and there is no run.
But one of the reasons he's been playing really well is because he's never been caught in between length. He's either playing that very late off the back foot or he's coming forward as he did to the last ball. So he's not been caught too often on where on that ball that'll pass the outside edge.
Yeah, he's playing well. I have to give him that. And England desperately need a wicket, but hey.
Apparently it's pronounced Bradar. Bradar. Like radar.
Yeah.
Is the city.
That's not where I went, but that was about... Must have been nearly 10 years ago now, I believe.
And a quick hi as well to Bhaskar Gautam, who said, "Hello sir, I'm from India." Well, hello Bhaskar Gautam.
Hello, yeah.
You haven't stumbled into the wrong match. This one's a cracker.
Yeah. Tries to turn it on the leg side. Green gets a little bit squared up, leading edge back to the bowler, but it's all on the ground. There ain't no run. And the question is, do the nerves get to the Australians as well as they see victory coming into view? Does it get into their head and they make a mistake? These things often happen, don't they?
Yeah, they do. It's just feeling like you want something out of the ordinary to happen at the moment.
Yeah. Well, exactly. But I mean, defeat is often plucked out of the jaws of victory sometimes, isn't it? Especially in cricket.
You need a Gary Pratt moment.
That's the, left alone through the keeping us down. I mean, that loss in New Zealand, wasn't it? When he did 4 to win and hooked that down long leg, you thought, having got that far, they were pretty much there. They were somehow going to spawnily get an edge for 4, and then suddenly Folkes got himself out, and Jimmy was out before when they required 1 run to tie the test. So, you've got to take it as deep as you can because strange things happen. And you've got to believe. And 89 runs. Okay, it looks reasonably easy with 5 wickets left, but you realise that there's only 2 of those are proper batsmen. Suddenly, things can change. Very full and driven by Green, picked up by Stokes, who swoops in at cover, and there is no run.
89 doesn't sound like many 89, does it? It's interesting though. If the boot was on the other foot, and it was England chasing 89 would seem like a mountain.
I mean, that's what I mean. If the boot's on the other foot and you've got a settled partnership, you think, this is possible. As soon as that wicket goes, you go shit, because a new man comes in and suddenly it looks really difficult, doesn't it? He's bowled him. He's cut it on, and yes. Ollie Robinson, I think he's just tried to run that down at third man, got an under edge, and run it onto his stumps, and there it is. That's the wicket. That's the breakthrough. England really, really, really needed that. If you're an Australian fan, your head may be down in your lap in despair.
Well, I'm looking at one, and he looks. You
Wow.
know, okay.
Russ is
Thank
okay.
He doesn't care whether Australia wins. That's why.
Oh, right. Well.
Didn't need to play that great, did he?
Yeah, no, he didn't.
No, he didn't. He was just trying to run it down the third man, wasn't he? And there's a
Didn't
mistake.
get up at all.
There it was. So who?
It wasn't a run out though. Fuck it.
It wasn't a run out. Well, Bear, you can't have everything.
I can't have it
in
all.
life.
I'll give a fiver for a test win. I think actually.
Old Father Play says, have you ever played Job Innuendo for getting hit in the bollocks, for example? Oddly, no. The priest was hit in the tabernacles. The paramedic was kicked in the AFib. No, I haven't. I'm not sure I ever will. But you never know. For wrong, a tide test is still a possibility. That was, of course, before that wicket went down. Only occurred twice before, and Australia were involved in both. What odds are they?
You can never get odds for a tie.
Don't know. Not sure. Leah, well, I like the dice cricket. I'm still proud of my Shane Warne Michael Shanaka joke. GC Radio Naked Pornbot says I do need to squeeze in a wine mention along with my regular musings.
Okay.
Jay Grover says, I'm sure I've commented on this before, but Tony's t-shirt is proper mint. I have the same image on a tin portrait bought from a horror convention. Yeah, it's a great image.
You've worn that t-shirt more than one day in a row, though, I'm sure.
No, I haven't.
No, you sure?
But thank you for observing what I wear, just in case it might be, less than fragrant. And I can absolutely assure you this was clean on this morning. Thank you very much.
I have short-term memory loss, you know that. Alex Carey is coming out to bat.
He's the next cab off the rank. And Alex Carey is his name. Wicket keeping is his stride. And he's not bad with the blade. Only a cricket bat.
Khawaja still remains out there. Now, what does Khawaja do? Because if Carey, he bats normally with him and possibly with the skipper as defended by Carey. Out to cover, and there's no run.
Carey generally scores so quickly that Khawaja just hopes that he stays in. The challenge for Australia now is that while Cameron Green was out there, you kind of assume that they would grind their way towards victory, but you don't have that same level of faith with Carey. Even though he's a good bat, he's always a bit loose.
Yeah, possibly, and that's what England will be hoping. I mean, that's it. Khawaja stays with him while he's hopefully ticking along, and then probably doesn't. Oh, now that's full and attempted Yorker by Ollie Robinson.
Decent
well
ball,
dug out by Carey at the end. Ends that over, and there is no run. What time did we come in here? Was it 10-2 or quarter to?
10-2.
Okay.
It was 10-2, so we got another 10 minutes, I think. Oh, you've made me lose my place here. Oh, right, here we go. Neymar Batlins, I wonder if to join the Redhead Club, they asked you if your curtains match the carpet.
Collars and cuffs.
Collars and cuffs, I thought was the one there. Is KG Stuff a subsidiary of KP Nuts? Says Dave Wood, Armchair Cricket Podcast. Odd would bat normally until about 15-16 overs remaining. Then they'll accelerate for a quick dart at the target. Then they can still look to block the remaining time out if a wicket falls with Cummins still left in the shed. So that one was before the wicket was taken. That's a horrible ball.
Well, it's a horrible full toss. I think they're going to get away with it. Oh, yeah, they did. Driven out.
Just a single.
Through the offside and not fielded particularly well. Man, why can't I log into fucking Bet365, you useless second thing? I want to try and put a bet on.
Well, it's gone back to 50. A good old Winviz. Talk about sitting on a fence.
Ooh, that came off the bat, clearly, not the pad. Otherwise, there might have been an appeal. There wasn't, and there is no run.
I do wonder with Khawaja in the question of what does he do. He's now faced a bit over 12 hours in this game. I feel he's going to be quite tired, right?
Yeah, at some point you'd think so.
Ball.
That was a good ball. It was angling in at the stumps, and Khawaja goes right back on his stumps.
Again, it's shooting through. It didn't get up at all,
yeah,
did it?
I mean, the thing is that root bowls were quite a round arm, so you'd expect it to be a little bit flat and maybe skid on. If you can get one to beat the bat, that one doesn't beat the bat. It's pulled, but I presume there's someone out there is. They'll get a single.
It's me next anyway. No, it's not.
Next up, it's Richard Asher, who has joined us in the thing, and Hendo and Messi. Yeah, that was a single. No one's really got going, have they? 36 from Warner, apart from Khawaja, who's on 60. 20 from Boland.
Well, that's the thing. The other big chases out of the 17 did I say, chases of 250 or more at Edgbaston. Both the two big chases were underpinned by big scores, or in the case of England's one against India, two
they often
big
are,
scores.
let's be honest.
But Khawaja's the closest, and he has been, but he's looked almost immovable. Although it was him who edged, of course, first or second ball of the innings, wasn't it, Russ?
Yeah, and I mean, beyond that, the only issue with Khawaja is that if he just score a little bit quicker, that'd almost be comb.
Under 215 and a half.
Yeah, I'm so used to messages popping up on these screens to say we got a renew you a license or something. I thought it was something like that. It's something to do with your bet.
It's me putting a bet on. Rooty around the wicket, floated up, and Carey lunges forward and defends it out to the deep. There's no one. Now there's a gully. The gully looks a bit close to me, but not going to have much for action time.
It's half second slip, half gully, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, when you're that close, you don't have to be that far apart. Driven out again by Carey, out to cover once more.
For wrongs, if the Bish dons a fishnet singlet, YouTube will go into meltdown. It will turn off completely. I don't think it'll go into meltdown. Might have done in days gone by, but probably not now.
That'd be interesting. Put it that way.
I was informed by Bear earlier that the YouTube channel is not for kids, so you are welcome.
Yeah. We don't do anything for kids.
Well, now let me see. If England win this Test series, I might, if someone provides the appropriate garment.
What? Get yourself a little string vest. You have a fag hanging out one half side, and a little handkerchief with 4 knotted knots in the corners, and put that on your head as well.
Hopefully, I'm not sure that's what Farong had in mind with a fishnet singlet.
Well, possibly not. That's defended back to the bowler, Ollie Robinson, by Carey. Oh no, it must be Khawaja. And there is no run. It was Khawaja. It was back an awful long time for Australia, as you said. Russ.
He's been out in the field for all but 21 balls in this game, which is kind of remarkable.
It is. And how old is he? 36. It's not easy. Around the wicket, Robinson. And defended once more stoutly by Khawaja, and there's no run. His intent is virtually non-existent, though. He's going at 30 runs per 100 balls. 33 runs per 100 balls.
What's that? A strike rate of 0.33, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, no, 33% or whatever they put strike rates in, yeah.
And I wonder if he is tired, if he's not quite as crisp as he might be, that it's a little bit harder to see it early enough to go after the ball.
Or he's just being ultra careful and wants to get across the line. But you see,
I think the latter.
And that's why I think Bazball works, is because you basically you take the fear out and go, fuck it, we're going to do it. That one's defended up towards mid-on. There's no run because, at the end of the day, eventually, surely a ball comes along that is going to trouble you. And if that gets you out and you've spent 200 balls getting 70, when actually, an England player would have spent, if it had been in for 200 balls, would have 150, which would have won you the game, and it would have put England on the back foot. The other thing is England really haven't had to move their fields around like Australia were very defensive in the field. That's full and on the pads, and it's clipped and just about beats the man at mid-wicket diving in, but mid-on is fairly wide. That's Jimmy, and there's no run.
England have spent most of this game with two fielders almost behind each other. It's been a fascinating game for field placements. Some of them I don't think existed before this game.
Well, no, and that's the point, isn't it? England have felt comfortable, even if they get hit for fours, they stay attacking with the field, which then offers the opportunities.
Or if they existed, not necessarily in combinations like they've been used. That's for sure.
Robinson around the wicket to Khawaja, who once more just defends that.
Is he playing for the draw?
Well,
maybe he's going.
Well, there's a long way to play for the draw.
We'll take the draw and move on on to Lords.
I mean, this is how many runs have they scored since tea? What, about 15? And they've had 7 overs, 6 overs. The new ball's now only 14 overs away at the end of this over, and they still need 88 runs.
That is good.
And if at the way they're going at 28 runs, so they get two runs an over if they carry on like this. Unless Carey gets going, they're still going to need 60 when a new ball comes along.
We've just seen Merv Hughes sitting up there. He's obviously texting someone, but he's got a shirt on his head
They've scored 10 in 7 overs since tea.
10 in 7
after this ball.
overs. Yeah, that's fuck all, isn't it? You know, Robinson in, short, pulled. No, not pulled. Sways out away, Khawaja. Through the keeper, and there is no run. And there you go. Another over slips by, and, you know, that's it.
The GC Naked Fun Pornbot says, Australian heads in laps, click here. Yeah. Jay Grover says, Russ is laconic as all fuck. But you knew that, Russ, I think, already.
Yeah. Russ is chill.
So he doesn't really need to be told that. Wicket, says Muttley. Yeah. So I'll better move on. Derek Willis says this is going to end with Cummins hitting the winning runs, isn't it? Well, we'll wait and see. Leah is explaining her Shane Warne and Sheneka sunglasses joke. It's about Shane Warne, who believed in UFOs, getting out as he was distracted by what he believed to be a UFO, but it was just a reflection in Shenka's glasses. The joke being that Shenka was guitarist for UFO for a time. Not a joke. Yes. If it needs explaining to that extent.
Yes, exactly. Right, sorry.
However,
sorry,
I can see where you were going. Yes.
Rooty is going to come around a wicket to Khawaja, Carey, who lunges at that. It pops up in the air. I don't think there was any bat on it. I think it was off his toe. I would have been tempted to maybe have a little shout. Maybe it wasn't turning enough. Maybe it was going too far down leg side. Oh no, it was off the inside edge of the bat onto the pad and ballooned up. There's no short leg. Rooty again. That one is defended, and he's got his eye in here, Rooty, and no one's taken a chance. They're letting
just as well he has, as he's England's frontline spinner. By dint of having strong enough fingers.
It is tempting. I was tempted. The other way England could have gone. There's a big smear.
It's going to go. No, it's not.
It's not going to go. It's going to be chased down by the Robinson. They should get back for 2. They do. There's a miss hit. There's a mid-wicket may have caught that. I was wondering if in England, I mean, assuming the wickets aren't all going to be as bad as this, that England might just bring folks back as the keeper and just use Root as a part-time spinner. That one is poked at by Carey, out to cover, and there's no run. I mean, surely isn't that an option? If Mo's really not going to be that effective, I mean, Root's gone for 12 in 6.4 overs here. It's looked reasonably threatening on a track that's got a little bit of turn in it. And Mo's
I don't think you can do that unless Stokes is bowling.
Well, yeah, Stokes may have to bowl a little bit more. And considering he hasn't bowled, but every ball that he doesn't have to bowl, he's saving up for time when he needs to be bowling. As I said, I don't think he'll bring himself on unless he thinks that he's absolutely required and he trusts his other bowlers to do the job.
Well, it's more than Moeen Ali bowled 33 overs in the first innings, so that's a lot of extra overs you got to get out of Root and the rest of your pace attack.
Yeah, true, and he may well have had to bowl more overs and switched others around. But then Jimmy hardly bowled any overs, it seems, in that first innings. It's defended by Carey, out again to cover, and there's no run.
I think we're due a change.
We are due a
change. At the end of this over, I'll just swing through these. Jay Grover says Tony in a fishnet.
Now.
What made nurses swoon back in the day. Now what?
We're due a change now. It's 21
yes, we are.
past. Yeah.
Leah says, in case England win this series, don't ask me for something to wear, Tony. I'm not your size. You'd split the seams. Well, that's a bit unkind. I could lose a bit of weight. I grant you that. Careful now, says Leah. Shoe Bill Luck's got the UFO joke right away. Jay Grover says, I love Leah, but that joke were cryptic crossword clue. And Dave Wood said, this will finish as follows. Anderson, Bairstow, Erasmus, exclamation mark.
It could well do. Who knows? Oh dear. Good job, Tony. Up to date. Fantastic.
Well, hello, Messi. Hello, Hendo. Good to see you all. Last time was 4 o'clock in the morning, my time, when England were
How
New
are
Zealand.
you?
Good.
How's
good.
Switzerland?
Austria, close.
Austria, sorry. It's all snow and mountains, isn't it?
Yeah, but everything's about a quarter of the price in Austria, so I'll
That's a good point.
stick with that.
Oh.
Yeah, but
This is
pleasure to be
fucking
back.
killing me. This is really killing me. Oh, Jesus. They've got to score some runs, haven't they?
Well, there was a time before tea when I thought they're just going to pick this off in singles, but England have dried those up since tea, and the run rate required, if all the overs are bowled, is now over the 3 mark, and with 4 wickets standing, it's interesting.
I think this is a mistake bringing Moeen back on. I really do. I know there is a bit of turnout there.
Yeah.
I just think Robinson was bowling well. Carey's not in yet. I just don't think this is the right move. But Ben Stokes has proved me wrong in this test several times.
Here is Moeen coming in around the wicket, and Khawaja just bunts that away into the leg side. They're thinking about two, or at least one of the batsmen is, but it's going to just be the single on that occasion. Yeah, I feel like Australia have, to some extent, been waiting for those Moeen overs. It's maybe one of the reasons they've been so conservative at times, because they've thought there's going to be easy runs coming at some point when Moeen bowls, and there were earlier on.
Chance to milk, isn't there? There's the chance to milk because he's bowling. I mean, I said something earlier about, the ratio of unplayable balls has got to be to his dross has got to be, increased. But since that point, he's bowled dross. I mean, he's got away with a lot of bad balls because of the lack of pace in this pitch. When players have tried to hit him too hard, and the ball has just sort of sat up a little bit.
There is that. And here he is. That is a little on the short side, but there is no run as it's just played into the covers.
Seems to me.
Let me give you a figure. 664 deliveries Khawaja has faced in this test match for 202 runs.
I bet he's glad he's got 8 days off between.
I reckon.
Moeen a bit full of that time. It is defended carefully straight down the track by Carey.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Carey is a good player, but there's a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah.
And Khawaja isn't really taking the pressure off because he's not scoring quickly enough to do that.
And Moeen, that is an absolute long hop, and I believe Carey has climbed into that as one should. Didn't see where it landed. In the stands or on the ground? It's definitely a boundary.
It's a 4.
It's a 4.
The last time you said this was a mistake, Moeen got hit for 2 4s and then took a wicket. Remember that, Hendo?
Yeah, but I mean, in that last over that he bowled before he got taken off, it was just too short. He can't seem to. He's not gripping the ball properly. I mean, he's forcing the ball down deep into his finger so he can keep it off the top of his index finger. And I think he's gripping because of that. He's gripping it too tightly, and therefore he's dropping the ball too short. He's hanging on to it. It's not loose enough in his hand. Australia's 200 has come up, by the way. 81 more to win.
A little bit of a chat there between Stokes and Moeen with 2 balls left in the over. It was a very quick one. Here is Moeen again. This one's defended out into the covers, no run.
I think if you're going to make a change, if you felt that Robinson had bowled a bit before tea and a bit after tea and was a little bit tired, then I think you've got to take a chance on that last sort of little burst from Brody.
This one is driven harder. The last ball of the over may be disappearing. No, there's a man out there in the deep. It is Robinson. He puts in the dive, takes a divot out of the ground, and the batsmen have got a couple.
Yes.
So 79 required to win now at the end of the over.
Was it 6 runs off that over, or was it more than that?
Yes,
I think it was 6.
Mayank says 30 overs left, 86 to win, and that's assuming the whole 30 overs are played. I'm counting on a draw now. Aussies don't look interested in winning now. No, that's not true.
I don't think that's true.
When they get to the last hour and there's 15 overs to go, that just sets the rabbits running. News just in, says Jay Grover. Cricket team needs to score some runs, says Perth man in controversial bombshell.
Look, if there's one thing these professional players know, it's about how to manage a chase. Remember those India ones in Australia? It looked like they were a long way off, but they know how to finish it off when they get close enough at the end. That must be Australia's plan. As Khawaja picks up a single into the covers off Joe Root, as we have spin from both ends. Whether Moeen gets another over is an interesting discussion point, of course.
I think that
Warren says Bairstow must be able to throw down a pie or two.
Yeah, I mean, really, he can't bowl at the moment. He may just conjure up a fluke brilliant delivery, but he's not able to use his normal technique in the way that he's bowling. He's forcing the ball down deeper into his fingers. It's unfair on him, really.
Yeah.
Joe Root into Carey, who spanks it quite hard but picks out the wideish mid-off. Yeah, and if England are hoping that Carey will get himself out to reverse sweep, as he has done fairly often in the recent past to spin, they've got Root on from one end to give that theory a test. I reckon Stokes from another end at some point. Here's Root again. It's another good length ball, and it's defended respectfully away by Kerry.
Also, you're allowing Kerry to get in and have a little look, aren't you, by having Mo bowling rubbish, even if he doesn't hit him for 4. He's having a look at it, isn't he? He's getting used to being out there.
Yeah, you had a bunch of dot balls to Kerry at the beginning, some pressure building, and then on came Moeen, and that was that. Kerry now has 8 off 18 as this one is just hit out into the covers for no run.
11 overs after this to the new ball too.
Well, I suppose there's that. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
This one's angled down the leg side by Root, but there's going to be no run as it's just potted out towards mid-on.
But I mean, really, if you're looking at the new ball, and if Stokes is in any way fit, surely he should bowl instead of Moeen, because Moeen is all over the shop at the moment.
Yeah.
Root to complete is over. This one is... Kerry thinks of a run as he prods it into half a gap on the offside, but there isn't one. Absolutely with you on that. Stokes is the golden arm. He's the man who can do magic, and if you're not going to turn to him in a situation like this, when do you?
Oh dear. Farong is almost as predictable as Josie Oak. He says, Moeen having trouble gripping the ball, you know who to go to. Duck it from the Vauxhall end.
You're doing well. We are getting the change that I've just called for. It is finally going to be belatedly, sort of with 10 overs to go before the new ball. We're going to get a bit of this man, the captain himself,
Ben. Ben Stokes.
Yeah, they were on their feet and clapping in the stands at Edgbaston, and you've got to say, the stage is absolutely set for Ben Stokes here.
Yeah, it is, and yet you kind of feel, well, is Ben Stokes looking to take the glory here? Is he sort of seeing the sort of himself as a heroic image?
Well, he's done enough selfless stuff with the bat since the invention of Bazball, one might argue. Here he is. Or is this? Yeah, he is trundling in, and it's an easy couple for Khawaja, or will that just be the one? No, just the one, I think, for Khawaja into the square leg, deep square leg, as it's picked off the hip. Looked like a bit of a loosener, to be honest, the way Stokes was running in there. Not particularly hard.
Yeah, I think he's got to pitch it up. I don't think. I mean, short anything that. Well, okay, you can bowl bouncers and get away with them, but you can't bowl short and get away with them because the ball just sits up and waits to be hit.
Let's see what Kerry can do with the next one. It's actually right in the channel there and just played out to the offside dot ball. Stokes having a chat with the umpire, presumably about where his front foot landed.
Maybe he's come on to sort of create a little bit more rough for the spinner. It's deliberately running.
Late.
He thinks, well, I'll come on for one over and I'll just mess up as much as I can. The pitch in front of the batsman. Could be a ploy. Could be a ploy.
Yes, Stokes coming in again, very gently, wide of the crease. Back to it goes Kerry, and it's just bunted straight down back to the bowler. Backward defensive, straight from the textbook.
34.
Just got a couple of comments on YouTube. Samantha G says, I wish Mark Wood was bowling, mostly because I love his jingle. She also says, but instead of being selected, he's been put out to pasture. Stokes could go for runs, says Jarno 71 or Jarn 071.
Let's see if that proves true off this next delivery. He's only gone for one so far this over. That one is down the leg side, and once again the batsman's going to profit with a gentle single. This time it's Kerry, or was it a leg by? Anyway, there's a run to the total.
Yeah, it's very tense now, isn't it? It's tense and intense. It really is. I still think England need another wicket. Well, they need 4 more wickets, don't they?
But the new ball adds a very interesting twist to this. If it was just going to be old ball all the way, you'd think, okay, Australia are going to just get within 40 and then smash a few and it'll be done. Here's Stokes once again. It's down leg side once more. That's the 3rd time this over, and it's another easy single for the batters. So it's starting to look a little bit like it did before tea, where they can get their 3 or 4 and over in singles. and England have got to come up with something.
Yeah, he's just straying into the pads a little bit too much at the moment, isn't he? And I suppose that can be a result of not having bowled a lot.
Yeah, and he's also coming very wide of the crease, which makes it perhaps a little easier to get the line slightly off, or a little too straight, as they say. Will there be a correction of the last ball? Stokes is wide again. This one is probably hitting middle stump, and it goes to mid-off. There's going to be no run. 206 for 6, 75 to win.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot actually from Carey, and Anderson did really well to get across there at mid-on. For a moment I thought that might escape for 4, but signs that Carey, Carey's got shots, hasn't he? He has got some shots. He's a dangerous player.
Khawaja's strike rate today has been 27 or 0.27. He's scored 30 from 108 balls, 107 balls. It's just crazy.
Yeah, well, no. Is anyone going to moan if he gets Australia over the line? Everyone's going to say that was the perfect test innings.
Well, if Australia don't make it and run out of time, people will moan at him. But if he gets them within sight, smashes the last few, then it was a brilliant strategic plan all along. Hindsight will prove to be very easy.
Matthew Cullen says, been listening since it started while in lab. Just got home, put the Sky coverage on, heard KP, and immediately muted it in favour of you lot. Thank you, Matthew. Good taste.
Dot ball to start the next Joe Root over. Khawaja is, of course, on strike. And looking as unhurried as always.
God, he must be tired.
Here comes the former England skipper once again. And this one is... I don't know what you'd call that shot, but we've seen it a few times today as Khawaja drops it off quite a full length, just drops the bat onto it without really moving his feet much. Well, I guess you could say he went back to a quite full ball. He is tired, fair enough. His eye is in. It squirts out towards point. There's no run. A lot of theatrics for no run there. Here's Root once some more. Whipping through his over. That one's heading onto the pads, and it's going to be a fairly simple single, although Khawaja does have to scamper a bit down at the non-striker's end. 74 to win.
Yep, it's Root's bowled well. He's got a wicket. He's got a couple of times. Has he got a wicket? Has Root got a wicket? I'm trying to remember now.
Not to my recollection.
No, he hasn't. No, sorry, I'm not Moeen has, hasn't he?
But it's amazing how often we say Root's bowled well and sounds slightly surprised by it. I think for going on a decade now.
Oh yeah, he's somewhere between. He's certainly more than just a very occasional bowler. He's a little bit better than that, and he's got so much experience. He knows what he's doing, and he does it pretty well.
And it won't be the first time that he's shown up England's supposedly frontline spinner. Anyway, here he is again, fourth ball of the over, and it's let go by Carey. Bairstow takes it cleanly. Will give himself a pat on the back for that.
Dara Azizi saying, Moeen to retire after this test. Comes back for one test. Could be, couldn't it?
I think that's probably right. I think this will be his last test.
That one is really full from Root, and it's just bunted out to long off for a single. And it's ticking along okay for Australia now. Again, it's just a question of whether they can continue to tick along in that fashion with the new ball and without losing wickets. At some point, you think there's going to have to be a bit more attack. Root again, it's just defended out into the covers. That's another overdone. 208 for 6 Australia.
Matthew McKeesey asks, what are the odds for a tie? I don't think you can get it now. I know before the game started, Sportsbet in Australia were offering what they called an exotic bet on the tie, 500 to 1. You certainly couldn't get that now. Would have been a nice bet to have taken, right?
Well, you will know, of course, that I actually suggested that all 5 games would end in ties.
You did, yes. Oh,
it'd be amazing if I was right, wouldn't it? I'd be some sort of incredible Nostradamus.
Oh dear, Henda. that would be scary.
After we've got centuries with only 4 tied tests, and they suddenly had 5 in a row. That would be tremendous.
Dear. And I think we would all be complete wrecks by the end of the second one, to be honest.
So Stokes in again, strays onto leg once again, and it's just cut off on the leg side, so there won't be a run there. Harry Brook doing the work. Lights are on at Edgbaston.
That's a very casual piece of fielding, but a good one. It almost seemed to let that run past him before he actually sort of pulled it back.
Well, they say let the ball come to you. As with batting, play it under your eyes. He took that to great extremes. Did Harry Brook there at mid-wicket. Here's Stokes once again. Carry on strike, and that is an attacking shot and a great bit of fielding there in the covers. Possibly a wild throw, but the net result is a single. Could easily have gone for 4 had it not been someone got a hand to it. Didn't see who did the work there in the offside.
Pope, I think.
You got to see that. I think you got to say that Carey is going to play some shots if he gets the opportunity. Yes, Pope did really well there.
Yeah, just got a wrist onto it, and whether there was cover, I'm not sure, but saved a few. As Stokes in again, and it's a decent delivery. Probably just missing off stump, defended away by Khawaja. This chase in general is reminding me of watching South Africa under Dean Elgar nudge their way to a target of around 220 or 30. It's that style of chase so far.
Is that an actual match you're thinking of, or a theory?
No, I've seen it a few times. Yeah, we have actually chased down targets under Dean Elgar. Not often, but it has happened. Stokes again. There'll be no run as it's just played into the offside. Bozeman Khawaja there. Early last year, South Africa chased, when India were in South Africa, they chased down targets in the 230-240 range, if I remember rightly, and just edged their way very, very carefully and risk-free. But the difference was they had time on their side, so they could afford to do that. Australia, you can argue, have still got time on their side, but there's going to come a time when they won't if it carries on like this. Stokes has earned himself another dot ball there, quite full, but it's just played straight down the wicket by Khawaja.
I get a sense of Stokes limping once he picked that ball up then, or was that just the way he walks? I don't know.
I think he's always limping, isn't he?
Maybe.
Maybe he's not limping, and that's what strikes one.
Yes.
Be more noticeable.
Cummins, Glan and Hazelwood to come. That doesn't fill me with confidence.
Oh, he's bowled him! He has, the golden arm has done the trick. He's found a lazy inside edge from Khawaja. Stokes has done the business, and now it gets very, very interesting indeed.
Can I say this as well as a tune?
Shit gets wicked, so try and see. A smooth full toss is a guarantee there. Shit gets wicked, obviously. Shit gets wicked, so shit gets wicked.
We've talked about how long Khawaja's been out there, and that strikes me as nothing more than a tired shot.
Yeah, it was a tired shot, but
it was hang the bat out to a decent ball.
I didn't think it was a great ball. I thought it was a little bit wide. I thought it was I don't know what kind of ball it was really, but it just kept a little low, I think. And as he said, he hung the bat out a little bit, and it's absolutely gutting for him because if anyone deserves to be on the winning side, it's him. But I mean, goodness, is that the crucial wicket? Is it Ben Stokes again? Has he done it? New man coming to the crease is the Australian captain. I've kind of seen it in my mind's eye. Patrick Cummins, who bowled so well yesterday, leading Australia to victory, but we shall see. Jingle.
Paceman Pat, and his baggy green cap. Early in the morning, just before the warm-up, he has to pull out with a dodgy back.
Pet Rick.
First time I've heard that jingle. Very nice. The other thing I was
been around
for a long time, a very long time. Stokes barely seemed to celebrate that wicket, did he? Is he really grimacing in pain there? I think he might be.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, it was all a bit like last ball of the nets at 9:30, Midsummers. You know,
he's definitely
bowled him, but we're all a bit tired. We all got our mind on packing our stuff in the car. Meanwhile, it's the last session of an Ashes opener.
Do you think also that, I mean, he's, as much as someone like Khawaja is mentally exhausted, he himself might be mentally exhausted. All the thought that's gone into his captaincy, I mean, that's got to be slightly wearing as well, hasn't it?
Exactly, and I feel like it might have already taken its toll. We might have already seen that earlier on today. I mean, there's been a lack of, not quite the same urgency about setting funky fields. There was a time when the Aussies were getting singles very easily, and you thought, is Stokes being a bit passive here? Where's all the creative stuff gone? Yeah, he could have been tired since the start of the day. There's an argument for that.
Well, it's like Joe Root's going to continue. I'm absolutely right to get Moeen Ali out after that 1 over. That was a kind of a sort of a blemish on his captaincy to a certain extent. I mean, maybe he had just a bit of a brain fade by bringing Moeen back on there, or just had a gut feeling, but it certainly didn't pay off.
Isn't it amazing how much bigger a number 72 looks now with 7 in the wickets column?
Yeah, it does.
And
But
back in the hat.
Don't underrate Patrick Cummins, his determination as well as his ability.
That's a fair point, as Roots just defended down on the wicket by Kerry now, who's obviously the senior man. But indeed, Cummins isn't the sort of, let's say, lower order batsman who's just going to have a swing and get out. He will bat properly and is capable of it. Joe Root, once again, that one's wider of off stump and played watchfully out to the offside. No run.
Mayank says Stokes is hobbling a lot after the ball is bowled. Seems like he's not feeling the knee at all.
Ooh,
this time, Carey has a go. Did it just turn past the bat there? Did he get anything on that?
I think he drove it into the ground and it sort of popped up.
Yeah,
but
it was, one of those where you need to see the replay. Anyway, it went to where third slip or gully would have been, to the spinner. And there was no harm done for anybody. There's Root again. That's fired in a little quicker. There's going to be no run. Yeah, so what are the odds that Stokes, having got the big wicket, will take himself off now?
He might well do. Or he might. Yes, I mean, if he's hurting, then he probably should do.
Could argue he's done his job, as Root earns him. So that's a good ball, and it's just defended down the wicket. How far away is the new ball now?
8 over. Sorry,
7 overs after this one.
Maybe.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it is down to the new ball bowlers, if it gets that far, to do their jobs and clean up the tail. That should not be difficult for.
But I'm just wondering whether you do use the new ball if you get to it, because I think the last couple of wickets have come from the lack of pace and slightly lazy shots. Lazy in the sense of, one player being incredibly exhausted. That said, Usman Khawaja always looks, beautifully in control, really, but in a languid sense. I don't know. I wonder whether you would rely on Stuart Broad, but without the new ball, certainly for an over or two.
Here's England going traditional, trying to prevent the single with Carey on strike and Cummins on none from none at the other end. And they have indeed prevented the single as Carey goes for his reverse sweep there, but misses it completely. That's the end of the over, 209 for 7, and Cummins will be on strike in the next one.
Jay Grover says there's a touch of late period Botham about Stokes. Mayank says something I totally disagree with. If I'm Cummins, I'm going for a draw now. Stop the game and defend until stumps. No chance. Absolutely none. There's going to be a result. Warren says, has Ricky Ponting got enough bottles of wine to calm messages? No chance in that either. Dave Wood just says, fuckity bye to Khawaja. And Muttley says, still not convinced this won't be a draw. I don't see Australia winning, but England still have to push hard if they're to win this. No, it's not going to be a draw. It just isn't.
Whatever happens, it'll be dramatic. The Ashes we just expect that from the Ashes now. Yeah. It hasn't delivered today.
I do wish I'd taken a misery hedge. If I'd had some money in my betting account, England were 2-1 against at tea time, which was ridiculous. And they're now 74% chance to win, according to WinViz.
Stokes has given himself another one. He's bowling to his opposite number. He's got a slip in. He finds a very thick edge, and it pops out to gully. No run for Cummins.
Can I just do a couple of YouTube shout-outs? Someone called Philip Schofield says, I love Hendo. Build Hendo a statue. He's Mr. Cricket. Sorry, I had to get those in, obviously.
No wonder you had to read those.
All in a day's work. There's Stokes once again. Oh, Cummins, it's again edged to gully, or slightly shorter, played off the back foot. But something building up between the captains in this particular over.
Kieran Roseblade, which is a great name, says, your fame would be similar to those match-guessing octopuses they have before the Soccer World Cup. I think that's if we manage to get 5 ties out of these Ashes games.
Hendoctopus.
Ben Stokes, nice and straight into Cummins, defends it out towards mid-off, no run.
Do you think Patrick believes? Do you think Cummins believes?
I don't know. I think his attitude's a bit defensive.
Do you think so?
It's been a tough one all day to really read Australia's plan. I don't think they can count on Moeen coming on and giving them easy deliveries anymore.
Not now.
That ship has sailed. Stokes in again, and there's a slight touch more aggression in that drive from Cummins, but certainly nothing that's going to get it past mid-off. Once again, a dot ball.
Although, if another wicket goes down, you know that Nathan Lyon is not going to come in and defend. He's going to play some shots, isn't he? Nathan Lyon can be quite dangerous. He's quite a little bit unorthodox. And he could be what Australia need right now.
And he does have experience of the tense moments at the end of an Ashes match, doesn't he? And Stokes once more, similar delivery, and it's going to be a dot ball again. Well, yeah, Australia absolutely right to have taken it carefully and low risk for most of today, because it hasn't been a big ask in terms of run rate. But if you had to write a match report right now, you'd say they've overdone the caution just a tad.
I suppose the point was Usman Khawaja to play to be out there and the others to play around him a little bit.
Stokes once more. That one is wide, and Cummins is having nothing to do with it, so he still needs to get off the mark as the over comes to a close. Stokes takes his hat.
My comment in relation to the not being a draw is tempered to a certain extent in that there are a few rain clouds heading towards Birmingham from South Wales.
It's a fair old way to come, yeah. Especially if they're on the M4. I mean, the bloody traffic.
They'll be stuck in a
traffic on the M4 is a nightmare. They'll never get there.
Exactly.
So I think we'll be all right there.
We're due a little switcheroo.
How is your nerves, everyone? Okay. How are your nerves? Joe roots into the attacks, defended away into the offside. There's no run, Messers. You just finish off where you were and then hand over if you wanted to.
Mayank says BBC Sports saying rain on radar at 6:30ish. So I'll let you take it from there.
All right, 72 is what Australia need. Cometh the hour, cometh Ben Stokes. We thought he wouldn't bowl, we were wrong, and he got Khawaja, the key man, back. Well, there's a huge shout. I can't honestly say what for.
I presume that
they must think he's in front.
Well, you might as well fucking review them.
Well, you might as well.
3 left.
You do have 3 reviews left, and Ben Stokes has reviewed this.
Well, if it's pad first, it's a good shout.
Well, Bairstow seems utterly convinced. What did you make of that, Russ?
It looked strange because as soon as he was hit, he stepped 2 feet back away from the wicket, so he kind of also looked like he was struck miles down leg side. But
that's what I thought.
So it's very hard to tell exactly where he was hit. Watching it play.
Oh, it's pad first.
It's pad first, and he does step back, as Russ said. We're seeing a kind of interesting side-on angle, so we're really looking straight at Zach Crawley.
It's going to be missing.
I think it's going to be clipping, but was given not out, and therefore umpire's call will prevail. The original decision was not out. It impact in line. It's missing.
Oh, it missed quite a lot.
You might as well have reviewed, but I don't think any of us felt confident about it.
We had 3 reviews, might as well. If you say rain's... I mean, this is it. England are out on the hunt, aren't they?
How
many overs gone? They fucking scored no runs for us, have they? I mean, let's face it. We were thinking they were down 30 or 40 when the new ball came. There's only 6 overs left till the new ball comes after. 5 after this over.
Carey's
they still need 72.
Facing route. Down the track comes Carey, who crunches this, but it's crunched straight to mid-on. He hit it too hard, if anything. Mid-off, I beg your pardon. And it's Ben Stokes again, who, having bowled, is flinging his body on the line for England. 209 for 7.
Carey showing intent.
Route in again, defended this time by Carey. What a moment that was in the game, the departure of Khawaja. Russ, there was a stat about Khawaja. First Australian to play to bat all 5 days of a test match since, was it Kim Hughes?
Yeah, exactly. Second
Only
but ever.
Only ever. Yeah, then smack down, and that's put down by Root. He was half getting out the way and half throwing up his hands, and they went through them, and his expression tells you he thinks that was a drop. It was absolutely leathered back
but
at
it was
him.
leathered, exactly.
We've seen another Bairstow. Another one went through Bairstow, so we reckon that's 5 or 6 now.
No, I don't think that was that one earlier, actually. I mean, that was a tough catch. If he'd have caught that...
Well, he got everything behind it.
Yeah,
he got everything behind it. Goalkeeper
protected Erasmus from being killed, so he put that in Jerry's favour.
Yeah, it was instinctive, but they could easily have stuck. He had everything in position. If, as they say in football circles, worry a goalkeeper. He's going to be disappointed with that. In he comes again, fenced by Cummins away towards cover. No run. It means that the end of the over. It's number 16 for Root. England need 3 wickets. It's 210 for 7. And we'll go to Bear for messages.
Oh, do we?
We do,
shit.
Bear.
Do you want to pass me an iPad over there?
Oh.
Well, I can tell you, the Bear and the Bishop on comms in a tantalising finish. Nothing tops the goats of Cummins.
Oh, well, that's very kind. Who's that
Thank
from?
You very much. Philip Schofield. Well, Phil Schofield.
Phil Schofield, I think.
Yeah. Well, we like to call him Philip.
We've already done the. How are you? Or what is it? How are you feeling? I can't remember.
Well,
what she said now.
I'm grooming children.
Old Willy Booby.
I didn't say that.
210 for 7, 3 wickets needed. The second new ball to add just something else into the mix.
5 overs. That's what I mean.
5 overs away.
Scored fuck all. Where were we? Do you know what?
They needed to score more quickly, and now they're in an
Stokes it is again. He has a slip. Oh, he's so nearly chopped on. Alex Carey so nearly chopped on. It was an inside edge. He turned round. He wouldn't have got anything to stop it. Ben Stokes is grimacing as he delivers that ball. It's played down into the ground and actually bounces up and over and wide. On the replay, it didn't look quite as threatening or as menacing as it did the first time around. Stokes is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Carey. That's on leg. They're going to take a leg by. I'm pretty sure he didn't get any bat on that. We'll wait and see what umpire Raza does. Yep, he's up on one leg, patting his chunky knee.
It is hard to tell how easy it is to score on this wicket because nothing's coming onto the bat and there's no speed in the outfield. So, Australia's played some shots where you're like, oh, that looked better than it deserved, and it just went dribbled out to a fielder. But yes, in general, yes, they needed to score much faster than they have.
This one is defended into the offside, away towards point. No run. I don't quite know where. Messers, can you tell us where you got to, mate? If not,
No, I think he said BBC radar saying at 6:30ish.
Right, yes, I'm trying to look for that to help you out. Well, why don't you just start with Warren and we'll go from there, and I'm very
I'm
sorry.
going to start with Leah. She says there's not going to be a draw, there will be a result.
Oh, no, hang on, there was more than that. Yeah.
And
this one got up in the air. I think it was up and away. Pope was running after it. And he isn't going to get there. He seemed just to stop at a crucial moment. And alas, he's shaking his head. This is it though, Russ. You can get frustrated when little things don't quite work. It was a fairly meaty pull, but it was up and off the top edge from Cummins, and it was well over Ollie Pope in the end, who's not the tallest, and he'd have had to have been Peter Crouch sat on, I don't know, who's a really tall South African? Marco Janssen's shoulders. As this one is defended, or crunched, rather aggressively defended by Carey, but it just bobbles away on the onside, and there's no run. 212 for 7.
Well, fourth is
Australia seem to have flicked the switch in the last 2 overs, and they look like they're trying to hit everything now, which is kind of a step beyond where they should have been going earlier, because it's they've already given one chance, a half chance in the last 9 balls.
Well, they've suddenly decided to try and accelerate.
I think the root one would have been. That's crunched off the back foot. It's up and it's high and it's gone over the man who's at long on. But it doesn't matter because it's going to plug in what is still probably a soft outfield, and Ollie Robinson's able to get there and haul it in. Well, there was no hauling to do because it had pretty much... imagine a golf ball dropping into a bunker. That's pretty much what that ball had done. But the intent was there from Carey. Look at that. He lofts it high.
Well, this is what, to me, this is what they should have done earlier, to be fair. Because they can quite quickly just compopulate England.
Well, I think that is the plan.
Exactly. Leah says, I'm pretty sure draw is one of 4 possible results in a cricket match, at least the first class one, yeah. Jay Grover says, I feel the GPL is a debased currency when Messrs hasn't put about 10 grand in it. All for a Hendo statue, me and the pigeons. Right. Stop blaming us Welsh, says Dave Wood. I don't think we were we?
Joe Root over the wicket to the right-hander. Pat Cummins, Australian captain. Can he see his side over the line?
Oh, well, Hendo saying don't take the new ball. I think take the new ball.
Well, there's that debate about runs come quicker from it. Thrown, tossed up outside of off stump, smacked back over Root's head. That's 4.
Oh.
And that's 4.
Yeah, that's 4.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
So Australia now have decided it's time to stop defending. So long as Khawaja was there, you had a feeling that they were happy just to keep taking them, keep the target in sight. Now they want to try and get there. Now they need 63 runs. Root is in, that kept low, jabbed down on by Cummins in front of his off stump. And there is no run. Just 54 miles an hour. You wouldn't expect too much more. Not a lot of bounce for us, as we've said quite often from Joe Root, or indeed any of the spinners. Quite a few can skittle through. Root in again. That's lifted by Cummins, but 1 bounce to mid-on. And Cummins has got a big smile on his face.
Then perhaps it's defensive. Yeah, right. Stop blaming us. The French didn't like it when Hendo blamed them too, says Messengers. Warren says odds on Lyon being the last wicket by being given out, interfering with the field while attempting the winning run.
Root throws this up outside of off stump. Cummins is happy to leave it and watch it by into the not entirely reliable gloves, one has to say, of Johnny Bairstow. It goes. Last ball of this Root over. They've tried to get after him. They have done. 1 has plugged, 1's gone all the way. It's 218 for 7 and 63 is the target. Root throws this up. Don't think he got enough bat on that to push it back to Root. And it means at the end of that over, with Australia needing 63, they're 218 for 7. Cummins on 5, Carey on 13.
Warren says odds on Lyon being the last wicket by being given out, interfering with the field while attempting the winning run, then catching the ball coming in but dropping it. Jay Graver says dozing off due to a surfeit of whiskey and night nurse, and then hear the bear yelling, "I'm grooming children." What the ever-loving fuck? You heard that wrong. I was talking about Philip Schofield. Grooming children,
and not the one on YouTube.
Not
the one on YouTube.
But he just sounds the same.
Oh, are you okay? Is what Holly Willoughby said, wasn't it? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fucking fine. Fucking Phil. PJ Mead says tense, isn't it? Stunning Test cricket. Whatever the result. In other news, I discovered my kitchen smart speaker can access your feed. Can indeed. If you're on an Amazon smart speaker, you can go to tune in, thingy jiggy.
Indeed.
And play Gorilla Cricket on TuneIn.
By Jove, there's some nails being chewed up in that Australian dressing room. We saw Steve Smith had all 4 in his mouth, or not quite his thumb as well. This one guided nicely to backward point. They might come back for 2. No, they won't come back for 2. It's 1 less though. Takes the target down to 62. And that new ball, which may or may not be taken. Let us know where you stand on the new ball. Because I think we're split. I would take it. Hendo wouldn't. And Ben Stokes has gone Mark Wood there by falling over.
I would take it and bring Broad on if I was Stokes. But I'd also at this point not have a spread field to carry. Like what? Why would you do that? And a ring field to Cummins.
Stokes in defended nicely by Patrick Cummins. It was a slow ball, but Cummins very confident, read it all the way, played it nicely with a straight bat in front of his pad. His captaincy rate, Pat Cummins, played 16, won 9, lost 3. Well, that's pretty decent. Those figures stack up. Sorry, Russ.
Well, those handful of shots from Cummins and Carey have kind of induced England to take away all of the close infielders, and I really don't understand why.
In comes Stokes. Defended. Cummins is thinking about a single. No, says Carey. It was Cummins' call, but back they went. England, there's pressure wherever you look.
I'm going to try one more for a run out.
You think
if they'll offer it me?
All right. Well, you can give that a go. Oh, but the odds are probably just shortened on the basis that
they're not.
Bit of a misunderstanding. Was that Harry Brook who did the fielding? Very sharp throw. It definitely looked like Cummins' call, and yet it was Carey who did the sending back. That one's full and straight by Stokes and is defended again by Captain Cummins.
They're offering me 20 to 1 now instead of 33 to 1, but I'll take that.
They still come in, but it's still come in. It may have come in, but it's still attractive, I would have thought.
They've reduced the odds as you've run out of wickets to get the actual result you're looking for.
Well, yeah, but because there's more of a chance of it actually happening.
But you would, well, yes, I guess that is true. 219 for 7. Ben Stokes, the slip. Now that's full and straight. He thought about an appeal for a moment there, but it was definitely bat first before it. A bit of boot. From Cummins. He had his bat, proving that he had his bat and pad very close together.
I mean, I would be bowling lots and lots of Yorkers, I think, or trying to. And I mean, the thing is, if you're attempting Yorkers, you want someone out of cow possibly, or deep mid wicket in case you get it wrong and someone clips you hard. They're not really likely to cut you unless you get it too far across the off, and you should.
Stokes in again. Oh, that was a slower ball bouncer. It's Carey this time who's trying to set off and look for a single, and then thought better of it. Pat on the shoulder for Ashan Raza from Ben Stokes. I'm not quite sure why, but it means at the end of that over. Well, don't forget he's had a rough old time, poor Ashan Raza. He was the guy who got shot, wasn't he, in the back?
When?
Yeah, in that awful Sri Lankan.
In the coach thing.
Yeah, he was. 219 for 7, 62 to win for Australia. New ball in 2 overs. Bear, who have we got?
Okay, Jay says, does the Bear get paid for using the word discombobulated in every commentary stint? No, I get words stuck in my head, and that one seems to be the one for today. He also says, put Moeen on. My patriotism is non-existent, but I want to hear Hendo go mental. Leah says, yeah, there's a kind of pain in the arse to get Alexa to play GC, maybe because of my accent. Alexa, play Gorilla Cricket on TuneIn. There you go. Hopefully lots of people have just gone on.
Joe Root will continue. There's 19 overs left today. It's a dab sweep shout from Root. Not a chance of it for an LBW, and that is going to roll all the way down to the boundary for one of these. Yeah, it was when he was travelling to the Gaddafi Stadium. Third day of the second test of that series. He was shot in the back and critically wounded in a terrorist attack. Was Ashan Raza.
Good for him to be back, is what I say. Yeah, Farong asked us the last 15 comes in, 6:30?
I don't know what Root was appealing for. Yes, I don't know what Root was appealing for there, because that was a beautifully played sweep from the left-handed Carey. Root tosses this one up. They're going to take one more. It was only half fielded at short cover. Jimmy it was this time, who's putting his aging body on the line by flinging it wherever it needs to be flung. But there's still one more less for Australia to score. And they brought that target down to 57 is what they need. Remember at the start of the day they needed 174. They've knocked off more than 100 of those, but they have crucially lost some key wickets. This one is dabbed away out towards backward points. Another single means it'll come down to 56 to win. Carey back on strike. Cummins happy just to nudge the ones and twos, but when they get the ball rush that they concede that's there to hit, they're definitely having a go, aren't they?
They've just definitely changed approach in the last few overs.
Yeah, of course.
That's nicely dabbed away into the onside. Take a single. Looks like Moeen Ali fielding, who we don't think we are going to see bowling again, but you never know when Stokes does the unexpected. but that would be unexpected.
And the point is that this is where Bazball comes in. This is how you should play it, because you put the opposition on the back foot. You don't want to be letting them bowl to you. I mean, they've wasted time here. They had like 15, 20 overs on new ball and have scored fuck all runs.
Root over the wicket, slip and a forward short leg, and it's past the outside edge of Cummins. That was a terrific ball, just held its line, didn't turn. Maybe Cummins was slightly playing for some turn, but he was fishing after it, there's no doubt about that.
Dave Barrett says this is fun on the WhatsApp group. It is fun.
It is fun. It's operating from the City end or the Birmingham end. Driven back to him again, and I think Root's put another one down.
No, I don't think it was down. I think he could have.
Well, I think we need to have a look at that, because I think he's put that one down. And
he's
it's the
definitely giving
second
off
one.
the body language of someone who put one down.
Oh, I think so. I'm sure we are going to see a replay. It's the end of the over. It's 227 for 7. 54 is the target, and we are going to have a look now. And I'm certain that was a drop. It was.
It was, actually. I thought he hit him.
Well, the first one was very harsh, but nonetheless.
Yeah. I mean, if those either stick or they don't, you know.
Okay, Hendo has pronounced that don't take the new ball, use the old ball and combine Robinson and Stokes together. Some frustration. Broad is there with his hands on his hips, chewing under his big floppy hat. Ben Stokes is listening to whatever Stuart Broad is saying and probably thinking, I'll do it my way, son. And it is going to be Stokes continuing, and it will be the last over before that new ball is due. Russ, if you were England captain, you've got that new ball available. What are you going to do?
As I said, I'd take it and put Broad on.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
And then bring the field in and just take the chances that you'll get the wicket.
Kind of go along with that. Hendo is zigging when the rest of us are zagging on that one. As we wait for Stokes. In he comes. Drops it short. Easy enough for Cummins to just duck out the way. Bairstow has to move to his left. Down leg side to retrieve it. There's no run. Let's have a look. We have we've got a sort of a third slip. Maybe even a fourth slip. Cover.
We've got a field for bouncers. That's what
we've got a field for bouncers.
We've got a square leg.
You worked that out quicker than me. There's a forward short leg. That again is down leg side. Are they just trying to make balls you can't hit while waiting for the new ball?
I think he's trying to get it out to the chest, but it's not happening, is it?
Yeah, he's got a fine leg, another fine leg, a deep square leg, a square leg, and a short leg. He's struggling to keep them all behind square leg because he's got 5 players basically in that quadrant.
227.
And he's bowling short into Cummins' body.
Nobody's leaving Edgbaston. Nobody is leaving here, and that's defended again.
Got to be a Yorker
down
in there as
into the ground by Cummins. Do you reckon it's the old 3-card trick? Short, full.
Yeah.
Could be. Could well be. Winvis has England at 64. They've come a little bit shorter. They've gone up to 70 something at one point. Australia 35. The draw 1%.
I think that's generous to Australia.
Well, we shall see. Over the wicket comes Stokes onto the back foot. Goes Cummins, jabs it into the ground. Once more, no run. Fielded by Stuart Broad. Will he get a new ball into his hands? Will Ollie Pope won't. Will Ollie Robinson get a new ball into his hands?
If there's a tie in Test Championship terms, do you get different points to a draw? Or is it the same
I think you get 2 points instead of 1.
Well,
honestly, I could be wrong.
As we wait, that's down leg again. It's short and easy to duck out the way. The interesting thing, I think, about that question, I don't know about Russ. Maybe Russ is sitting there in Mooney Ponds, already totting up what that will mean to the World Championship Test table.
But they must have lost.
But for me, it's nothing. It means literally nothing. That the World Test Championship in this instance, literally nothing. It's an Ashes series.
You know what? Yeah, that's true. That's true. But we started off the last Test World Championship cycle with
a bad spot,
with a thrashing in the
we
Ashes
did.
and a thrashing
We did.
by
Stokes
India.
in. That's down leg again. Dies this time in front of Bairstow, who has to end up on his knees to field. It means that at the end of that over, The new ball is available. I think it's on its way. So Hendo hasn't got his wish. I think the Bear has.
Well, no, it goes out to the umpire anyway. Leah says, "Yeah, thanks, Bear, but I can't pronounce. I can't bring myself not to pronounce gorilla in the correct Spanish way with 2 L's standing for a J sound. Yeah, but Alexa's based on American English, so it's probably just gorilla. Let's be honest.
My Alexa's got a lovely English accent.
Well, that's what. Well,
and she's always so
in the
polite.
fact that it doesn't go gorilla, it probably gorilla, whichever way you look at it.
Oh, I see.
Root, you fucking high stars penis, not proper Sheffield. I don't know what that means. They're dropping the ball, I presume.
Who's that from then? I'm suspecting Jay Grover.
Yeah.
Yes.
If Russ were captain, he'd hold an impromptu Tai Chi session, and everyone would be better for it.
2:27.
Of course. The tweets are crass, coming in quick and fast now.
Late in the day style tweets. Holly's late in the day tweets.
Yes. Players seem a lot better than previous incarnations, all except for Robinson, says Matthew.
Well, I've got news for you, Bear.
Don't tweet this now.
No new ball yet because it's Joe Root round the wicket, defended away by the left-handed Carey, out towards cover, no run.
Hendo's overexcited. You're in.
Right decision, wrong bowler, says Hendo. We'll pass that on to Ben Stokes if he's listening, and he's not. Oh, they were past the outside edge. That one he really got to turn, and it missed everything. Well, it didn't miss Bairstow's gloves on this occasion. He was, well, I don't know.
He needs softer hands.
The thinnest sheet of paper was what separated the ball from bat. There, down the track it comes. Root's taken it. Third time lucky. Root has got him. He crashed it back. Root for the third time.
Fuck you.
Held on. Hendo, the ultimate seer, the reader of tea leaves.
Well, he didn't want Root, though, did he?
He didn't want Root, but he did want the old ball. And Joe Root has finally taken the third difficult, arguably the marginally easiest of them. Wow. Carey absolutely slammed it. Up went Root's hands. It didn't bounce out this time.
No, it did actually. And he caught it on the way
down.
Well,
he caught it on the way down.
That's a fucking good catch, though. I mean, it's come back
what
like
a catch,
bloody
Russ.
tracer bullet.
What
literally.
a catch!
And we have to say, therefore, oh come on, just because it's the Ashes.
Fuck off! Just fuck off! The crowd says you.
That's what Ollie Robinson would have said.
Well, Carey gone for 20, same as Boland earlier, who. Well, we're seeing that Australian.
Well, he was for me. He was a danger man as well. Actually, Carey was the man who was going to take.
Steve Smith still chewing his nails. I can report though. On the other hand, now he has changed hands or changed nails.
He's run out of nails.
He's changed nails to bite since we last looked at him. What a catch that was from Joe Root. Instinctive though, Russ, isn't it?
Of course, you have to.
It's like if a goalkeeper makes a save like that, it's kind of straight at him. But boy, you still need amazing reactions to do it, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. But perhaps he was expecting it, given how many times Carey's come down the wicket to take him on like that. Carey really needed to get more elevation onto those shots, and third time's the charm for Root.
Well, it was third time lucky. One high, one low, one in. Was basically the three chances. Two were off Carey, one was off Cummins, I think, but I'm going from memory there.
All right, next man
new
is.
man.
He's the Aussies leading spinner. He's lying. He's not too bad, and that's true. He's lying.
It is indeed Nathan Lyon. I've got a picture. I've had a picture for years of. Is it Lyon being bowled by Mark Wood? Was it the 2014 Ashes to win them? I'm pretty sure Mark Wood was the bowler, and I'm almost certain Nathan Lyon was the batsman. Key figure at Headingley, of course, in not the best way for Australia, but he's won plenty of Test matches for Australia.
Hollies are lively now.
He's got plenty of company around the bat and defends stoutly back to Joe Root. So we have the slip for Lyon. We have the very short gully, and we have the forward short leg. So three men are keeping him company. Quite possibly having the odd word in his ear as well. Root in, tosses that wide. That was a horrible ball, Joe Root. But he was hoping to catch some footmarks that would bring it back in. Didn't happen. It's a dot ball though. And we're watching again, and the whole of Edgbaston rises as one. Well, probably not those dressed in green and yellow and sat with Merv Hughes. And comes Root again. Away in towards the offside, and it gets a single. He's going to keep the strike, isn't he? Don't know if he wanted to, but he is. He's kept his captain off strike. 2 more wickets is what England need. 53 runs is what Australia need. Everyone will remember 2005 and Edgbaston and how close Australia get when everyone thought the game was up. Kaspavic in the end, of course, just edging down leg, just the faintest of gloves. England thought they had that one. It proved that they hadn't until the very, very last knockings. As Hendo eases himself into the chair next to me. How long have I got left?
One more over.
Well, at least one more over. I could finish it, boys.
Yeah, well, you could do if there's a couple of people. Peter Lloyd and
I don't think I'm going to, but
Peter Lloyd and messages said World Test Championship wins 12 points, tie is 6 points, and a draw is 4. So you get 2 more points for a tie.
Just going to look up Nathan Lyon's highest score. Ben Stokes, it is. So we still have that old ball. This one's pulled. It's pulled down to deep backward square. Joe Root can't keep him out of the game. He flings in a throw and restricts Lyon to a single. 52 is what is needed. 15 overs left. Well, I don't think the number of overs. Plenty of good humour out there still. Unless Ollie Robinson's involved. But I think it's genuinely good humoured everywhere else.
I'm sure we'll be good humoured after the game. Regardless of the result, I wonder how many of our Aussie brethren still convinced of 5-0 whitewash in their favour. Fantastic bloody opening.
Stokes drops it short and Cummins was already ducking out the way. He sees the funny side of that. He bounces straight up with a big old smile on his face. I think he'd stepped back looking to cut and Ben Stokes followed him. And it ended up with Lyon on his arse.
Basically, most of the field's on the leg sides. Cummins is trying to give himself some space to hit it away on the off.
He was, and in the end, his only way to evade the ball, which had a homing device in it to seem to track him down, was to fall over. Stokes in, defends that much better, stays solid and firm, and pushes it into the solid and firm. Hendo. Solid and firm. Do you remember those days?
Solid.
Long gone.
You can get little blue pills for it these days, Hendo.
52 to win for Australia. 2 wickets to take for England. It's 2:29 for 8. We've got 15.5 overs of the day left. And Pat Cummins, very good win ratio as captain. That one's down leg by Ben Stokes, and Cummins will be more than happy to let that go by. Where is Nathan Lyon? I'm desperate to find his highest score. Oh, here he is.
His highest score is 47.
Brilliant. I could have saved myself all that time just by going, well, Russ, what's Nathan Lyon's highest score? Who did he get that against, Russ?
I have no idea. I'm just going off what's on the summary page on the
well, I've got that note somewhere. The only weakness of having all my notes on a phone now, as that one is again trying to rough him up to get this wicket. Still using the old ball, Hendo. And that's down leg.
It's a little bit pointless, isn't it? This line and length. Better off getting Cummins off strike and letting Lyon go at it.
Carey was very upset with that.
Was, but it's interesting. It's extraordinary how it was third time lucky.
Amazing eyes, Carey, hasn't he? They're piercingly blue.
They're almost as nice as my cats.
Who's the other one? Who's the Indian player who's got the most of it? Bhuvi Kumar. Oh, that was on the back foot. They're going to take a quickest of quick singles. Ooh. No overthrows because I think it hit the batsman. That really caught the ball on the slice. It was away into the offside. They were off like a pair of hares.
Bear was getting excited.
Bear was getting excited. I think they were always going to make it home.
No, I lost that. They're caught.
And it means it's 2:30 for 8. It's the end of the over.
The cricket podcast goes. We're due to change now, by the way.
Oh, we are.
Hendo's going to come in and do some ball by ball. We're going to say goodbye to Russ. Thanks for being along. And
that's all right.
We'll see
I might
you.
stay up and watch the end.
I would stay up.
Well, but we might call on you to jump back on if whichever way the result goes. Let's put it that way.
Right.
I think that would be polite. Well, if you're polite, if you're not awake, you won't answer us.
Well,
so
exactly.
We'll probably call on you.
Anyway, tweets, and then I'll pass over to Tony, who's doing tweets. Cricket podcast in response to the schools on our doors for the World Test Championships. Yes, the main reason we're all here. Jay Graver says, Root, proper Sheffield, after cussing him for not being proper Sheffield. Dave Wood, I think I just saw Tony's sex face, and I may never sleep again.
On what do you base that?
What, on the fact he won't sleep again, or the fact that it was my sex face?
Your sex face. There's not a lot of evidence. I'm fortunate to say that I haven't seen it before.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah. Well, I've got 1 out of 1 out of 2 rather. I said stay with the old ball, and that was the right thing to do. But how often has Ben Stokes in this test, when we've been talking about last over for someone, him sort of stick with him and then get a wicket? It's got to be more than coincidence. There is something intuitive about Ben Stokes, which he just feels when others have given up that there's something left in the
Janet
in the
Hopper
bank.
is the next tweet.
Okay, I've got it on there.
Top class test match. This it really is. What a way to start the summer. If most of them are half as good as this, then we'll be more than happy. Now, what happens at 7 o'clock? Is that the cut-off?
No,
do we go through?
It's last hour.
It's 15.
6:30.
Last hour from 6:30.
So we could go to 7:30 then.
How does that work when it doesn't on a normal day? On the first 4 days, we have to have a cut-off at 7. I just don't understand what.
Because you always have a last hour, don't you, in a game?
Well, you normally do. That would normally have been at 5 o'clock. Oh, sorry, at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, but because we started late, didn't we? So they're allowing it at 6:30. It might even be 7.
Well, I mean, it's not impossible that this game could finish as a draw. Are we back live? No, we're not yet. What you got to say is Joe Root, what a player. I mean, he's dropped those 2 really difficult chances, and then he gets a third. And somehow, I just think, just sheer willpower, he hangs on to that, doesn't he?
He did indeed.
Because that came back at him at an incredible
There's the last hour. There's
your last hour.
So we've got 15 overs.
15
so
overs.
we're looking at 3.5 runs per over to get there, to actually win it for Australia. I don't know. I suspect that Nathan Lyon will try a few shots.
I'm sure he will. He was not going to take it lying down. Cummins has got a terrific win ratio as captain.
Not going to take it lying down.
Lying down.
Root into Cummins, turns into the Australian captain, and he just nudges it down into the ground. Ollie Pope is in there at short leg. There's also a slip.
If they start blocking it, I'll go straight to a new ball.
Yes. I'd give it a few more overs. He's in again, bowls, and thrusting the pad at that, Cummins on this occasion. He's worried that it might turn back and cause him some discomfort. Got the pad out as far as he could. It was bouncing a little bit from Root. And Root is in again. No one is leaving Edgbaston. Well, he's gone for the big smack now. He's got hold of that. That was in the slot. And I think that's gone the whole way. I think that's gone all the way. What a shot from Patrick Cummins. He still believes. Now Rooty. Did you take Rooty off now?
Yes.
For once, you take him off.
45 is.
But stay with the old ball.
No, I'd go with a new ball.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because there's such a lack of pace, and the last 2 wickets we've got, or the last 2 wickets before. Oh, now this one is cut away. Should be another couple here for Cummins. It's not much of an offside field. The 2 wickets that Robinson and Stokes took were with quick bowlers bowling slowishly with a ball that's very, very soft, and you can get a lot of played ons in those situations. And he's going to go for another big hit. Is there anyone back there? No. Has it gone all the way again? As suddenly Bazball has come to Australia's aid. 2 massive sixes down the ground from Patrick Cummins. Wow, he's got nerves of steel. 37 to win. 2 wickets remaining. Root just pings the next 2 down and gets out of this over, and then we can go to Broad. There's only 1 ball left. Defended back to him, but that has put a dent. That has put a dent in England's hopes. 37 more to win. I was thinking out there in the green room that could this be payback for Headingley 2019? Going right down to the wire when
Broad. There's your man.
When Ben Stokes and Jack Leach got England over the line somehow. It
looks like Broad's coming on.
But is he going to take the new ball? That's the question. What's on the tweet sphere?
Well, yeah, I was just watching that first. Janet Hopper, this is what makes cricket brilliant. Guerrilla cricket and the form of the game needs this. How can we create the same excitement playing other sides? Yeah, well, I go along with that. Although, yeah, I think we can. Mayank says, why would you play that shot a third fucking time when you're the last proper batsman and there's 54 to win on day 5 of Nash's test? Carey needs to be sent home. He's clearly a fucking muppet. Well,
don't agree with that.
Don't think that's quite right. Leah says, damn, what a catch. I hate this, though. The rest of the series would have been much better if Strayer won this one. Well, they're doing a decent job of it, Leah. We are, I'm presuming, going to see the new ball because we are seeing
No,
Broad,
it's still available. I think he's still got the old ball in his hand. Whether he's going to just bowl a couple of warm-ups with the old ball and then switch to the new ball, we will see. But ball comes off the bat much quicker when it's new. He's going to have to attack in terms of having 2 or 3 slips in, I would think. And then that leaves gaps elsewhere. So I just tend to stick with the old ball for now. Anyway, here comes Broad. He's got no slips at the moment. He bowls a short one to Nathan Lyon, who gets into line, defends it straight back to him.
The thing is, by crashing those 2 sixes, you haven't completely re-established ascendancy to Australia by any manner of means, but what you have done is make England think twice. Because wouldn't you, if those extra 12 runs weren't there, i.e. they hadn't just scored them, wouldn't you have a more attacking field even with the old ball? Wouldn't you be trying to crowd Lyon a bit?
Possibly, yeah. I think that's just, will have just unnerved England a little bit. Short ball pulled by... it's gone down. Stokes nearly took the most incredible catch back at square leg. He launched himself off the ground. There was a man behind him coming in from deep square leg. I don't think he would have got there. But, my word, this just gets more and more dramatic. Ben Stokes can't believe it. He's smiling about it. That was going to be as good a catch as at the Oval in that World Cup game. That would have been astonishing. It's going way over him. Oh, he's diving back. Oh, he's almost got it on the second attempt.
It's a bar of soap job, isn't it?
This really is
tense.
This really is almost unbearable. 36 more to win. 2 wickets required. You'll have had your money's worth if you've been to Edgbaston today.
Or with us.
Or with us,
You've definitely
indeed.
had your money's worth.
Definitely. And look at that amazing number of people watching us on YouTube. Follows Cummins. It goes up in the air and it somehow eludes Jimmy Anderson, who must now chase it from backward point. I've just got a feeling.
It's all going a bit crazy.
It's going to be Patrick Cummins. I just feel Patrick Cummins bowled so well yesterday, got Australia back into this game again, and I think he's going to do it again here. Just the little ones are just eluding England at the moment, aren't they? The half chances. Just going Australia's way, generally.
That's what happened with Root, though. 2 half chances, a couple of really difficult ones still slipped away from Bairstow, and yet somehow they've still found ways to just get them when they need them.
He's crunched that into the offside. Is there anyone out there? No, there isn't. It's 4 more runs to Cummins. Australia need 30.
Oi!
1, 2, 3.
They believe now, don't they? You can see it on their faces.
No, Pat's not a bad bat.
No, I mean, how anyone can say that Carey was the last batsman? Cummins has got runs in all forms of cricket. Maybe not big hundreds or anything like that, but he's technically correct, and he can strike the ball very hard indeed.
I'd be aiming at Yorkers. I mean, they're going for the short stuff. I think I'd be trying a Yorker.
I think you're right. I think you're right, Bear. I think you're right. Short stuff. You just have to stand there and wait for it, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, what can Broady do now? He's 2 sixes and a 4 from Cummins in the last 8 balls. And Broad is in again. Bowls short in once again. It goes up into his ribs and he jabs it down. Is this the setup? The short balls and then the Yorker. Ben Stokes trots across to have a word with.
As long as you have. For a Yorker,
Broad.
as long as you have a guy down at sort of finest
leg.
man and a fine leg,
Yeah.
and someone out at deep mid wicket in case you get it wrong and a man can clip it cleanly off their toes.
Well, Stokes and Broad have come together. They're having a chat. Brendan McCullum
trying to look cool,
but you feel perhaps they're a little bit of a
Shades of New
exacerbated
Zealand
heart rate
all over again. Although obviously it was England who were trying to get the runs there.
Yes.
But they did lose in the last knockings, didn't they?
They did. They did. What will Broad produce here? He's in, he bowls short again, and plays it like a sort of tennis racket smash, does Cummins from outside the leg stump. But up to mid-off, there is no run. Now, I would take root off.
I would. I'd go to Ollie Robinson.
I'd go to Ollie Robinson.
Matt Searle is saying, sorry guys, I'm about to watch the coverage that should doom England. Well, we're starting to worry about that. Muttley's got a different point of view. OK, 8 down, we might just do this. Well, it's changed a little bit since you typed that, Muttley, but yes, they might still do it. Hombre Nuevo, if Root hadn't caught that, he would be wearing that ball right now as some horrible face mask. I'm out of booze, says Joe Grover, and finish the night nurse. I'm just tweeting to stay awake at this point. Neymar Butlin, super tense. It's going to be Ollie Robinson, by the way. I'm listening whilst on a training ride, cycling the mean streets of LA like a homeless man on crack. Must focus, come on, England.
Yeah, loving you.
Watch how you go, Neymar.
We're up over 500 people on YouTube, but people are tuning in.
It's the right time to say patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Absolutely.
If you like Gorilla Cricket, support us.
We need to keep. We need cash to keep going. Basically,
we give a lot of our time to doing this, and so you, wherever you are in the world, can listen to it. So please help us out. Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Oh my goodness, what an extraordinary ring that is! In comes Robinson, bowls down the leg side, short. Bairstow tumbles away to the left. So hang on, we've got a third man. Or a deep backward point, a third man,
fine leg,
and a long
leg.
Well, the square leg has to be in front if you've got the fine leg and the long leg.
Might have even touched the gloves at bounce.
I think it did, but it was well before it got to Bairstow. Yeah.
Is this? Well, I'm reserving judgment. I was going to say, is this really Robinson's game? though? It's not. He's more line length than nibble, isn't he, Robinson?
Oh no, he's bowled a few decent short ones.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be going for the short ones. I mean, you've got to put one in and maybe get an inside edge onto the stumps. He does bowl him a short one. Lyon thinks about it, gets too big on him, pulls out of it.
Tries to style it out and look cool.
But England are sort of putting their eggs in the top edge basket right now.
Thing is, if you looked at this, I mean, this is what these two got to think. If you looked at this, the fucking IPL, and you said, I've got 12 overs to get 30 runs, even though I've got 2 wickets.
Yeah, but I think it's really now about Australia sort of taking the upper hand in terms of playing more attacking shots.
It's 8 shots.
Yep. In comes Ollie Robinson again to bowl, and he plays it. Oh, Johnny dived away to his right. It's gone down to the man who's more a fly slip than
it was off the helmet, wasn't it?
Than a third man. Maybe it was off the helmet. It's just eluded Johnny, and everyone was saying, "Bring back Ben Fox." But I don't think it was an edge.
No, I'm not sure. I think it probably was. Yeah, he's taken his helmet off.
So we're going to have a break while we get a new helmet for Nathan Lyon.
Pushkar Singh saying it's funny that he used Ponting to defend his actions. And he's talking, obviously, I think, about Ollie Robinson.
Good effort from Johnny, if that had been an edge.
Would he, with 2 good legs of a year and a half ago, have got there, though?
I don't think that makes it. I don't think so. I mean, he was running quick enough between the wickets. I don't think it's really, disabled him that much.
Mayank says Cummins is the only batter left now with any skills. He needs to call it as a draw and defend for 16 overs. Oh, Mayank, that is not happening.
No, that's gone. That's gone.
Yeah,
no, he needs to fucking go for it.
Grant Hawkins would bowled Lyon in the 4th test in 2015 to secure the Ashes. Thank you, Grant. I know the picture I'm thinking of. Mike Taylor, solid to firm. Remember those days? Are you talking stalls or wood, says Mike. Oh, it was off his helmet. Yes, it was. Oh, my word. Jay Graver says, you can tell you have a non-existent sex life when you think solid to firm is a reference to the shipping forecast, not erectile dysfunction.
Well, Cummins to face. What's he going to do? As this one is up there. He pushed it up there this time.
That's what I would do to Cummins.
He's pushed it back. Just don't put it in the slot for him to drive down the ground.
Well, he's expecting short stuff, so, or length even.
Well, he hasn't changed the field for Cummins, has he? He's still got... Is that a man still at very, very fine fly slip? I think it is. It's difficult to tell. There are stewards as well, and so wearing some sort of seemingly white jackets Makes it very difficult to see who's actually on the boundary. In he comes again, short ball, pops up, but they're going to get a single. They're going to think about 2. Cummins is going to go for it, as Broad has to come in a long way from the fence. That's very clever from Patrick Cummins. Picks up 2 more, 27 to win.
Oh, it's tense.
And Stokes is just looking a little bit worried. He's trying not to, but he is. He's trying to hold it in.
I'm with you with a sort of all eggs in one basket thing, because it with that field set deep, you could keep taking them in 2s, couldn't you? 1s and 2s.
Yeah, well, exactly.
And 27 in 1s and 2s gets whittled off pretty quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Cummins and Lyon were the heroes of yesterday's cricket for bowling for Australia, and they are threatening to be the heroes of Australia's batting in this 4th innings of the match. 27 more to win. Cummins facing up to Robinson. It's right up there, and he gets bat on it. Moeen Ali moves in to take it at mid-off. There is no run. 12 overs remaining. And it'll be Nathan Lyon to face up to Stuart Broad. Now, is there a point where you do turn to the new ball?
Yes.
At what point is that?
Probably now-ish.
Now?
I think
is
so.
It?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's going to be interesting, because I think if he doesn't go for the new ball...
there
you go. I was going to say, if he doesn't go for the new ball, then he's opening himself up to criticism. But I think he's made the right decision up to now. But finally, he's going to go for the second new ball.
Here we go. Balls, please.
I do think it means that England have got to be more attacking in terms of what their slip cordon, for example.
Yeah, but I would keep a 3rd man.
Oh yeah, I mean, if there's anything I hate more than seeing 4s down to 3rd man, then I can't think what it is.
I would, get rid of mid-off or whatever and just bowl length, and if they smack one down there, you can't see Lyon smacking one down.
Oh, I don't know. He's quite unorthodox, not Lyon. He can play aerial shots.
Yeah, but if he goes driving on the up, it's going to go square. Mid-off is the one man I would take out.
He's only going to put 1 slip in there, and he's going to put a 3rd man.
Well, hardly anyone has been caught at slip.
True. A ring of 3 on the offside, a ring of 3 on the onside, shortish mid-wicket, and then a square leg who's in front of square. No one, though, at deep square leg. There's a long leg. Excuse me, and as we said, 3rd man. Broad then it is. Hopes resting upon him for England. He's in to Nathan Lyon. Lyon's in behind it, defending into the offside, and there is no
new
run.
ball. You've got to have a slip.
Well, he's got 1 slip.
They got one. I mean, an extra slip.
I would have said so. And it's not a bad idea to take out the mid-off, actually, or at least leave some sort of gap, because if you do put it up there and you tempt him into the drive, and you have got 2 or 3 slips there, then you've got a chance, haven't you?
Yep.
But, this is going down to the wire, as they say. Broad, again, headband. And into Lyon, has a little push at the outside the off stump. It rose on him, and he could so easily have feathered that through to Johnny Bairstow, but nothing doing. My word. Test cricket. Bloody hell.
What a game, what a game.
Wasn't that Alex Ferguson football? Bloody hell, or something? Test cricket, bloody hell. And that did find a little bit of extra bounce, didn't it? The newness of the ball, the hardness of the ball, the shininess of the ball. If that had flown off an outside edge through 3rd slip, though, you'd have been cross. Broad in again, bowls. Lyon right in behind it, punches it back to him. And there is no run. The other thing is, I suppose you stick with Robinson. Anderson hasn't been that impressive, has he?
Or
Stokes
do you
himself.
forget everything that's gone before and say to Jimmy, you are the only man for this job?
No, I would go. I would stick with Robbo.
I think he will for at least a couple of overs, unless runs come incredibly rapidly. 11.5 overs remaining.
Right-handers, though, Jimmy might be quite useful now.
Yeah, that's kind of...
Yeah, he's been bowling a little bit down the leg side, hasn't he? And this hasn't always got his line right. Driven well. I told you he could play through mid-off. That's a glorious shot from Nathan Lyon. He's got it straight of Ollie Robinson, who can do
23 to win.
nothing but run up to the boundary, retrieve the ball. Australia have got this in their pockets. They've got it in their pockets. And how much are England going to regret that declaration?
Wow. Well, you've also got to look at what time it is now. So an extra 50 runs would have put the game beyond both teams' reach. So
time, there was
you've got to look at
there's
it,
all
kinds of things. Is Murphy's still wearing his coat on his head?
Can I nick this because you can't? Because you're driving.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can go if you're going to enjoy your.
Right, Brody in again.
Close of play.
England need that wicket. They need to get rid of Lyon. He aims a drive at that off the back foot, and again he excites the crowd, but he doesn't excite the umpire because it's gone through untouched.
23 to win. Wow. Right, Jay Grover. Even my job has never revealed the horror that is Tony's sex face. The world of tentacle porn has boundaries. Mayank Cummins needs to take it easy now. 12 runs now, over right away. No need to worry. Plenty of overs left, he says Mayank. Farong venturing into the dad jokes zone, I sense. He won't take it lying down. Hombre nuevo. Sorry for a stupid question, but can you take a new ball in the middle of the over?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Yes.
If it's possible, it's the total Stokey Cullen ball way and should be instigated.
Here comes Broad, final ball of the over, outside the off stump, trying to tempt the drive, but he doesn't induce that from Lyon, who just lets it go now. Lyon, of course, played a central role in that 2019 game, didn't he? And will consider himself very unlucky. So he will see this as a kind of redemption, vindication, if you like.
Payback time for him. Jay
yeah.
Grover looks like I picked the wrong day to quit, and then brackets insert substance here. Mayank Cummins will be a god in Australia if he wins this. Yes, he will. Messi Jez says, if there were ever a time to be listening to Guerrilla Cricket, this is it. Yes, it is. Farong, one bowling has been overlooked this test. No more said. Don't know what that means. One bowling?
One bowling?
I'm not sure what you mean, Farong. No, I'm lost. GC Naked Fun Pornbot said, this is all too much. It seems that my gasket is leaking. Martley Von Erich. I can think of a few things I hate more than the ball going down for 4 at third man. The Tories, for example. Dave Wood, it's up for grabs now. Yes, it is.
It is. Very much
Matt
so.
Searle, I'm one ball behind on TV so I can hear your coverage and then watch anything I need to. Perfect. Oh, it's edgy, Matt. Wherever
really
you are,
edgy.
I'm sure you're on the edge of your seat. I know we are.
Oh, now one slip, but giving a single to Cummins. They put the field back to prevent the boundary, which is curious. In comes it is Robinson. Bowls to Cummins, and he just jabs it out into the offside where there's acres of space, and he takes the one. Nerves of steel, Pat Cummins. Of course, remember that Pat Cummins, who had to go back from India, didn't he? Because his mother was in a really bad way, and she died. So it must have been a really difficult few months for him. This would be an incredible victory. It shows a man who's able to absorb enormous amounts of pressure. He dragged Australia back into the game when England went off at a rate yesterday morning, and he might be going to see them home here. It's a real captain's performance. Bowls to Lyon, hits him on the pad. Is there anyone down there? There ought to be. It's Moeen Ali. They're going to come back for a second. No, just the one. 21 more to win. It really is like Headingley 2019 reversed.
Yeah, reversed.
Though, of course, on that occasion, England only had 1 wicket to spare. Australia have 2 in hand here. So what will be the concentration at the end of this day? If England don't win this, is there going to be general criticism, or will everyone just concentrate on the fact that it was a great test match?
I would hope the latter.
Yeah,
plenty of learning. I think the Bairstow selection over Stokes will come into discussion more than the declaration timing, I think.
Robinson to Cummins. Cummins drives in the air. Oh, great effort there to extra cover, but he can't get there. Now Crawley is racing round from deep cover, and he just hauls it in. And then he knocks it into the boundary with one of his elongated knees. What a fool. My God. Australia are going to win it. They need 17 to win.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, dear me.
It's tense.
Well, I think Australia have got this now.
Tense.
I think Australia have got this.
I think they have.
I think that was a sign. He slipped, didn't he? He slipped as he went to hold to get that, and then he kneed it. Kneed it into the boundary sponge. Ah, my goodness me, 4 given. Well, quite rightly 4 given.
Luke Davis on
Don't know why
YouTube
we're
said,
waiting
but
for that.
Hendo, what if we do win?
Well, if we do win, then everything will be fine and rosy in the garden, won't it?
Well, whoever wins, if someone does win this, and it looks like a victory,
Well, that will happen,
either
yeah.
way. It's a big fillip, isn't it?
Robinson in again, nicely driven by Cummins, who looks in very good touch now. Up to mid-off, there is no run. Stokesy is trying to raise his troops once more with some verbals to pick them up. And England are trying to get the crowd going. But I think in some ways the crowd is also helping Australia. This must be an incredible atmosphere to to be part of. Cummins settles down. Robinson in again, bowls him a short one. He goes up on his toes. He was expecting that one, just drops it down into the covers, and there is no run. Has he got a funny tweet?
Well, Mark O'Neill had said, Jesus Christ, the joke's horrific. I think he's talking about us.
No, probably.
And Big Brain 61 replied, Mark O'Neill, we don't come here for the good jokes. David Prankard said, someone found the wet spot. Don Diego, well, a few people are commenting and lots of discussion. Rocco, Luke Davis, Don Diego, David Prankard, Karthik Kumar.
Now this is going to be a test of Cummins, because England are bringing in the men on the singles to try and keep him away from the strike. What will he do? Will he go for the big hit? Will he try to go over the top? Will he bowl it short to try and prevent that?
Go for a Yorker.
Robinson bowls it. He goes across and he tickles it away down to long leg. Clever batting from Cummins. And he keeps the strike. Australia need 16 more to win. 265 for 8. 10 overs. What you can discount the 10 overs, because it's going to be 2 wickets or 16 runs. And my money is on the 16 runs.
Yeah, I've got to say 16 runs is eminently gettable, isn't it?
Is Jimmy going to have a ball? He's looking grumpy. I'm not sure he is. I think he's taking it to Robinson. Yeah, he isn't.
No, he's taking it to Broad now.
Broad, rather. Let me see. Jay Grover said, one bowler, duck it, obviously, do keep up. Janet Hopper, I have literally fallen off the edge of my seat. This is horrid. This is why we have such a love-hate relationship. Test cricket is the best. Yes, it is.
Well,
Winbiz has England at 59% and Australia at 40%.
Smoking something weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's its supplier? That's what I want to know. 265. So England are going to allow allow a single for Cummins, aren't they?
I wouldn't do that. I would have people in on the fucking. You got to bowl like you're trying to win here. You got to try and stop the single, make them go for a stupid single.
Yeah, it's all very tense. Broad it is, just the one slip coming into Cummins, bowls, and he's turned round a little bit by that, but still fronts up with the face of the bat and pushes it back to Broad. 265.
Just imagine if he gets a little sneak through to the keeper here.
Yeah, Farong is saying, sorry Bish, didn't auto-correct. One bowling option has been overlooked this test. Still angry Ben might be saving him, but who are we talking about? I still
Then
don't
Ben
know.
Duckett.
Oh, we are talking Ben
Yeah.
Duckett. What does he bowl? Ben Duckett?
I don't think he bowls anything.
He doesn't.
Is that the point?
That's the
He's
point.
just desperate to get him into the bowling attack for some reason.
It's a bit of fun, isn't it? Bit of fun. Broad into Cummins. Cummins defends. He's going to take a single. He's not worried about whether they're back allowing the single or not. He's got faith in Nathan Lyon, and he shows it. 266 for 8. Australia need 15 more to. What is the time now? I mean, this game has gone
18:51.
18:57. Sorry, 6:51 on the final day. This is what all Test matches should strive
But didn't they
for.
call the hour though?
Yeah.
So if
So
they
can
called
go
the hour at
so
6,
basically
right?
they go
they
through
called it
to
at half
7:30.
Oh.
No, they
Oh,
called it
right.
at 25 past. Actually,
Oh, well, either
24
way,
past.
enough time to get 15 runs.
Yes,
Oh, God,
definitely
yes.
enough.
Yes.
England require the wickets.
Oh, they do. It's wickets or nothing. It's shit or bust for England. Bowling to Nathan Lyon is Stuart Broad. Bowls and he drives, and is he driven well? He has driven quite well. Broady was worried, but he needn't have been, because Ollie Robinson was right behind him at mid-off.
He should keep trying that, because if he rolls it straight and he got his mid-off straight, he's going to drive straight. And if he gets it just dead right, he gets it under the bat and he bowls him.
Yeah.
And you might as well go. It's shit or bust time, isn't it?
It's going to be sickener for England after New Zealand, that game in New Zealand, isn't it? They're going to feel quite... I think they're going to feel quite down.
You
They'll
are
feel-
just discounting poor Ireland in the middle, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that England, 2 games that they will have lost, by the barest of margins. Again, driven quite comfortably by Nathan Lyon up to mid-off. And I just wonder whether you have an extra slip in there. It just makes Nathan Lyon think a little bit about that shot. Because he knows if he gets it wrong and he gets an edge, he's gone. Man has gone back from square leg to deep backward square leg. With a long leg, a third man, a backward point on the boundary, extra cover. Both the mid-off and mid-on are going back.
Why are they going back?
Mid-off and mid-on are going back. There's a mid-wicket still saving the single.
You really can't afford a single even. You might as well just try and squeeze.
Not quite sure what the plan is here.
That's full Bazballs. Just squeeze.
Brad? Well, not really a drive. He hangs it out there. The Bear got excited. Broad got excited. But Nathan Lyon knows that he got nothing on that at all. He's had 2 or 3 of those now in the last couple of overs. But annoyingly for England, it's the great Broad leg cutter. I do love his leg cutter. It's one of the great balls in world cricket. Nearly got another wicket with it there. What can he do with his final ball? Will they let Lyon have the single? The Aussies are finding their voice.
I think they're English.
Or maybe they're English. Maybe the English are finding their voice. Well, they've had their voice all the match, really. Broad again into Lyon. And he clips this. He's going to take an easy single. He's going to keep the strike. Showing to England that
he's not
his
scared.
captain
He's happy
and
enough.
he himself have confidence in him. 14 to win, 267 for 8.
Janet Hopper, what chance for folks recall? Well, yes.
I wouldn't have thought so.
I don't think for the next test, but maybe the third one. Neymar Butlins, how many times can they check the shape of the ball? Couldn't we keep asking for the handcuffs to disrupt the batters? Jonathan Cumberbatch, great match. Head strange dismissal brought England into the game. No predictions as both teams have displayed good strategies, beg your pardon. Credit to Australia for simply not blinking as usual. Jay Grover, I'm proper jealous of Winvy's drug stash. Well, I kind of go along with that. Let me see. Mayank Duckett does bowl. He's an off-spinner and has taken 2 wickets in first-class cricket. Thank you for that.
He's not bowling in this game.
Farong, did the Bear double off on the run-out next wicket? Sounds
No.
like he did. Dr. W. Elliot Bulmer, nail-biting finish.
Yes.
Before Cummins got 2 sixes and a 4. I thought England could squeeze their way to victory despite the early declaration. Not anymore.
Yeah,
he flipped the match for Australia. This is why Test cricket is the best cricket.
Yeah, that was a crucial over, wasn't it? That one, maybe just one over too many for Root.
Flipped the momentum completely, didn't it?
I mean, if it was me, I'd just be bowling on a length and make them get the runs, and I would have a pretty traditional field and make them beat the field.
Yeah, well, let's see what Lyon can do against Robinson. He's coming in. He's got no slips now. He bowls him a short one. He goes across, tries to pull it. Are they thinking about a run? They were. Robinson was alert to the fact and got to the ball quickly. So 14 required for Australia in one of the great tests. One of the great tests. We had one of the great tests in New Zealand in February or March, was it? And this is another of them.
England seemed to be involved. I mean, that's unfortunate, wasn't it? If Stokes had caught that.
Well, yeah, probably be over by now. But these are the margins, aren't they?
Margins, fine
very,
margins.
very fine margins in that win for England at Headingley in 2019.
There must be a reason they're not giving Jimmy the ball. Surely you'd let Jimmy loose at this stage.
No, I wouldn't. I would stick with the bowlers who he might get an over before the end. But you don't want someone who's not loose.
Robinson in to bowl, and he pulls this one. They will get a single. He didn't actually get bat on that. It came off his thigh pad, I think. So it'll be signalled as a leg bye. And the Aussies, who were looking a little bit despondent maybe half an hour ago, are now beginning to smile. And if there's anything I hate more than an Australian smiling, I don't know what it is. I don't really mean that, of course. Australian cricketers, though. 268 for 8. Stokes has another word with Ollie Robinson. Now, what's he saying? He's saying he wants someone to come up catching, is he? That seems what he's signalling with his hands. So we'll have to wait and see. We need someone to pull back. At this point, the director should pull back and show us What's happening? Thank you. Slip. Mid-off. Mid-on. Mid-wicket. Deep square leg. Long leg. A very fine third man. You could even say fly slip for the uppercut. And what else is happening? Someone else is coming across to the offside. We've only got, 3 men on the offside. There's a man at deep cover. And so it's a... Oh no, actually, if you count the fly slip, you've got 4 on the offside. He's only marginally on the offside. And Robinson is in and bowls, and he's forward in defence, Cummins. That's a good ball. Not much that he can do with that, apart from what he did do, which was push it up to mid-off.
Tom Ace says Jimmy Anderson clearly not fit. Probably shouldn't have been in the side for the first test.
Oh really? Oh, have we gone into the have we gone into this test with 3 unfit bowlers?
No, I don't think that's so. I just think
he's just not been quite on it today.
Yeah, no.
Well, this test really, and it's not surprising because there's been nothing in the air for him,
and nothing off the pitch. It's been a hard bowl. It's been a hard fucking test for bowlers. Let's be honest.
Yeah. So Robinson again. 13 more required by Australia. 1 slip now. He bowls to Cummins. He's on the pad, worth a shout. But they will run through for another leg by as the ball itself goes behind square towards square leg. 12 needed to win. Cummins could do it with 2 big hits now.
He could. He did it before, didn't he?
He did. Just height, direction wasn't really there. He has come across his stumps a little bit, which would have encouraged Robinson. But it means that he gets another go at Nathan Lyon. But Nathan Lyon seems very temperamentally suited to this situation. He bowls it short and he goes back and clips it. And they think about a run, but Stokes is in nippily at mid-wicket and they decide against it. 12 to win. 1 ball remaining. And then after this, 8 overs to go. 269 for 8.
Kartik Kumar says they shouldn't change the style. They mean England. They need 2 changes. Get a better wicket keeper and an accurate off-spinner. Well, yes. If only.
Well, the accurate off-spinner is not quite so easy. And as people have said, that if you're not going to play a spinner in any of the tests, it's most likely to be at Lord's, which is where the next test is taking place. In comes Robinson. Bowls to Lyon. Lyon tries to pull. Oh, I thought he got a bottom edge through to Johnny Bairstow, but there's no excitement from the keeper. And still Australia need 12 to win. 269 for 8.
Rob CMHC says, watching in Lanzarote, no TV coverage in the hotel, so you guys are a godsend. Well, we're delighted you're with us. Dr. Horn sucks. Can we spend more time complaining about the declaration? Time to bring on Jimmy Anderson, says Rafi Hussain. I don't think that's going to happen now. We could be wrong. Kartik Kumar, does England have an off-spinner like Lyon who bowls quickly? Well, if he does, he isn't playing, and we don't think so. That's the problem. That is an English problem, finding good off-spinners, or indeed leg spinners. There were some calls for Adil Rashid as well, but he's not interested, is he?
Well, not necessarily finding off-spinners, but actually developing them is England's problem. There have been plenty that come through the system. Whether any of them have really had the talent to go further is difficult to know, because it's such a difficult situation for counties playing all their red ball cricket at the beginning and the end of the season.
Certainly doesn't help spinners, that's for sure.
Well, 12 required, 8 overs supposedly remaining in the day, but we can discount that, I think. Stuart Broad, can he still be a hero for England? He's coming in to bowl to Cummins, and Cummins is on the back foot in defence, pushing to extra cover.
I certainly wouldn't be giving singles.
If I was Ben Stokes right now, 12 to go, I don't know. I would have a closer field. I'd go, it's, shit or bust.
I'd certainly have
shit
someone,
or bust.
Yeah, exactly. I'd certainly have someone in at short.
Let's put them under pressure. Let's make them play strokes to beat it.
Well, he's got nobody close in on the leg side at all. I mean, not even on the infield.
Well, unless you're going to bowl miles outside the off stump and try and trick them into putting something into the leg side and therefore getting the outside
top edge.
Top edge, leading edge, one or the other.
Broad again conducting the crowd, trying to get their support as he runs in.
I think they're quite as chirpy as they were.
Well, no. They'll be feeling it in the pit of their stomachs. He's in, he bowls to Cummins! And Cummins prods at this. But again, Broad doesn't find the outside edge of an Australian bat. And he is a frustrated man. 269 for 8. I must admit that actually, though, I'll be gutted if England lose this, which I think they will. But at the same time,
it's a fantastic test.
Well, not just that, but the admiration I have for Usman Khawaja and Patrick Cummins is unequal.
And Nathan Lyon, to be fair.
And Nathan Lyon, to a certain extent, yes. But this is astonishing stuff. It's gone 7 o'clock and we still don't know the outcome of this test match. In comes Stuart Broad. He's got a slip in Joe Root. Hits him from just in front of his pads. Does Cummins? He gets a single. Are they going to do it in singles? They're certainly going to do that in a single.
No, they won't get singles. If they do it in singles, they won't. Well,
11 to win. And it gives Stuart Broad 3 balls at Nathan Lyon. He has a little chat with Cummins. It's all very friendly.
My suggestion was to really slow this game down and waste at least 35 minutes denying Australia enough balls to
make because they have to have the overs, don't they? Now
well,
it's the final hour. It's the final hour or the overs.
Exactly.
So they've got to have at least 15 overs, so there is a minimum amount of overs.
Leah, this will go down in history as one of the best Ashes tests of the 21st century, if not all time. We tend to remember the England ones when England win, but you're absolutely right. And we still don't know who's going to win this one. Brian Barish, English hopes sinking faster than double-sided bathtub on the Atlantic.
Stop it.
Too soon? Yeah.
I'd say so. In comes Broad to Lyon. Lyon lofts this one. He's got it away over mid-on. That's going to go all the way. I told you he could hit the ball in the air quite effectively. And now Australia are on the brink of a famous victory. They need 7 more to win.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Would it be asking too much for one more little twist in the tail?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
It's not too much to ask for it, but I think it's not going to happen.
Okay.
I'll be trying to bowl Yorkers, man.
Yeah, it's in the slot. He's quite good at those shots, Lyon. Seen him play those quite a bit. But, now Australia's fanatics are going to be absolutely unbearable in the pub
they're
tonight.
on the tour. They're on the. They're on a tour, aren't they, where they've got the company of Merv Hughes, amongst others, as part of the deal?
Absolutely.
In fact, those boys are supposed to be coming in. Who are the guys? I've got to get in touch with them. They're in London.
What boys?
Who do a podcast. But I can't remember.
Oh, yeah.
Broad into Lyon. Lyon turns this away into the onside. A single to Crawley
6
at
to
deep
win.
square. A 6 to win. Are Australia going to do it in style? Is Cummins going to go for the big shot?
Shades of the MCG. 82-83 says Farong. 2-run defeat. Border Tomo. I was there every day. It still haunts me, obviously. Janet Hopper. Jimmy has been quoted saying he's not quite got his rhythm.
Okay.
Steve Wick. England have created more than enough opportunities to win the game. Just need to be more clinical. Catches win matches. Yes.
You certainly said that was true of the first innings, wouldn't you? England would have had a bigger lead. Now Stokes has come to talk to Broad.
Tie still on the cards, says Mayank.
Oh, yes.
It is.
So on the cards, but they're very long odds cards, I think. With only one shot could finish it.
Well, I think that Patrick Cummins is seeing the ball really well now. And I suspect that he might just go for the big one. 6 to win.
Well,
what's he on now? What's Cummins on? I haven't seen Cummins' score put up for absolutely ages by Sky.
He's on 38, 6.
36. Well, there you go.
Well, Tom Ace asked if England didn't declare in the first innings, how many runs would they have to score? How many runs would they have scored?
Well, you can't really say because you know things would have just unfolded completely differently, wouldn't they?
Chap called Adam says, if England win, I'll eat my goldfish.
Goldfish is trembling.
Oh, I'm very sorry to... Does it have a name?
Goldfish is hiding under some sort of...
A rock, presumably, or one of those little archways.
I mean, if a wicket goes now, I mean, it's just mayhem, isn't it?
Broad in, bowls, he comes across his crease as Cummins and steers it into the onside. Easy single for him. He will keep the strike. And what do England do now? There's almost a sense of resignation. Even as someone who gives everything, Stuart Broad must feel that this game is now well, just getting away from England. Australia are about to take a 1-0 lead in the Ashes.
It's painful.
That is painful. Very, very painful.
Armchair Cricket Podcast kind of sums it up. It's Lyon and Cummins with the ball on day 4, and it will be these two again with the bat on day 5.
Yep.
Very true. Close relative of mine, who shall remain nameless, just called me up and yelled something down the phone, which I can't read out. Then hung up. I hope if it were cricket related and not a personal observation. John says the past 5 days have been majestic. The last 5 hours have been nail biting. You bet they have.
That's a good point.
I do think also, I mean, with England going one down as they are about to, the worry is that they've won this game, Australia, without their number 1, number 2 batsman in the world doing
Making
anything.
any runs. Yeah. I mean, all the talk for England has been if you can stop Smith and Labuschagne, you're in the box seat.
Yeah, but that requires you to actually take your chances when you make them.
Great sides find a way to win, Hendo.
I agree. And you know, I said from the outset, this is a very good Australian side. It's a fantastic Australian attack, and it's also, even if 1 or 2 of them haven't fired, it's a team that won't give up.
Spangly Sai is with us, really. I think he's saying bollocks, absolute utter bollocks. Cracking game, though.
Yeah.
yeah. But you know, you feel like if you're an England fan, you feel like, well, I would feel like I'd go away with a certain amount of energy if England were to win this, but I'll go away with a sort of great game. But that's always the way when you're supporting a side, isn't it? You know.
Of course.
Robinson 2 for 39 from 17 balls. Poper's come in at short leg. What is he going to produce? He gives himself room and fires it down the leg side. Does Robinson? So I imagine he hasn't got much of an offside field here.
They could also bolt 7 overs of wides and legs, or not wides, but you know.
Yes.
Yeah,
7 overs of wides. I think you'd stop after after 5 of them.
You know what I mean?
Technically speaking,
it's a test match. You can shove it down a leg side loads.
Well, that's what he just did, to be honest.
Yeah, followed him.
I
would still go for the fucking Yorker.
I'm going for the cart over extra for the win.
Yeah.
That's what I think we will get. Robinson is presumably going to get a bit of verbals as he goes off today. In bowls to Cummins. Cummins has a little prod at that. It got really big on him. That was a good bouncer. But, he survives. And Australia need 5 more to win by 2 wickets.
Leah says, yeah, we all know catches win matches, but Tashes win ashes, and Strayer had head and Warner.
Tashes win ashes. That's a great little PR. I mean, we'll do a T-shirt. Maybe do a T-shirt of Warner saying Tashes win ashes, or Travis Head, maybe. In comes Robinson.
You're supposed to have a change it in this over.
Do you want it, or should we just
Yeah,
keep going?
I
You
want
want it?
it.
Oh, you want it, do you now?
He wants to be
bouncer, which he ducks underneath that, and it goes through to Bairstow.
It's supposed to be Messers coming on to join me and you, Hendo.
Oh, yeah. All right. You want me to bugger off then?
Well, Messers will be a very happy man, I imagine.
Yeah, of course he will.
Unbearably happy.
It's not over yet.
Oh, get out of here. Get out of here. Go and feed your ducklings.
It's just if a wicket falls now, it'd be fucking crazy, wouldn't it?
It would be. It'd be carnage.
It would be carnage.
If a wicket falls now, I'm taking the umpire's rule and staying here.
Okay.
You'll have to lift me out.
Here is Robinson again into Cummins. Oh, and he gave him 3 stumps to aim at as he went way back into the leg side. Robinson threw it up right up there, and somehow he managed to lay bat upon it. You thought for a moment the stumps were just going to be splayed by that. But wow, he had enough about him not to throw his head in the air and just to dig it out. And Robinson cannot believe that. Extraordinary stuff.
I'll try another one of those.
Yeah. Just get smacked.
Well, if you do, you do.
If you do, you do. Scores will be level unless it goes for 6, of course.
I think you got more chance of getting someone with a Yorker than you have with a bouncer. That's the thing.
What's he going to do this time? He's going to bowl the bouncer. It's a horrible one down the leg side. Barely got up. And Cummins throws his arms up in the air, gets everything out of the way of it. 1 ball remaining of the over. 276 for 8. Cummins 39 off 65. Lyon 15 off 26. Now let's talk about this this so-called long tail that Australia have got, because Lyon has got 15. Earlier in the day, Boland got 20. 35 from those two guys, which are going to turn out to be very crucial. Can you be very crucial or just crucial? Do you have to be? Can you be very crucial?
I think
Is that
so.
grammatically incorrect? Robinson then. What can he do with this final ball? It might be his final ball of the test. It's a short one. Cummins was already down, ducking that. Didn't really get up. It's the end of the over. And Australia are 276 for 8. They need 5 more to win. And the bear is going to take the glory out of my hands.
You got to
take
switch
you
across
through.
to this chair, though.
Oh, have I?
Yeah. And Messi, you must be feeling pretty happy at the moment? Or still already nervous?
My nerves are shot. All I've got left are swear words. I've got to say.
Okay, all right. I mean, I'd say Australia win from here. They just need to spawn a 4 and then run a crazy single. Although in running that crazy single, there might be a run out and a potential for a tie. Because I'm pretty certain if they get to ties level, they'll go for a silly single. And the question is, will England run them out? And then will they be able to get the wicket? But you'd think that there's a sneaky 4 on the way here somewhere. Lyon is going to face up. He's 15 off 26. He's batted really well, to be fair, and he can swing a bat. That's the thing about Lyon.
Yeah, I mean,
It's really surprised me.
I thought Stephen Finn was talking nonsense last night when he said this was a long Australian tail. They can all do a little bit.
They can all do a little bit, yeah. I mean,
Well, they
I mean,
were
it's
pretty
I mean,
rabbity
it's
in
all,
the first innings.
You know, if Stokes had caught that catch when they needed about 50 runs, it had all been over. But anyway, Broad is going to come in. He's bowling to Lyon. It's into him. There's a short leg. It's not going to carry to him. And there's no run.
Don't you bring another one in? If you're going to bowl that line, you're going to bowl that length, do you not bring another man in close on the leg side?
Probably. The thing is, if you get a wicket now, you have everyone up. And you just
Trouble is, I suppose, if you bring in someone in just slightly behind square, you can only have a long leg.
Yeah, but that's fine.
That's fine, I suppose.
You've only got 5 runs to play with. You might as well have the guy in the catching position. You want to get you need a wicket. You need a wicket. Well, here we go.
As Clovis, the upper state, says 4 runs for the tie.
Indeed,
yeah,
indeed.
well, it's true. There's still enough overs left, though.
Everyone back on the onside, it seems, apart from the short
Well,
leg.
you've got to have someone on the inside as well.
Pulled it!
Oh, just through the man at short leg. They get through for the single. 4 runs to win. 1 shot. I think they're going to do it. I'm going to be upset. I'm going to be really upset.
Well, you know, you see, it's always better to believe that you're going to lose. That said,
Do you know who
doesn't stop me being upset.
I'm glad I'm not at the moment. It's Josh Hazelwood. Jesus.
Yeah, Josh. Well, exactly. I mean, imagine if he has to come in now.
Oh.
Well, it's just a boundary will do it now.
Yeah.
Boundary will do it.
I think you've got to bring everyone up, except for the obvious ones down at third man and fine leg, because that's probably where I doubt he smears it to long on, in which case you have those 3 out and everyone else up. You don't allow them to try and get it, let them get through it. If they get through the infield and they smear it, that's it, isn't it? Cummins is facing. He's got 4 balls to do it, and I'm sure he'll want to do it.
Yeah.
He looks a bit nervous.
Well, he'll have deserved it.
Yeah, he will do.
Brilliant. Brilliant performance.
Broad at the end of his run-up. 3 for 63. He's bowled exceptionally well. He's coming in to bowl to Pat Cummins, who's
let that hit him.
Kind of
hasn't
let it hit him, yeah. It's gone to the short leg, who is Ollie Pope, and there's no run. I think you've got to aim at the stumps. I do think we've fucked up a little bit here. I think you've got to make them hit the ball off the stumps, and if they miss, you hit.
Well, what has he got? He's got a mid-off and a deep backward point and a fly slip on the offside.
I would have a whole fucking ring. Why not have a whole ring? Make them hit it through the fucking ring. Make them take a chance.
Well, he can't bowl anywhere near the offside with a field like that.
No, exactly.
I mean, it's for 3-4 runs, isn't it, pretty much?
Exactly
It's
that.
got to be going down the leg side, so he's got to go inside the line if he's going to try and score this boundary.
Well, Broad is in. He's let it hit him. Well, if you run that, it's not going to be a run, Pat, because you didn't really play a shot. You just let it hit you.
Well, you can argue that he was taking
evasive action. Not
yeah.
really.
Well, he was, in a sense.
Was he?
Yes, I think he was.
He walked into it.
Yeah, but it's a short ball, and he's sort of in the end he's trying to get out of the way of it, isn't he?
What's the point of bowling those balls? You can't expect to go over another 5 overs.
No, like exactly that. You've got to try and get the stumps, haven't you? Yeah.
Well, this is where England perhaps haven't been quite as bazballish as bowlers as a fielding team as they have been as a batting team.
It's amazing how bowlers get it so wrong in these situations, I think. Anyway, Broad in. It's defended by Cummins, and Broad sprawls on top of the ball. No run. It's tense. But you got to say Australia got this.
Yeah, well, Winvis has surrendered. It's not doing odds anymore.
I tell you what, though, I mean, when a game swings like this, and it's the same in football or in any sport, I suppose, that if Australia were to lose from now, their level of disappointment
would be really high.
Would be really, really high. Yes.
I mean, England's will be if they lose.
Yes.
But it would have come from further out.
Yeah.
You can see it coming from 50 down. You could have counted it down. You saw it coming, and you go, "Fuck it! How did we not close that out?" Whereas Australia, with 4 to win, just 1 shot away, if they were to fuck it up now, would be horrible. Well, Cummins hits it into the leg side. There's no one there. I mean, they've got 3-4 runs to win. You can't be doing that. And Cummins gets a run off the last ball of the over, and therefore has strike. That's ridiculous.
Wow.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
I mean, ultimately, at the end of 5 days, maybe Ben Stokes' brain is just completely frazzled because he's been doing so much. He's been making so many calculations that he must, I mean, he'll need more than a long cold bath this evening.
You've got to have basically everyone around about you. If it goes through, apart from maybe a couple of positions which are obvious, maybe a long leg and a third man for the skew. If he hits it clean over the top of mid-off, you got to give it to him. But I would have mid-off up, I would have a cover in, I'd have a point, I would have mid-wicket, I'd have probably a man on 45, mid-wicket, square leg probably, and a mid-on. That's 70 fielders, plus the keeper and the bowler, that's 9. You've got 2 out. I'd probably have a man down at sort of third manish backward point and a guy down at long leg in case they just get it off a hit.
But I think the other thing...
We've got 700 people watching us on YouTube now.
Yeah, well, can you come back next time as well, please?
Yeah, exactly.
It would help us survive.
And patron us as well. Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Comes Robinson in. That's Cummins playing it off his hip. Just short of Ollie Poper's at short leg.
I'm worried about poor old Messi. Oh, I mean, he just needs to be slightly behind square there for that one, didn't he? It would have been a lovely, gentle catch to him. I think that when you look at it,
stress.
You look at it that Australia have not only they haven't out Bazball. They've nullified Bazball to a certain extent, and they've just shown the nerve of great Test champions.
Indeed. Cummins is facing up to Robinson, who just defends it, drops it down the offside, and there ain't no run.
I must say I'm with you, Hendo, in just having huge admiration for Cummins. I don't think he necessarily did on-field placements and things particularly well, but in terms of his bowling and now his batting and his leadership,
he's got 40 or 72.
You talk about captains that are tactically brilliant, but then you also talk about captains that are personally inspirational, and he falls into that latter category, doesn't he?
Well,
yeah, very much so.
Still got scored of 3 runs. Cummins facing up. Ollie Robinson is in. Short edged. Oh, down towards third man. Is it going to go towards the boundary? It's not going to get there. It's been saved.
No, it's not. It's gone. And
well done. Australia have won. Fantastic victory for Australia. England will be crestfallen. That's an amazing victory. They've won by 2 wickets. Pat Cummins is understandably ecstatic, and so is Nathan Lyon. England probably should have won that from where they were, but you have to hand it to Australia. They've gone through and taken it. England will have to go back to the drawing board, and they should, think about that fucking declaration on day 1, but let's not go there.
Yeah, and England taking it pretty well. Ollie Robinson congratulating Patrick Cummins, Ben Stokes hugging him. It's great to have been part of a great Test match in itself. Someone has to lose, don't they? Someone has to lose, and it's England. And I don't know, I just had a feeling today about Patrick Cummins when he was going to come to the wicket. The way he bowled yesterday, I just thought he's so fired up for this. And, he's performed with ball and bat
He has indeed. He got a 30 odd in the first innings.
He got a 30 odd in the first innings. He's got 40 plus in this innings. He's bowled extraordinarily well yesterday. But England have let it slip through their fingers a little bit, haven't they?
Yeah, they have indeed. And that was an outside edge that went down towards third man. Who was diving to it? It was
Harry Brook, I think.
Yeah, and he couldn't quite get there, and he palmed it over the boundary, and it's 4 runs.
And it's right in front of the Fanatics.
Indeed.
God,
just to rub it in.
I hate to be there.
Just to rub it in. And Patrick Cummins set off on a sort of lap of honour at that point.
And
I've just got 3 words: test bloody cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a fantastic, absolutely fantastic test. I'm really upset, but hey.
Well, they say sometimes you learn from your defeats and your
well, I do think that they won't declare when they're 8 down at the end of the day next time.
Yeah, I mean England have perhaps, if anything, England are guilty of just being too clever. You might even say that with some of their field placings today. Although up until Cummins really got together with Lyon, you would say that Ben Stokes had done everything right.
And there was that chance, Ben Stokes, it was difficult, but if he'd have hung onto it, exactly, it was more than difficult, but he had it in his hand, and if it grabbed onto it, probably game would have been done then. Those are the things that change a game.
Yeah, but also then,
Were we going to ask Russell if he was still there, if he's got something to add, or he may have gone.
Is he there? Russell, are you still there?
You still there, Russell?
No, he's gone to bed. And he'll wake up a happy man.
Oh,
he is there! Yay!
Hello.
Can you believe it?
Well, it was quite the test, wasn't it?
It wasn't it, just?
I mean, do you think that there is a new outlook in Test cricket now that we can say that we don't always judge everything by series, but we judge things on a test-by-test basis and say, if you've played in a great Test match, you've played in a great Test match. We don't have so much this notion of dead rubbers or whatever. Because I think, if Australia were to go on and win 5 close matches and win 5-0, everyone would say, oh my God, that's dreadful. But if you've had 5 great matches, does it really matter that you've lost 5-0? Is that a new outlook? Could we be verging on a new outlook in sport in general?
Well, I think everyone takes an individual match as it turns out. I mean, stunning games are stunning games, and you bear them in your memory. But the result is essentially what goes down in the record books, and we'd all be upset if we lost. There's 4 more games to go. Unfortunately, next one's at Lords, and if the pitch is at Lords as it was fucking against Ireland, it will be a very similar game. Would be my bet, actually.
It's very difficult.
It's a long way to go. I think Jeff Marsh and Merv Hughes are planning where to go to get pissed tonight.
There's something wrong with your microphone, Messi. You're sounding a bit canny.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Don't know what that is.
Oh, that's weird. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no, we can hear you.
It's just all
got
a bit
slight buzz in the background. You might want to unplug it and replug it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's great. I mean, you feel. The other thing is, a spectator stroke commentator, you feel like you've put your own. You put a lot of energy yourself into this game, don't you?
And I'm really upset.
Yeah, and you feel gutted to be on the wrong end of it. But wow, it's amazing.
I think this series, was expected to be close, and I think the way England's playing at the moment, and to some extent the way Australia generally plays, adds a lot of variation into how the results will go. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of the whole series being a little bit like that. 1 or 2 might blow out because someone will collapse. But this was a great game basically from the first day.
Yes.
Yes. Very true.
But then, what was that final stand worth? The unbeaten 9th wicket
70
stand.
Odd.
So really, there you go.
72,
something like that. I think it was. Yeah.
55 it was.
I was only 55. It seemed more.
Yeah, well, 55 is not bad for an 8th wicket partner.
Well, when Carey went, I think we all thought England had got it wrapped up. Even allowing for the fact that Nathan Lyon, can bat a little bit, and that Cummins is very much a batsman.
It was that over of Root who got when he got hit for about
12. Well, 2 sixes. Yeah, absolutely. That was the one over too far. Broad 3 for 64. Robinson 2 for 43. Moeen Ali 1 for 57. Joe Root 1 for 43. And Ben Stokes 1 for 9. Jimmy Anderson, the only man in this England innings or this Australian innings to go without a wicket. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, do you think that Woody will probably get a game next game?
Yeah, but who will he come in for?
Oh, that show. actually shove Jimmy out, wouldn't you?
Well, I mean, this is a discussion about, can these guys play 5 pretty much back to back? This one is the least back to back of the others, because there is that Women's Ashes game in between. But even then, it's only 8 days. It's not a massive gap. And if you think of the energy, both physical and mental, expended by someone like Usman Khawaja, who's been ever present on the field almost. It's quite remarkable.
Look, England have also got to think this isn't the end of the world, isn't it? You've got a 5-test series. You can come back from 1-0 down. They lost the first test in 2005 and came back and won. So,
but who do we need to step on a football now?
Well, I don't think it's much of their bowl. I just think England have got to actually be a bit more ruthless, and they should have been more ruthless on day one possibly, and not declared. I mean, I think we all thought that. There was a kind of marginal call about getting them in, but I mean, Root at the time was looking imperious, and he was batting with, who was he batting with at the time?
In the first
Robinson.
Hope.
It was it must have been Robinson.
Robinson at the end.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And they could have quite easily got another 30, 40, 50 runs because they were looking really good. And that would have, made the second innings easier. They got. I mean, the thing is, you can never tell if they'd have gone on. Would Australia have got through to their score? And I mean, the things all changed.
Yeah.
Things
they might have declared for the same target at the same time and ended up exactly the same place.
I mean, this is the other thing. I don't think they would have declared at the time. I think they wanted probably another hour yesterday. And that extra 50, 60, 70 runs that they would have got in that extra hour if they hadn't thrown all the wickets away. But that's the way they play, and you have to accept that. And, what the hell, having the thwarting test.
Did they lose their nerve at the end? I mean, the last once...
I think they did a bit.
Cummins took to Lyon. That last 9 overs, they needed 37. It was just Robinson and Broad bowling to the same field, to the same...
Yeah. Well, there was all that short shit, wasn't there? And they got a slight top edge, and it was nearly a catch. And I tend to think a lot of teams go short, and the thing about short is you're never going to hit the fucking stumps, are you? Whereas if you go full, you're either going to hit the stumps, and might hit you for 4. But you can always put certain players in certain places. Like if you bowl full, and you're trying to bowl at the stumps, you can have a guy. I mean, you could have an extra cover, deep extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, someone down at fine leg. Those are the places it's likely to go if you get it slightly wrong. Because they're either going to clip you, going to drive you straight, or they're going to get inside out and drive you out through extra cover. So you can kind of cover those places, and you've got a chance, more than a chance. They could edge it, trying to hit it, get it wrong, get bowled, get LBW. You bowl short, the only thing you're really going for is a caught.
I think as much as anything, it's thinking there wasn't enough in the pitch. England. I think that's why if they felt there was more in the pitch, they would have been more attacking. But I also think there was a little bit of a failure of nerve. I think, and if you talk about the nerve that's needed to play in the way that they do with the bat, I think a little bit of that was lacking towards the end, because ultimately towards the end of a game you've got more to lose, haven't you? I mean, you can be Ben Stokes and you can be batting beautifully and then you can play a terrible shot, but you can still say, well, there are other batsmen to come in. But when you know it's down to the last 20-30 runs, it becomes, the pressure becomes even greater, I think, and greater in terms of having the nerve to put more attacking fields in. And I thought it was sorry, go on, Russ.
Well, even having 2 deep fine legs, in the end they were getting up under their armpits, and there was no gully, leg gully. And because they already had 2 players deep behind square legs. So even just taking one of them out and say, if Cummins and Lyon hook and they get it over the fence for 4 or 6, and we just have to accept that that's the possibility. But I think they took away a lot of their catching opportunities and their short fielders opportunities at that end, and then
fucking punter's going to be extraordinarily happy.
Yeah, it was a bit of an inevitable last nine overs, which was a bit strange given everything that went before it.
Well, it was those 2 sixes. I think that route over that went, because at the time they weren't going along at more than 3 and over at the time, and there was more than 3 and over required, and then suddenly they hit 2 sixes and a 4 in 1 over.
Well, 2 sixes and then a 4 in the next over, I think.
Yeah, so suddenly they'd knocked a good third of the runs they required off in basically 3 shots, and suddenly everything became possible. Up until then, I think England were probably a little bit in charge.
Yeah, you only hope that the rest of the series is as interesting and as captivating as this. there's going to be a lot of chat, isn't there, in the papers about and on the media about the declaration. There's going to be a lot of chat about selling your wickets too short. England have. When I think of Australia, I can't think of anyone who's really thrown their wicket away. There've been a couple of poor shots, but there hasn't been anyone who's really thrown their wicket away. And England have.
But I guess in the battle of that, you would say, well, it was that close, and actually, on another day we'd have won that, and they'll believe that, because I would believe that, and I would say that this is the right approach for this England side. It's going to be interesting. Lords is in 10 days, 8 days time. 8 days time. What's the weather going to be like? What's the track going to be like at Lords? If it's like the one against Ireland, it's going to be a fucking another tedious game. Another attritional game, not tedious, because that wasn't tedious, but hard to get wickets.
Yeah,
guys, I need to get off to do the roundup with Tony Bishop, but
we should go.
There's a few tweets I should read before we go, because some of them are just very good. Warren says, breaking news, Bear to come in to the England team as frontline spinner and captain.
Could happen.
Jay says, I reckon Stokes should go on the lash with Alex Hales to clear his head. And Pirate Bradshaw, the sommelier, says, the taste of victory for Australia at Edgbaston was akin to a luscious Cabernet Sauvignon, bursting with fruity notes and a silky smooth finish. A perfect blend that left England with a bitter aftertaste and the cricket world yearning for more. And then lots of thanks from Muttley, Hombre Nuevo, Jay Grover, Mark Zip says Messi sounds so stressed he sounds like a Xylon. Leah says thank you. Farong, Mayank, Rohit Singh and Clovis, thank you all very much for being with us. We've loved having your comments. It makes us what we are.
And we've had a great following on YouTube, and hopefully lots of you will come back, especially today as it's got more and more exciting.
Remember to get a fucking Patreon and patron us, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket.
Yeah, we can't do this for nothing.
We can't do this for nothing. We give all our time. We do need support to keep us going, and that's how we keep going.
Patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket if you can spare any money, and especially on a monthly basis, really, through Patreon, because then we know that there is a little bit of money coming in. That's the most important thing.
We have overheads.
It's great when you get donations, but at the same time you can't plan for donations, can you? So
overheads have to be paid.
A monthly pledge is much appreciated,
even if it's only small.
And keep your eye open for about an hour from now. The roundup from me and Tony should be up on YouTube about then.
Well, you boys in Australia, you fuck off to bed and feel happy. I'm going to go and cry next door.
Yeah, you will sleep, okay. Whereas we won't. We'll be seeing short balls disappearing to the boundary.
Exactly.
And remember, the day after tomorrow, women's test starts at Trench Bridge, and we'll be there for that, courtesy of the White Line Wireless host studio. At 10 to 11 England time on Thursday.
Are you not getting yourself a flight out to Melbourne to go and join them, Messi?
Oh, mate, I'm stuck in a weather cave. Why would I want to move?
Well, that's true. You've got your stalagmites to think about. Very true. Until Thursday, if you're going to be listening to the Women's Ashes, and I hope many of you will. But until next Wednesday, if you're just here for the Men's Ashes, thank you for your listenership. Join us again. We will have fun, and we'll do it to the best of our ability.
All right.
Until then, good night.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come. This is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerrilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerrilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin